again. Like, this suggests to me that both teams don't want to take that risk with something that might not work. And also, Artist isn't
How do I throw?
standout player on this agent. So seeing him back on that, I feel much better about Forza going into this. But again, this is FPX's bread and butter.
But that's quite a proactive change, right, Ryan? Yeah. That's a good sign.
It's a nervous change. I think it's very much like all right, we're in the losers bracket. If we lose, we go out. We are not pushing the issue here. We're not pushing the boundaries of what we play. We're not going to try and do something a little bit of a gamble. We just want to outperform, outsmart, out-aim the team and sort of prove why we still deserve to be here. It's a straightforward vanilla matchup, I suppose, but considering this, it's very exciting because they have to nail it this time.
They do indeed. Here we go. Time for our second elimination match, which means a time for your lovely casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Sue. Well, Tom, this is set to be a damn exciting series. I know you're very excited for Bind to come up, but I'm very excited about Icebox. We're seeing the Cypher alongside the Sage pulled out over by FPX and very close to a mirror matchup overall. This is set to be a pretty interesting map.
Yeah, for sure. I think the only thing that we sort of mentioned like before we went live was the lack of the Sova, which we see so often on this map in particular because you have obviously the drone, and that's basically how everybody takes their opening duels when it comes to the attacks. You send the little drone in, the drone gets obliterated, and then you know that there's somebody around the corner. So we'll see how they obviously play without that. I think a lot of it's just going to be using the sky flashes instead, so it's not really the end of the world. But yeah, I think this is going to be one of those matches where I'm a little bit worried for Fours, because when they played against Guild, didn't look great.
Yeah, these ultimates and a lot of abilities gain a little bit of a buff now. Think about dealing with a jet operator. Think about going in to a Viper's pit. These things are going to be much more difficult. Viper's wall, now no recon behind it. So losing your drone, losing your recon, it could potentially have a pretty big impact. But with both teams avoiding it, it's a strange system, but I suppose it makes it pretty even for both of them. But Tom, I'm hearing that we are ready to roll and get into this game. Icebox kicking off between FPX and Forza, and the pistol will see Forza on the defensive side trying to make this work. Now I'm gonna throw you under the bus, Tom. Who's taking it? Who's your favorite here? You made a pretty good call on Liquid earlier.
I'm always going to go FP. I've got them as one of my top 4 teams. I can't not say them taking, especially this map. I think that it's one that they've always almost been one of those sleeper teams on it. I think they've been very good on it in the past, and I think especially now with Xiao on the Jet, this is almost like his proving ground to Angel of like, let me play Duelist more often. And from what we've seen so far, he's not going to let that go.
I think he's a player that I will definitely not argue with if he says, hey, I want to play the Jet this time around. Zepan actually has a gap there to get the plant down. The Snakebite not fully covering it. And so we are going to see the spike planted. That's thanks to the wall being a little bit deeper than normal. Now Shadow all the way up in their spawn avoids that second flash, gets a kill, and considering the position he was in and the utility that he's just burned up on a pistol round, that's a big positive. No flashes for Forza as they come in on the retake, and Xiao, oh no! That is an awkward fight. Putting the man advantage to Forza. They can now go in and get this spike diffused. Of course, the Snakebite up behind the wall to stop that diffuse, but it doesn't matter because there is plenty of time left as the final player falls. That was a scrappy one that Forza will walk away with the victory on.
Yeah, I won't lie. There were a lot of weird battles in that one. Like the battle we saw with Xiao, I won't lie. I was expecting him to connect more there. And also the fact that Shadow was so aggressively placed in comparison to the rest of the team. Like you look at the remainder almost being around yellow, and where he died, it's a bit of a peculiar spot to see your Sky in. One of the players that can basically help you push back out if you have a situation like this where you might need a flash. So I'm not sure if the plan just went a little bit of a miss there from FPX, but for Fours, perfect. They managed to pull off the retake. They now come in with the better purchase into this round, although there is still some investment coming through, especially because of the plant.
Yeah, a little bit of extra cash going to be thrown at this one. Now, in terms of how to use... Ooh, they're not going to peek that, are they? I thought Artist was going to swing in. in terms of how to use this Cypher when it comes to the defensive side, there are a bunch of ways. I'm like genuinely excited to see what FBX have got planned at this stage. But when it comes to attacking side, it's going to be a little bit less enjoyable playing Cypher, let's say. And it seems like they're going to use Dimasic to try and garner a little bit of control inside of the tube. And as he comes back, connects a quick headshot. Really, the objective here is kind of get yourself those 3 kills on the board and cripple Forza's economy. Why is Coffee still fighting? And why is it working? He's gone for 4 and connected every single shot. Well, that's one hell of a round for Coffee, especially Tom. He's just 1 away from his ultimate already.
Yeah, I think he's someone, if there's going to be a victory here today for Forza, that basically has to go off the chains. Like, well, we know that there's some incredible fraggers on the other side for FPX, and Forza are that 3rd place team coming out of CIS. Now, one of the things I'll always say, anybody who's watched CIS Counter-Strike will know that when it comes to regional matchups, all cards are off the table. It doesn't matter who you think is going to win coming into this, absolutely anything can happen. And I'm hoping that that carries through into Valorant as well, because you get some of the best games you're ever going to see in esports between those couple of teams. So I'm expecting Forz to have done their research. Of course, there might be a couple of Swedes in the mix to kind of ruin that matchup a little bit, but Coffee, he's still going strong. We've already had a masterclass on the Marshall from Yumpy. I feel like Coffee might be giving us another one.
Oh, Artist at a really sneaky position there, but he falls back. And there's a chance they even saw him. Tigers exchanged on both sides as the information swings in for each team. Do FPX decide to still push into this A site? We've seen at least 2 players here. The answer is yes. And they're going to steam forward into these weaker weapons. Nice deep flash, but oh, nothing really going their way on Forza's side. They're going to have to back out of this and play a retake as FPX get that spike on the floor. I like the snake bites, though. Huge delay potential coming in from Zeddy. But instead, Shadow's just going to go up top and get it planted there.
Spike planted.
It makes things a little bit more awkward for any after plants that they might have prepared. You can see Angel currently sat back watching for any flanks to be coming through. It becomes quite a bit more difficult with the current weaponry. Saigetsu actually manages to find one. They don't realize they show's that close, though. It's still becoming incredibly costly, and a rifle now picked up for Zeddy actually gives him a real chance. The remaining couple of players are low, but they may not have the lineup for the plant. They do have one to stop him from jumping up in the first place. FPX get themselves around, but for a bonus for Forz, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah, all things considered, you know, I'm looking at that and thinking Forza got out with a pretty good deal. With Coffee having his ultimate online, the potential to pull out that Blade Storm is always going to be there. And that makes the economy that little bit more comfortable. I don't know, man. Like, I think overall, should have been a lot cleaner for FPX, let's say. Although they did run into a 3-man stack on the A side. Now coming into this round, full buy comes out from Forza. And in fact, screw the Blade Storm. Coffee's gone straight for the ult.
Yeah, why not? If he can afford it. Obviously using only the Marshall, which in itself is an incredibly cheap weapon. Saigetsu trying to get a little bit more aggressive, a little bit tougher than, say, when you see a Reyna do it, for example. That's something that we see quite similarly on this A-side defense. It gives him the opportunity to escape, but never mind, the trade's not quite quick enough. He is going to get tagged up and stunned, and while the swing out onto Angel makes it all too easy, the trades, however, coming back thick and fast. The running and gunning off the back of the Vandal, and the wide swing even coming out from Zeddy to give them a man advantage again.
Desperate measures for Forza. Those Seekers coming in prompted some more aggressive play that has definitely worked out this time around. FBX 2 versus 3. Oh no, Coffee! The Blade Storm's used up and it just doesn't land. That's devastating. FPX maintain control of the site, get themselves the 2nd round of the board, and I really felt like things started out pretty well for Forza on the aggressive play, but, well, it didn't finish that way. A huge loss with both Blade Storm and Operator dropped from Coffee. He doesn't have anything to play with in this round.
Yeah, I think this retake, this is exactly what FPX wanted. Just individual duels. They had the 3 versus 2. I think other than Demus Sick, they had an HP advantage as well. But it's just the initial pick. It's just that little bit too earlier, and they're able to just turn it into a 2v2 scenario. Sure, there's a whiff or two with the knives, but even still, connecting onto the second player would have been tough. And I do feel like they've somewhat given that one over to FPX.
Well, let's see if another goes their way, as Artist is already taken down, but this B site has a lot of defenders on it already. 4-man stack. All of the defensive forces are here, but look at that late wall down. Something we've seen from Angel a million times when it comes to playing Icebox, that he holds onto that wall until the late stage of the game. But Forza have managed to close in a lot of the distance. As the wall falls, the kills quickly go FPX's way, and no more stress, as that side has clearly taken the third round. Forza now able to get themselves a buy-up at least.
They actually used the Blade Storm there. I think they were worried that somebody was just sticking the spike, so they actually invest the ultimate just to give that extra elevation. Of course, in a round like this, you want to keep it as clean as humanly possible, but I'm a little bit surprised, especially with that being one of the most impactful in terms of just economy building, if you want to go for that, if you lose the operator, and also if you end up in a clutch now, well, it's not going to be ideal for Xiao, let's put it that way.
Most definitely, yeah. At the same time, you know, if they ended up getting ninja'd on, we'd be berating him for not using it, I guess. Angel gets himself an opening, but dropped right afterwards. That's good mid-aggression by Forza in the early stages of the round. They're going back out, and Dimasic's ready. An easy kill for him, and traded back by Shadow. The weapon will be upgraded here as well, so now you're seeing pretty much mirror matchup. 2v2 operators on the Jets. With a minute left, that Seeker on its way towards this side is going to reveal that, well, there's no one here. Zeddy's left it. He's gone to the back side, gone over towards spawn. The snake bite has not exactly landed where it was intended to. I will say, not many people plant there. So that's going to be a nice easy plant as Shadow plays up above. And look at this. The angle that he's going to have as they walk through main, probably not expected to be that aggressive in the early stages. He actually does end up backing off, allowing Xiao to watch the angle instead. And now he's sort of behind enemy lines. They suspect him to be around this area. Shadow back up above. The flash around the side doesn't even catch him. Shadow being crept on the right side. He has no idea. Backs off, but not in time. Coffee just about catching him and getting the defuse to put it 3-3. This map is being kept competitive.
Yeah, it's been insanely close so far. Like, both teams fighting back and forth, early entries going one way, swinging back in the other, and I'm liking the fact that Forza are not afraid to take these fights versus FPX, especially as FPX are one of those teams that love to hold this sort of default round where they'll patiently wait for you to make those sort of mistakes. The fact that in a lot of cases they're either coming out even or even on top is a very good sign for that early round, especially as we know, again, like, this is one of those maps where I guess unless you're someone like Guild, you're normally expecting quite a lot of attack side rounds. So for FPX, I want to hope to break back. They've got the finances to do so, and Coffee misses the shot. You got the disgusting operator on the other side that's going to manage to connect, and now Zeddy's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, he is stuck getting back. There's absolutely no angle where they won't see him and be able to pounce right afterwards. Goes up and even catches the shot. With Zip and drop, he is staying aggressive in the snake bite, though. Left the fall to back yellow. Seeker's going out, revealing these players.
Oh, he's dying.
He's gotten out. He's managed to bail, though. That second snake bite, it did catch him. But on 1 HP, after a little bit of decay, he survives, and he's even getting healed up.
I wonder if they'll continue to press on this, especially being locked down currently by the ice wall. You've got alert coming through as always from Dimasic, trying to take a little bit of space back on the other side of the map and making sure that at least no one has pushed all the way through to come in for the flank. Now, with this information there, he also knows they haven't even pushed back into A. He's still got a deep cam available to him, so they're actually going to continue into this B site.
30 seconds left.
Perhaps an opportunity here for Hudgen. The gap down below, he spotted a player moving to the backside. He can't really spam it. Shadow even gets up to Zeddy then. The info was there, but the execution not quite. Hudgen struggling with the Guardian inside this Viper's pit, and it is time to leave as he's on 1 HP, but little did he know there was a player waiting for him on the other side. And, well, I don't know what I'd suggest, sorry. that Forza do in this situation. The 1v4 is, well, not exactly winnable, and even saving might be impossible.
Swarm grenade out.
Yeah, probably hoping that they could have got something a little bit more done with the lockdown, especially once the Viper's pit was invested. But again, it's I felt like that's almost just become Shadow's role in a lot of these positions, is actually try and be the aggressor, try and take control away from them. And I think in this round it was actually especially important because Zipham was the one that they lost. Now, we all know how the B-site executions normally go, and it involves putting down the Sage Wall and getting the plant while it's up. So they needed someone to make sure that, okay, they can't spam the box, they can't deny the plant, because, well, it definitely would have caused havoc, and he did that job perfectly. Now, for Fours, Mitch, they have no money at all.
Yeah. Yeah, but a couple frenzies. Other than that, it's going to be the full eco out of Forza. We're not too surprised to see that. A 4-man B-stack, in fact. They might be able to get something out of this. I mean, if FPX were to aggress, we know Xiao is playing this one nice and passive. The whole group, other than Xiao, who obviously has both an operator and a dash to get out of there, if he does get challenged, the whole group is just coagulating. They're making sure that no matter what happens, they are able to get trades and hopefully avoid dropping weapons altogether. Because this is the kind of scenario where if Forza do get themselves 2 kills, they'll be happy. The problem is FPX are gearing up for a B attack with absolutely no idea what they're about to run into.
Oh, they might have an idea now. I think the Tigers just spotted almost everything. However, they're going to get blinded up. The flash was decent. Unfortunately, the weapon's not going to allow for too much more. And Dagetsu going to be the last man standing, classic in hand. A kill here would be great, and he's even going to hit the dink, but it won't get anything done. 5-3 FPX, Resurgence looking pretty damn strong, and I think there needs to be a response almost now from Forza. Otherwise, I do think that this half could get out of control.
Most definitely. It can spiral, considering where FPX are as well. I mean, just look at their credits. It is stacked in their favor. What I'll say when I look at Forza, they have a lockdown, they have a res. Early fights are something that they can play for. Go for retakes elsewhere. Well, that early fight hasn't gone too well. Might be time to get Sage rotating around. The only problem is rezzing up on top of that box is a pretty difficult task. And a good shutdown with Hujin falling to trade out Angel. That kill that they found onto Angel, though, Tom, does leave FPX without any smokes.
I don't need them. There's no one on A. And they know it as well. The Seeker's giving it away. They can just go pushing into this site. They're going to let Demosit go first. And he's incredibly low. Now, they got 2 players with the ability to heal. But as of right now, it doesn't look like either of them are going to be able to give that over to him. Coffee's going to be bought back from the fray. Seems like they're going to attempt to try and play this in a retake. They do have to be pretty careful, though, and that's actually quite an early lockdown, considering where these remaining players are. I think they're trying to force them out to almost peek on the flank, where 2 players are going to be waiting. However, the trade's still coming back, and it turns into, well, now a 3v2 with the res coming through for Zipham.
Now the defuse is already underway, though, halfway gone. They need to peek in and stop him. Zeddy has just got it defused right under their nose. That is absolutely gorgeous. And again, another factor that they lose by not having Angel. Post-plant utility isn't there. So that ultimate, that lockdown pushes them all the way back. And, well, there's nothing they can do at that point. And I think that's a little bit of a poor judgment from FPX, knowing that Forza had the lockdown online, knowing that that killjoy hadn't been taken down yet, and that they did not have any post-plant utility to play around. That's where you start to think, let's plant this nice and open. But yeah, they got boxed in, and, well, 5-4.
Well, this duel so far has only really gone one way. Coffee this time not even going to have his operator in hand. Now I'm going to see Zipan take a little bit of early damage. Not been the best of times for him so far. The dual peak is good, but it's only going to be a trade. The wall off will only slow them down for the moment. In fact, it will barely slow them down at all. Angel's going to continue, but again, he loses the battle to Artist. Now they've locked down A with the Viper's Pit, so they're going to continue to try and pressure onto this. And Artist, he actually manages to escape.
The reaction play from Forza here, that's something that we just don't see in EU. That kind of wall, you never see that played in European Valorant. And he goes straight in, no hesitation, makes that play, catches them going up on top, bails out, happy with the advantage that he's gained for his team. I love that from Forza and from Artist in particular. Now we come into the last 40 seconds of the round. The spike is on the way towards the B site. This is going to be a pure B play from FPX, but they don't have a Viper to play with here. So post plan's going to be pretty tough. That's why they push up. They try to get some extra control. Dimisic wins the duel in towards the spawn, dropping Artist, and the flank play from Shadow is so clean. This is terrifying if you're Forza, but that kill makes it a little bit more doable. The Viper, late coming in from middle, completely undetected, but so too is Shadow as he makes his way in through kitchen. The clock is the biggest enemy for Forza here. They have so much ground to cover and so little time to do it. And then through the window, Shadow gets the timing on the first and the swing to bring it 6-4 with a 3K. Absolutely gorgeous work from FPX. They identified the problems in front of them, the challenges they were facing, and then they just destroyed Forza with those aggressive pushes.
Shadow's been superb. That's now multiple rounds where they've either had the Sage wall missing or the Viper screen missing, and he's been able to fill those gaps just by taking map control away and cutting off any players from being able to deny the plant. This at the end was almost just the icing on the cake, because I think with the amount of time left, he'd almost won them the round anyway. So the impact of Shadow, something that can't be ignored here for FPX. It looks like we're going to see a bit more aggression in this round. And again, the unfortunate truth for Forza is that although this map has been kind of close in terms of the back and forth of the rounds, they've had to have breaks in between because their economy has been so bad that every other round they don't have a buy.
Coffee's down right away. Forza
One enemy
needs some
remaining.
damage. They really do. But I don't know that they're going to find any. I mean, at least it's right smack bang at the end of the half.
Flawless.
So a flawless round won't set FPX up in the way that it otherwise could have if this was a little bit
Last
earlier
round
on in the
before
game.
the switch.
Look at the ultis left to play with coming into this final round. There is a bunch. So I think Shadow, Angel, and possibly Zipan all have their ultis to play with. No, sorry, it was Shao. That's pretty strong. Viper's Pit, Seekers, and Bladestorm. Not going to be an easy round for Forza to defend against.
Well, the fact that he doesn't have an operator as well makes me think that this is going to be something incredibly aggressive. Because otherwise, with 8,250 credits, I think we'd probably be seeing Shao invest into an operator. So we do actually have a switch up. Argion on the other side.
I've got
Gonna
your
have one in
trail.
hand. Coffee's not at the best of times, I'll be honest. I think these operator players been a little bit rough so far in this map, and already it's gonna go a bit wrong on the other side as Angel has just walked in and found a double entry. Shao not actually gonna get anything, but it may not matter too much. You're 4 versus 3 and after plant, and this time, well, Mitch, they've got that utility.
That they do. I'm surprised the pit hasn't gone up just yet. You know, Angel's he's taking his time. He's even just going for the pure post-plan setup. You don't have to use all your ultis just because it's the last round, and they're going to assure victory through more conventional means. That is 8-4. In fact, you saw the snake bite there, right? That was an
Switching
aggressive
sides.
one for over towards the rafters. Gorgeous stuff. 8-4. Fantastic half. And FPX now on the defensive side. If they win this pistol, they get absolutely catapulted into the lead.
It's a bit of a weird one because it like normally I look at this, I say, oh, Force won the pistol and they only got 2 rounds. This has been dominant, but I feel like there's been a lot of rounds that not only they could have win, maybe they should have done, and also the fact that they've been finding a lot of decent picks. It's just that, well, you look at the fact that 8 for 2 towards the end of the end of the half, it really isn't looking particularly good for Force now going into the defensive side, and I think they're going to have to make sure they get that second pistol, otherwise we might not get to see much of their attack at all.
Yeah, I think the big problem for a team like Forza is going to be experience at an international level being basically non-existent. I think this is the kind of thing where, as time goes on, they'll fix some of these problems that we're seeing. But as it stands, FBX certainly the... Oh my god.
What just happened?
Just dropped
He just
on him.
looked into the eyes of his opponent, giving him a wink and then shot him in the face. Like,
I'm pretty sure he
couldn't
landed
have
on
gone
him.
much worse. And now, well, Artis is the only one alive. He's just stuck in the middle of every single player. They know exactly where he is. He's still going to find the kill, but they're already defusing. Getting that spike to halfway and waiting for the peak. Xiao will land the final shot. And it's a bit of a calamity again for Fours.
A disaster. Yeah, when you lose that pistol, this is where things get really difficult. You're on the attack side. You're going to try to find a little bit of space, a little bit of room, but I mean, half the rounds were found off the back of the pistol so far. And like I said, Tom, yeah, I don't feel like it's been nearly as dominant as on paper, I suppose it has been.
Yeah.
This was just confusing. I feel like there was a 1 second delay in his head where he's like, wait, where am I? Just drops in. It's like he's gone through a portal. Doesn't know what's
I like
going
the idea from the other point of view as well. Like Four's going, okay, cover me, cover me, cover me. He's like, dude, just staring him in the face. why is he died there?
I'm always worried when I see this kind of a push. They're going to go for long range. Wall goes up. It's over on the defensive side, though. Xiao's still going to be able to make those angles work when it comes to the Marshall. I don't know how Hudgen has won that. He'll be dropped after. Trade is there. Hey, this is a good round. Forza bought nothing. Literally nothing. And they end up, granted, giving 4 kills to Xiao means he's 2 away from Bladestorm, but
yeah,
for the most part, they end up in a pretty good spot. They did damage. They got kills. They only have 1 chance to capitalize on that, though, Tom. They lose this round, that goes out the window. And at that, they need to win this round relatively convincing. Problem is that I'm pretty sure Angel has an actual rifle. Like, he has a Vandal coming into this.
That is always the thing when it comes to FPX, is that every single member of this team could play a hero rifle, and I would be absolutely fine with it. And even though in most teams you would not expect that to be the in-game leader, Angel is 100% the exception to the rule. Or exception that proves the rule, as Mitch loves to say.
Tom, not gonna lie, we're gonna be having words about that.
Is that your least favorite saying ever?
It's not my least. I don't mind the saying. I mind it when people use the saying incorrectly. That's what. It's the most abused saying. Anywho, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. FPX looking to take that ring this time around. Hey, it'd be great if it was like a Super Bowl. You know, if they got a ring, that would have worked better. And this is going to be the defensive side retake of your dreams, evidently, because they are just tearing them apart. Boars have got weapons this time, and it looks worse than the damn eco. FPX overrunning them and leaving only Killjoy sitting in towards the tube, but there's no angle on the spike. It's just GG. Just run away. Save the weapon, my dude. Oh, well, that's not a save, but again, we talked about damage. It's 11-4, man. I don't care that you got a couple kills. They're about to have Bladestorm online. Saving that weapon was pretty much the only thing that mattered.
Yeah, no, there was no value in that kill whatsoever. Especially as I'm pretty sure you could even buy in with like an operate. Yeah, Demasic has 5,300. Shadow has 400. Like it made no difference to this upcoming buy for FPX whatsoever. And yeah, again, I feel like FPX are just doing so well to try and disrupt anything that Fours are attempting to do. And I don't think Fours have a backup plan. I think that's the main thing. The mid rounds from them have looked shaky. It's looked so much better for FPX that a lot of these in the early stages look good. They look close, and then we end the round with 3 or 4 players surviving for FPX, and I'm sat there with a confused look on my face. Even this, that's the spike. Now, luckily, it's not going to matter too much, but well, the fact that they've now lost another player kind of does.
That just felt mean, Tom, from the way I read into that. It's like, luckily, it's not going to matter too much because they're all dead. So, you know, Spike being down is the least of their worries. Like we said, some of these rounds have been hyper competitive, but at this point, or is it?
Yeah,
well,
no, it's not.
There you go.
It's not. They're getting boomed.
There you go. You know, the first half, okay, they didn't get that many rounds, but it certainly felt close and doable, and workable. Right here, I feel like I'm watching the previous series. It's like Liquid all over again. 12-4. FPX are cold as ice.
Wow. I don't even know if the investment's going to be that good. Don't start singing. No one wants that. No one wants that. Not one.
I was hoping you'd pick it up, but
no,
you're
no one
not
wants
much
that
of a
either.
singing guy. No, I've tried to get Tom to do karaoke.
A few drinks and karaoke. I do karaoke all the time.
I mean, like on the break screen instead of like pause music.
Oh, really?
We just have
Am I gonna be the song of the week?
You could be,
Not
Tom.
quite as good as imagine.
Listen,
Oh,
you gotta
no.
shoot for the stars.
Coffee's just gone.
It's the bun, man. I'm telling you, Jet's a little bun gives you away sometimes, and right there, one end of
Okay,
Coffee's life.
second chance.
Yeah, res in, but Shadow wants to hunt this down. 3 players inside the tube. One in the kitchen. These guys are boxed in. FPX, they're punching their ticket. They know exactly where these players are. In fact, they've cleared pretty much everything else now, and there's 4.
Wow.
4 players in tube spotted. Now FPX can crunch in on this, and they're just
They got
spraying
one.
away. Oh, God, it's disgusting. Fish in a barrel, and they are taken down. Or is it now having to fight back? They've used the res. They've lost Coffee, who got res. Artist, who was part of that res. Now here comes the ultimate on the site. A desperate attempt to get a plant down, and he's on top. Why is he on top when he's used his ult? Tom, what was that? Who ults on top and then stands there in the open? Well, 13-4 and an abysmal map from Forza to kick this series off. That got me at the end, Tom. I'll be honest, that one got me. Remember, this is for elimination here, and FPX certainly don't look like they want to be eliminated.
Yeah, I think it's one of those maps where it almost like it started all right. They get themselves the pistol rounds. They have a few close back and forth that they definitely could have won. And then towards the end, like I almost feel like they almost just agreed that it was gone because like some of the plays just looked incredibly disjointed. Players were really far behind. And I feel like FPX almost just got to the point where they went, oh, we could just style on these kids. Let's just get aggressive and ruin everything that they're doing. Like they were just fighting mid towards the end. It kind of got out of control. Now, luckily, this was the map we kind of expected them to lose anyway. So I guess the fact that it's done quite quickly might mean that they can now head into their own one. And you know, it's actually quite sad for me because I know I love seeing Sue on the desk, but Harry has been wanting a Yoru pretty much this entire tournament, and I feel like we might get one the one time he's not on the desk.
Yeah, he is going to be gutted about that. I mean, I heard his answers to the quiz, right? It was just Yoru this, Yoru every.
yeah.
Who has white hair? Yoru. No, Harry. No, he doesn't. Hey, you know it, but he just loves Yoru so damn
What's
much.
the capital of Ghana? No, I don't think it's that one either.
Not even close, man. Yeah, that's what you don't know. He's actually the exact same. When we do a pub quiz, they're asking like, what movie in 1984? Yoru! You're like, Harry, stop. Come on.
Sit down, Harry.
He's been escorted out of more
far.
pub quizzes than anybody else I know. I'll say that. And it's not always for his answers. But for now, we're going to throw things to a break. When we come back, AD's going to break down another incredibly meaty and full map. Enjoy, guys. We'll see you after the break.
Burger? Pie? Try it and decide.
I haven't seen these Mongols before. They claim to follow someone called the Eagle. I have to go back.
Yeah, I remember the car crash, man. I remember everything was kind of all upside down. The car was pretty much just wrecked. Yeah, there's 86,400 seconds in a day, man, and shit, I nearly lost all of them. Along with my ancestors and that seatbelt, both of them had my back at the same time. And my kids are a constant reminder every time I look at them, bro. They get to see their dad alive.
Robert Dubois. He's in prison for putting Superman in the ICU.
I'm not joining your suicide squad.
We'll see.
It's okay, I'm not okay.
Let's meet your team.
I need to feel the raindrops on my head. On my head.
I'm a superhero! are out. See the new trailer online.
Welcome back to the EMEA Challengers Playoffs, where FPX are one map up against Forza. In this elimination match, I am Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk with Ryan and Kukuka. Welcome back, you guys. Now, we spoke about Team Liquid. They made that statement opener on their first map, and Kukuka feels like FPX have just done the same thing.
Yeah, definitely is what we wanted from them, what they delivered, and it's a great start. I honestly thought that the map was going to be closer because the next one I feel like is going to be kind of a party, I have to say. We're going to see a lot in there. But yeah, I feel like they played so fun plus Phoenix. Like they played so consistent and so strategically. They went on for full retakes on 5v5 or 5v4. They were just they're having the time of their lives right now.
And everybody had their moments, right? I really liked the round where Shadow went on the lurk to win like a one. It was like a 2 versus 3, but it was all coming down to Shadow and the impact that he had. So everybody in FPX was firing on all cylinders. They needed to. And Forza, they lost on this map previously with the same scoreline against Guild. Currently, again, they're 0-1 down again in the series.
We've spoken about some changes, and I'm not going to lie, Shadow's crosshair has been my favorite change this team has ever done. You know, he's kind of known for his crosshairs at this point. But Ryan, you know, him right up there with the Sky, and not really a player we usually talk about when it comes to the strongest or most impactful Skies in Europe.
Yeah, especially when you're up against Huggeon, who has been a terrific Sky. He played Breach on this map with Icebox against Guild, and he was like 4-16. It wasn't great, and it's a similar performance here, so he's really struggling, and he's the gel that brings this Forza team together. But yeah, Shadow really starting to be a lot more aggressive. He's always been the quintessential support player since he was playing Breach when nobody else was. Now on the Sky, he can have that confidence to go and take fights, but Angel also had an insane amount of like first blood kills as well, so everybody was being proactive, finding fights, and even Shao on the Jet was just taking so much space on B main.
Yeah, and the Marshall usage. I feel like it's exactly what you said. Everybody found their moment into this match if we're talking about FunPlus Phoenix. And if we talk about fours, we have to say they got only 4 rounds on their defense. First 2 were the pistol round and the next one. And I have to say, I really liked one of them where they used that lockdown to gain control over the point again. It was a great play. We've seen, I think it was Dinks earlier this week also doing the same. And I really think it proves the value of Killjoy on this map. I really like Killjoy on Icebox. Still not enough. And I have to say also, FunPlus Phoenix didn't lose a single round on their defense. They were just smashing it today.
Well, what do you think went wrong there for Forza? You know, I know beforehand we won 100% about if they're able to take this map, because 4 consecutive loss streak, now 5 times in a row they've lost on Icebox. But Kukuka, what went wrong there for them? It just never seemed like they had any momentum.
So the thing is, when you lose 4 times in a row, you either ban the map or just get better at it, and you know that you're either going to be playing FunPlus Phoenix or Supermassive. So they're both teams that are going to be excellent on Icebox. If you decide to leave it open, I would have, you know, expected for a little bit more. They were finding the duels in the wrong times, and I just feel like it's more on FunPlus the fact that they were able to actually play their game.
I think the compositions as well, like what FPX did really well is they wanted to play super slowly, and Forza kind of forced that. Forza weren't trying to be aggressive to try and catch timings. That's where I think FPX look their worst, is they have all of these ideas, but if an enemy peeks at them when they're not expecting it and kills one, they're headless chickens at that point. They're panicking like crazy. So if Forza go, all right, we're in a 3 versus 2 like they were against Shadow, we're going to be really patient. It allows Shadow to push to find out all of this information. He gets into kitchen, he finds a nice angle, and Forza like, how did he get here? Well, he got there because you let him. He's going to be aggressive, and that's the nice thing. Maybe they weren't expecting FPX to be in their faces as much as they were, but that was a really nice way for an FPX fan to see that and see that aggression. And Forza, they were just, they were spectating the series as much as we were. It felt. They were so out of it, it felt.
That was Mitch-esque, that comment. Now, do you feel like, you know, the passiveness they showed here against Guild too, I think a lot of the criticisms people had was that, you know, this is a team that pro players say in scrims are hella aggressive, and, you know, they are a good scrim team. People know how good this team is, but do you feel like the fact they are kind of more passive, maybe more than almost all of the teams in this tournament, is costing them?
Maybe, yeah. I think credit when it's deserved for Forza. Getting them here is an achievement in itself, I feel. And nerves are going to be a factor. This is still a relatively young team. It's not like Fnatic young, like other than Boast, everybody's like under 20, but it's very inexperienced. You don't have an Angel on your roster. I reckon FPX would be similar if you don't have that well-veteran person to be like, let's not panic. Let's not get into these situations and choke. I mean, FPX have some sort of psychiatrist now, and it helps to, like, when it comes to performance. So Forza, it's a similar thing. And now it's, you know, CIS, it's on the line, I suppose, when it comes to them going out as well as Oxygen, and they don't want to go out in the same fashion as the team we saw beforehand.
No, they don't, and they're going to have a lifeline on the next map, which is Bind, their map pick. Obviously, it didn't go too well for Oxygen, but here, Forza, they have a trump card, Kakuka, and I know it's one that Harry was very, very excited about.
Oh, Harry, if you're out there, there is going to be a Yoru. You're not here. I mean, you're not here to see it, but you'll see it probably from the hotel, from wherever you are right now. You are gonna love it. Is it going to be enough, this Yoru, that we're probably, because it's not 100%, but we're probably going to see it from Forza. And it's not only that, we're also probably gonna be seeing Angel on that KO and Dimisic on Raze. The other option would be to keep Xiao on the Jet and just have Dimisic either play Phoenix or Raze. I would say both of them work. I'm not so sure that the Angel on KO was an actual thing, like 100%. Maybe we're just testing it, or maybe giving false information to the other team.
Yeah, it's really hard to gauge where KO could be on a roster, right? Because we see like no duelist with a KO. We see the Sentinel player like Steel for 100 Thieves playing him KO instead of the Killjoy. So the dynamic's still something that people are trying to work out. So it could be an interesting one. And I think for Forza, they've only lost this map once since Stage 3 started. They haven't played it in the EMEA, which is worth adding. But the team that they lost to was No Pressure, Navi. They lost 13-1. So it's when they lose hard. And FPX, whilst it's been a bit wobbly, they had a tremendously decisive win over Fireflux a couple of days ago now. And I think Fireflux is an opponent that people are maybe undercrediting at this point. I'd say the same for Forza, but if they bomb out 2-0 and they go down low when it comes to Bind with a score like that, you gotta say that they're really not up against these top tier opponents who are really out for it. FPX have a lot to prove, much like Liquid did.
I mean, it does feel like there is at least a small gap, you know, starting to form a little bit between the top teams, the ones that aren't even dropping maps in this tournament, against some of the teams that are getting dominated a little bit by some of the other, it just happens to be European teams in this scenario. But just quickly going back on the Yoru, because, you know, we are seeing Yorus as like a pocket pick, or maybe teams like to sort of just whip it out when it's a surprise. But Ryan, Forza, this is a tried and tested agent. They've played Yoru quite a few times here.
Yeah, I think what they're going to want to try and do as well is just sort of pushing down showers. I think so it has to be helpful on the sky there too. Being able to like clear some of any Sentinel utility, like tripwires, alarm bots, stuff like that. Just clearing the map, making sure that FPX on their defense can't be in control. The problem is if Angel's playing KO, there might not be a Sentinel at all when it comes to their composition. So maybe it doesn't work with what FPX are about to throw at them.
Well, we shall see, because Agent Select is going to be on the way very, very soon. We're going to take a quick break. Make sure you guys at home stay hydrated, go grab a tea or coffee, and join us back here for FPX versus Forza on Bind.
heart's calling my name. Pull me closer, make me stay on the beat of your game.
We could call it coupledom.
Ah, with duos. That kind of thing. Yeah.
I like it.
We could talk about working together. Oh, like collaborations and that.
The ups and downs. Shared hustles.
Yeah, I'm feeling that. Whoa.
You know, the power of partnerships. What do you think? Hello?
Synergy.
Good word.
So it's a conversation.
It's a podcast.
Someone tell me now I'm lost in the streets. Got my last hour on repeat. I got shot fatally. Got me bleeding. Can't you see? I know your type and not just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right. And I'm in danger, and I'm running wild. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me. My heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me.
I hope you guys at home got a nice drink with you to go with the feast we're about to show you guys on Bind. You know, KO against Yoru, Kakuka Ryan, we spoke about this a little bit already, but Kakuka, as you said, Angel is the kind of guy that does like to bait a little bit here, and then nothing is ever set in stone with FPX. Do you think we're going to see the KO again today? Were you impressed with the way they played it last time, or do you feel like they need to go back to basics?
I think like it's not only about the KO, it's the fact that I think the rest was not so in sync because of the other changes. Because, you know, Angel being the IGL and having so much knowledge about how he wants to move the team, feel like he could be doing better in the controller role. But I would love to see him on KO, not gonna lie.
I think it helps being this almost ambiguous when it comes to your compositions. Like, I think that's where Team Liquid looks so good, is because they can come in with Yampi on the jet, they could come in with double duelist or whatever, so FPX might do something similar. I think they should bring the KO in, but really does depend.
Oh, Xiao is an omen. It's said. It's said.
Xiao is the omen for the second time as well. Of course, he played it last time they played Bind. The Yoru is locked in. So the first Yoru we're seeing here at EMEA. Now, Ryan, you know, there's not many Yorus in Europe. So it's not like these European teams have any experience when it comes to going up against it.
Do you want experience against him? I feel like it might be if you go up against Forza, like in scrims, you're like, we're not realistically going to play up against this in tournaments unless Forza are in it, right? So the Angels waiting to sort of show us what they've got. But it's the same composition for Forza. It's tried and tested. I think Zeddy can be really good on the Astra. He's not really shown up. And again, Soigetsu going over from the Sentinel to the Sky. There's the KO. I think this works because if this is an FPX's set strategy on Bind, it should be a map they should be taking anyway. Once they get to a point where they could potentially play, well, they will play Team Liquid in the next round if they win, then you don't use it. Use something else that makes it really difficult for Team Liquid to anti-strat you, because the games that they saw, you were playing KO, now you're playing XYZ, you know?
And I also have to say, FunPlus Phoenix is the one that has to prove now that they have done their homework. We say they don't scream against the EU teams. Well, they have definitely played against Force. They know how they play. They know how they use these Euros. So if they created this composition, it has to be for a reason, obviously. They knew that my Bind was going to probably be here and that this was going to be the comp, so...
Yeah, and also, you know, Viper versus no Viper. Of course, we know where Zesht and Lothar stand on this. But Ryan, do you feel like the Viper missing could cause them a few issues?
I don't know. I think a lot of teams have started to move away from it. Team Liquid, Giants, they really don't want to play Viper anymore. I don't think it's as necessary as it used to be. And I think if you're really good on the agent, sure, you can make it work. But if you're somebody like Cryptix, where you'd prefer to play just a Sentinel outright and not play the Viper, it works here. And I think it's going to work for these two teams as well. It's, if you want to play it, you can. But if you don't have to anymore.
Well, this is going to be an interesting matchup for sure. Forza, they were outclassed on Icebox, but Bind is their map pick, and they must win no less. Tom and Mitch, let's see if they can make that comeback.
Well, let's see, Tom. What have they got up their sleeve? Hopefully a lot more than they did in the last maps, because I'll be honest, Tom, I feel like we've barely started. I've rolled out of bed about an hour ago. We've been rolling with some pretty one-sided games, but I've heard on good authority this map is not going to be one-sided. Isn't that right, Tom?
For God's sake. Why would you say that? I don't even know why you would put that out in the world, especially with the fact that as of right now in 3 maps, I think the other teams have managed to get 8 rounds versus what we would consider the favorite. So as of right now, I'm hoping to see a team hit, what, 13 total across the amount of maps that we played, which is a pretty depressing way to look at things. I will say this is a much better map for Force, though, in all honesty. I think that Icebox was one that they looked shaky on initially, and from what we've seen in recent times, they are trying to spice things up a little bit. And I know I'm actually getting message from Harry saying that he's very excited to see Euro. So if this is disappointing, then Coffee, I'm going to be honest, you've ruined Harry's day.
Yeah, absolutely.
And probably your own.
Well, I think that goes without saying, because if they lose this map or the next, Forza will be out of the EMEA playoffs. That's pretty big stakes on the line here, Tom.
Yeah.
Elimination is what they face, and we're here on Bind, ready to kick off the pistol. I gotta ask you, man, straight off the bat, what do you make of this Yoru?
I think it has good opportunities for rotations. I think I'll always bring up Laz. I know you hate it every time, but I love his like operator play on that agent with the ability to like get himself out of position quite easily. I still think that it's not gonna like blow us away. I think it's like a good addition for their team. I think they make it work, but it's not gonna be like when Astra first came onto the scene and we were just like, oh my god, it's changed the whole game. Like I would highly doubt to see that in this match.
No, I'm with you there. Expectations are low, but there are still expectations. Medell Coffee was playing with a Marshall in his hand. We know this man can hit shots regardless of agent. Forza on the comfort ground of the attack side on Bind. Let's see what they decide to do with that. The moment we're seeing a Viper wall set up on the A side and the Spike ready to push on in with a standard enough 3-2 split. 2 coming in through Bath. A hold from FPX. I mean, I'm looking at Angel here. He hasn't actually got any flashes to play with, surprisingly. So it won't be a factor in playing through that Viper wall, and as the recon should be revealing the play. Oh, in fact, the drone. 400 credits going to be committed to this as they push on forward. And Angel gets dropped. The TP from Coffee. You said it wasn't going to amaze, but it's got the opening kill here. And a chaotic duel that leaves FPX on the back foot.
That was a 4-man stack as well, so they were more than prepared for what Fours were attempting to do, but it's still going to come down to just Shadow in a 1 versus 2 situation. Lamps under their control. Shadow's got so many angles to clear. The wall fading, but doesn't really give him a grasp of where the remaining couple of players are. The Fact is, though, the classic from this angle could actually be pretty deadly. Not going to get anything on the first. The headshot onto the second. The flash through is going to leave one blind and leaves it into the 1 versus 1. Incredibly low on HP. He's going to need the instant shot of that classic, but that's actually a blind onto himself. Saigetsu hasn't been able to find anything, and the flash is perfect from Shadow on 1 versus 2 on only 21 HP, but he's run out of time. Oh, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, now if you're wondering why he stopped and started again, obviously he's just gonna die to the spike, and he knew he didn't have the time. Sad. A sad scene. A really well played clutch though by Shadow.
I'm out of stuff.
The power of the right clicks is certainly strong.
Enemy remaining.
Good God. But Tom, as that one ends up in the oh God, we don't need the full replay. We really, you know, especially the flashes. Whoever does replays, man, they are a savage. I don't ever want to. I don't ever want to annoy them.
Well, you don't have to worry about replays because anything you do just gets clipped.
Yeah, true.
Any spring to mind?
Nope.
No.
No, let's move on. Zeddy opens it up, takes down Shadow. Now, Forza have got the weaponry here. They've invested up into Spectres and Bulldog. FPX, though, have brought a couple of weapons of their own to the table. They're looking to get it done with Sheriffs. And, well, as of yet, not finding any success. Good little sneak in by Shadow, though, or by Xiao, excuse me. He managed to completely get past that drone. The kill goes their way with Zipan finding one. Another kill on the board, and hey, it's not looking too bad. With Hudgen and Artis being very low on HP as well, this round is definitely under threat.
Decent flash, but even still, like, this alone is incredibly costly, and Xiao even doming another on his way back out. The man of many agents, but the aim is exactly the same. 2 versus 2 scenario. They're going to be delayed by the snake bite. The flash is coming through. Held back. This 2v2 scenario. Still got to be careful here. Fours, yeah, sure, the round is looking good for them to take, but they're now going to be left completely blind. I got a little bit lucky to be able to keep that angle and not be caught. And Marshall, he's not going to want to save here. He's going to try and make this as costly as possible.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, wow. Well, it definitely was costly. 4 kills? The FPX have done a bunch more damage than they should have been allowed away with. In fact, the player that survives doesn't even have the most expensive weapon of the Bulldog. It's the Spectre that they carry through to the next round. All in all, I think Forza would describe that as a disappointing follow-up to the pistol. They now have a choice. Do they fully invest into this round? Do they make this their full buy? Or do they, and this would usually be the preference, go for the weaker weapons and keep money over for the next? That's what they'll do. So this is still a bonus, but one that eats a little bit more into their pockets.
Yeah, well, weaponry-wise, this buy absolutely sucks. So I think even if they get a couple of kills here, I'd call that a success. Gravity, well, not really going to play too much of a part. It does at least bait out the wall fairly early, which is something they'll be able to utilize to take control. Now, some of the problems with the composition, a lot of teams have, or always have, brought a Raisin on this map just for hookah control. I don't feel like there's too much available to Force other than a lot of Astra utility to just try and pull players out. And if I've learned anything from Link, Astra utility is not enough to push players out of hookah.
Not always, no. Especially those who have judges. My God.
True.
Zeddy, not a favorable fight. Not a favorable trade either. I mean, we said these weapons, they are less than ideal, to put it politely. Although a little bit of an upgrade available. Goffy now manages to get himself in there with a Vandal. Still has his TP to play with, but they're going to be flashing out, looking to take a little bit of control. That blind slows the plan. Coffee wants the peek. He hopes that Xiao is just going to swing out wide, but he waits for the smoke to come back online. Shadow, having spotted the TP wisely, just destroys it. 10 seconds as the final players fall, and 2-1 comes on the board. Clean enough round from FPX, and it was needed, considering what they were up against. This is where things get interesting.
Yeah, I think even if you're losing like 2 players there, you're probably going to be a bit disappointed just because of how bad the purchase actually was. But all in all, the aggression from FPX very good, controlled in those sort of moments. And this is one of the things that they're always going to be searching for, like either to see where the gate crash actually heads to and try and kill off the player, or if you're in a spot where it could create an awkward duel for you and you know where both players are, just getting rid of it completely. Leave a lot of the other abilities as null and void. But now again, we're going to see deep control. Now the attempt here is going to be to split onto both the players, but they've been a little bit caught here. The timing of them running through maybe sold a bit of a fake. The Shao wasn't there, but the shots back through have definitely given that one away.
A Shower's Crunch is a common feature of the FBX play. Let's see how Forza deal with this. Having the player trapped inside the teleporter, I mean, you've got to make a move eventually. With no possibility to open it from where they are. It's going to be clearing out the A site, ignoring that player who's up behind and seeing that there's in fact a couple of them already in here. Teleport out, info gathered. Now it's time to make a play off of it, but Zipan just shuts them down. No space is going to be claimed in Forza's favor. As they come up through middle, that Viper wall is a thin veil that separates them from their opponents. With FPX having 3 players ready to strike from bathroom from that side of the map. And that was the right call. The Viper's Pit comes into effect. And it's not to defend the spike, interestingly. It's just to stop those players from coming in through bath.
I really like that they actually push in the other direction, though, because they give the clear to Shao to actually leave. Like giving him the safety of knowledge that there's nobody on the other side. Artist trying to take a bit of a more aggressive stance. Lock down that other side while his teammate has the bathroom's control. The peek before the flash, though, is perfect. He'll find 2 headshots and make this retake look null and void. Zipan with a lot to do, but Artist has just shut it down on his own. Fantastic round from the Sova.
Gorgeous. Yeah, absolutely fantastic work. And the supportive element of the Yoru flashes coming through is a feature I was definitely a fan of, Tom. I'll say one thing about him, like, when you're using his flashes yourself, they can be pretty strong, but figure out how to use them supportively. You can basically mirror up what Angel was trying to do. You can do the exact same thing, but even more efficient, because they can't see that pop flash when it's on its way over, only when it bounces.
I've got your trail.
It's not looking great. Demon Sick actually going to go for a bit of a hero investment. I think they were expecting him to try and back away. Instead, the reface and... Oh, Shadow. Oh, it's gone so badly wrong. Luckily, they still have Zipan available to at least make things costly once again. There's no free rounds when you've got these youngsters on the board, and Xiao's going to try and make things incredibly costly. In fact, it's looking winnable. He gets his second now and leaves Coffee alone.
A tough clutch and shot in the back. An unwinnable one. FPX managed to get this round of the board, grab themselves a few rifles as well, and it's going to be smiles all around. It'll look like Link is playing for that team after winning that round. 20 on the clock. Decision time. And, well, they're going to have a pause coming through. I think that was the right call. Forza got a little bit to discuss when it comes down to their investment and exactly what they want to do with this.
That seems to be the problem I have, especially with like Forza in general. When you watch a lot of their play, like they seem to have some incredibly good ideas in some rounds, and then some really sloppy ones just in the middle that just make things like you just question how these were even the same team going back and forth, because they've looked so poor versus what have been weak investments from FPX. Their anti-ecos have been rough. And it means that in a lot of cases, FPX, for example, in the last map, they were able to keep their own anti-ecos very clean and have a lot of extra rounds where they could buy and reinvest. And then on Forza's side, they're constantly left in the mud. Like I don't think throughout this entire series so far, they've had a strong economy, which is pretty rough considering the last map and how they did lose a streak of rounds. Normally, you at least build up a bit of a bank throughout that. So it is quite disappointing. And now, well, they had a strong start. They were looking good. And they come in with a pretty bad buy for this one. It's going to be 3 rifles, a couple of Spectres. And on the other side, of course, they've just picked up some of the weaponry that was on the other side.
Free upgrades, yeah. It's always nice. And get the credits a rolling. As we said, a lot of pressure on Forza to make this work. And, well, it's a lot of stars down towards that A site. My God. They are really and truly sending them out. using them as they pull them back to have a smoke on an angle to quickly peek it. That's so smart. Nice Hunter's Fury in. The nade will deal a little bit of damage, but Dimisic in trouble on the backside, now under pressure as he goes into the smoke. They'll catch him so easily. FPX having a tough time holding on to that A site as now they lose Shadow, and it's left down to Xiao and Zipan to make this work. Divided out allows them to get that res in, and Dimisic is back online. A showstopper in his hands, the Boombot seeking a victim, and he's heard the shots. He knows this player's on the left. A blast pack and an ultimate to play with. Good reposition actually coming in from the Forza players, as now we're going to see only a couple of seconds really to mount this retake. Dimisic clears the corner, no player there. Blast pack caught throwing it down. Zipban's out of the game, Xiao's alone, and this round looks to be Forza's. It was a tough one, but one that they've just about managed to pull off with pretty scrappy buy. It's 4-2 on the board, and FPX are going to be devastated with the way they lost that. I want to see a replay of how they took the A site. I know we won't have one right now, but later on, I'm going to be going back and looking at that, because, Tom, they put down all their stars, and then they'd, like, for example, have a star on the left side, recall that star, just so they can quickly check the right corner, and then look back as the star is fading. That's big brain, and you lose pretty much nothing, especially when you have the Cosmic Divide to push out.
Yeah, and even in combination with the Hunter's Fury as well, to make sure that anybody trying to be a little bit cheeky is going to get caught for it. The problem is there's now going to be hero rifles on the other side. I feel like it's just hero rifle after hero rifle, but this time for Dimisic, not going to go amiss. His aggression has been something we've seen more and more as he's picked up duelists. I will say on this map in particular, I was quite surprised that if you're going to be playing a Raze, that he's... I'll be honest, if you're choosing Raze players on their team, he's my third choice.
Oh, the flashes are in. Coffee shutting down Shadow to start us off, and Forza again just overrun these sites. FPX are having a tough time and even slowing them down, let alone stopping them. And they know there's no one close mid, thankfully. But Zeddy's tucked in the corner, and he is ready for Angel to come around. The flash is perfect. The swing right after. There it is. And Angel falls. Now it's a two-dimensional take, all coming in through the spawn, and Coffee makes short work of them. My God. What a performance by Forza in these last couple of rounds. And I'm not saying that because they're 5-2 in the lead. Wow. It's not like that's an unrecoverable scoreline for FPX by any stretch of the imagination, but it's more so their attack side right now, some of the setups that they're using, they're innovative, and they are really, really strong. You are seeing so much value out of some of these plays. Now, it's time for FPX to answer back, to find a solution.
Yeah, I think I like the adaptations as well, because some of the things that they were being caught out with, for example, the pistols within the site, they were very proactive to clear. Speaking of being proactive, though, FPX have just opted to take complete control of mid, and being a bit of a one-dimensional taking control, been able to find at least a trade. Now, there's information that there's at least one player there. Any placing stars isn't actually going to be caught, but I don't think they have any idea of where Shadow's currently sitting. He's going to spot the majority, but it's a bit of a whiffed spray. He's only going to get himself a chance to basically clear out the whole squad. We're also going to see the null popped as well, but I don't know how much of a play that's going to come through, and this is looking so much better. Saigetsu closes the round and makes it 6-2 in their favor, and well, FPX, they attempted a lot in that round, just not a lot of it worked.
Sagetsu's reaction immediately when the first shot came out of Shadow's gun, boom, he was spun around. He was looking at that guy. Look how quick this is. He barely gets 2-3 bullets out of his magazine, and already he is being turned on, he's being sprayed at. That's exactly what you want to see. Great trade and great follow-up by Sagetsu to push through those smokes before they could even properly posture themselves for a retake. What we're seeing right now, FPX are normally a flame. They are normally an inferno ton, a difficult thing to deal with. One of the best teams, certainly in Europe, and Forza have come in and they are starving them of any oxygen. There is zero space for FPX to breathe on these pushes. There are barely any corners for them to hide in, and even when they get that, they lose a player on site. They have that perfect position in the corner, and Forza's reaction is so quick that one kill is the best that can be found. I am in love with this blind attack side.
I think as well, the Yora's has actually had a fair bit of impact. I know I'm getting spam message at this point by Harry going like, see, look how good Yora is. Yora's amazing. Yora's actually the best agent in the game. All of you Yora. Yeah, all right. We'll see how if it works on any other maps or if it even works throughout the rest of this series. You might be calling it a little bit early. I want to point out that FPX did come back from 10-2 down the other day. So I wouldn't count your chickens before they hatch, but he has looked very good, especially with the amount of space he's been able to take. With how many kills he's been getting, that Dimensional Rift has been coming along quite a lot more often than you might normally see. That might be one of the most ambitious duels I've ever seen come out.
Did you see the picture-in-picture of how they just checked for control over Bath? They just threw the knife from Angel all the way across the map, and it landed right on top of Bath, clearing out most of that section and guaranteeing no one was about to push. A very important piece of information when you're playing this B-heavy play is to clear out that, well, I mean, just to check the part of the map that you're usually controlling, but this time around giving up, to ensure that Forza aren't finding that for free. And in fact, Forza are looking to push into the B site, right into the stack that they would want to avoid. Coffee with the flash. He spotted him, but Dimisic still got the kill full blind. That was gorgeous. Okay, FPX are showing up because Zipan's already got a double, running out of ammo. Zagetsu has to switch down to the pistol, and he will be eliminated as well. Hudson is the final remaining player. One last beacon of hope, and he'll get it done. 7 for Forza with a big clutch. Hudson maintaining the lead that Forza have worked so hard to build. They had a depressing first map, and now they're giving FPX a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, the gamble stack very nearly works again for FPX, and a lot of it comes off this man here, Zipan being able to find 2 kills as they go wandering through long. And
30 seconds left.
I think that is one of the issues. They don't have a lot of utility with the ability to clear out some of these closer angles. We're just not seeing it from the side of Fours, and hey, it's a good round for them to win, but in isolation, that was very scary. Xiao's holding the angle. I thought for a second Demasic was just going to walk backwards into his opponent.
That was some anime stuff right there. You see that shot that was attempted by Hudson, and Zipan just pulls up an ice wall and blocks it. That was something beautiful to witness. A flash counters out the Seekers. They know that this player's up close. Shadow's in a lot of trouble. He's being pushed on, but that's where his teammates come in. Angel on an off angle, able to cover that walkout. A couple of players low HP. The man advantage sits to FPX, and it remains that way. Zipan comes in huge. Hudson finally getting to fire that shot at his target without a big ice wall blocking his view. There's a lot more to do if they want to walk out with this. He's going to have to find at least 2, but Angel stops him from that, and Sagetsu has another huge round to make happen. 4 players to take down, and the spike's in the open. And he's being spotted.
They are going to be swinging into him, though, giving him the opportunity to take these fights. Already getting 2, running out of time, but only has 10 HP. The problem is the position of the spike. Retrieving it should be nigh on impossible. The timing of the peak could be everything. The Rose is gonna win! Oh no!
Why did he do that? Did he run out of ammo? Did I miss that? I already know our replay operator is going to be putting that on.
I
so
think
we'll find out, I guess.
At least, I think he had a couple of bullets left. I think it was just he thought that other gun was a little bit closer. Maybe the other player was further away. Because that is the case normally with the rotations of Shadow. They're quite far behind. But
that one hurt.
That was too close. That was too close. And again, for FPX, that was a good round that they then almost lost. Like they've had, I think one of the things I want to give credit to FPX for, even though the score is quite bad, considering a lot of the outcome of these rounds, they've had a lot of rounds where they have gambled perfectly on the direction of Fours. Like they have had 4 players on the site ready and waiting for the push. They just haven't been able to convert a lot of them.
I think the last time, I'm just having a realization that the last time I worked on an event with Forza was probably the We Play Invitational.
It's a while ago.
That Forza team was really bad, so I'm glad it's this team now. But yeah, that's a throwback and a half. And you know, I'm an FPX and Fnatic fanboy. I think everybody knows that. But this Forza team, they've won my heart right now. I mean, you know, back when I was on Alliance, we scrimmed against these guys a bunch. But in officials, they're scary. We've always known that. Right now, they're showing it. FPX sweating as the push comes into the B site. Showstopper activated, but nothing found in the back of it. Shadow gets up in their face. Good flash. Good follow-up. But there it is. Artist, Sugetsu, Coffee, everyone chimes in to keep this alive. Viper's Pit activated, and that's going to make it really tough for Xiao to get any value out of this operator as well. Plant soon to come in, almost guaranteed. And the question is, can they get a res out of this one? Now that they've dropped Coffee with a wallbang, I mean, almost definitely. It's going to be attempted with Angel going back alive. I thought Sugetsu was going to go out. He times it differently. And it hasn't worked out in an ideal manner. Falling back, he needs all these duels and another clutch that narrowly escapes them. As we will see this round go to FPX, even a little res onto Angel. Beautiful.
Yeah, they get a couple of them. I don't think that's something we've seen in too many rounds so far in competitive Valorant. 2 players being brought back from the dead, but
Last round in
yeah,
the
it's
half.
given them at least a decent purchase into this round. And all in all, that was, again, looking very good for Fours. The initial frags not necessarily going their way, but it does seem like FPX is playing quite a lot of battles that are almost... Well, they're gambling on a player getting a multi-frag. Like, you needed Shadow to get 2 there for that play to be worthwhile, even though he manages to slow them down. Less of the sort of crossfires and team synergy that we're used to, and more so of the aggression that we see from FPX. 7-4 though, then get it back to 5 going into their attack. I wouldn't necessarily be too worried for them. We're now going to see Xiao actually purchasing up the operator, but he's stuck by the gravity well. Just about manages to get away, and Zipan goes above the wall. He won't get anything more for it, though.
Quick shutdown. FPX rallying to Angel's aid. Coming in through Heaven and Spawn, but for now he is isolated on the side and he's being spotted. Even going to be pulled in, the flash to try and deter them from pushing forward. They're already in the smoke around his right side, and he'll be shut down. But a quick trade from Dimisic keeps it doable. FPX are not down and out just yet. And another from Dimisic to take Hutchin down. Even avoids death at the hands of Zeddy's Spectre and returns a nade right to Sander. This is going to be tough. Forza the crossfire. Dimisic gets the first and is dropped, and Zeddy follows up for a third. The Spectre, the unlikely hero of the round, to put Forza up on 8 at halftime. An absolutely spectacular half on the attack now behind them. And they're looking pretty damn hot. If they can manage to win this pistol, FPX are really going to be sweating.
Yeah, I think the expectation was there for Fours to be better on this map, but that was an incredibly strong half. And you have to remember, again, that they were losing a lot of, well, rounds to either pistols or high damage rounds like that, so that their economy was in the bin a lot of the time. This round was basically won with what was a pretty poor investment. And as you mentioned, Zeddy Spectre being the hero of it there for them. Their executions have been solid. They've been denying space. Aggression has not really been something that's been too successful for FPX. And now we go on to the defensive side and see if they can close this out and take us to a third.
Oh, jump herd there. Oh, never mind. Sugetsu's going to be shut down. And the rotate to the A site commences. You know, Tom, I've got a notification pop up in the halftime, and I want to
I'm just trying to ignore it.
from
I know exactly
Harry.
what it is. I know what it is.
No. Fours without Yoru equals forgettable, lost, scared, afraid, losing. Fours with Yoru. Damn blue boy got hands, confident, oppressive, sleek, sexy, efficient, winning. The data speaks for itself. Yoru doubters. Stay mad XD. That's from Harry. So make sure to spam him and let him know that he's wrong. But in this case, I will say, Forza playing beautifully with Yoru, playing beautifully, full stop. But not this time around for Coffee. He's going to be shut down from that one. A big TP to the B site, which is now wide open. Should give FPX the plant. Maybe Zeddy can get there in time to stop them. Oh, okay. Nice shot.
He's taking a dome back in response. Still has a couple of stars available to him, so it might be worth just staying alive that little bit longer. Some very low players over on the Forza side, however, so Angel might just have a field day here, and they're going to try and reclaim Obo control, and Angel will do just that. Again, the last man standing. And 87 HP. Okay, a couple of them are low, but well, Angel's not going to allow for any shenanigans. 8-5, FPX bounce back, and well, they need to make sure that this is going to be something they convert.
It was really an essential pistol round. Now they've got that one done. Should be converting up, putting it 8-6, and keeping this as a competitive map. That shot from Zeddy was gorgeous. The Shen, they didn't get a little bit more out of it, but the situation was dire as it was. FPX going in again.
You didn't read the response. The response, however, from J-Rush is beautiful.
Yeah.
If you're coming to Valorant just to simp for Yori, you can go back to CS.
Hey, he's getting told. It is how it is.
I agree with that statement more.
If he came to sim for Viper, hey, we're talking a different game, but Yoru, I don't know. I don't want anybody sitting here telling me that Yoru should be on every team. That's crazy. But here on Bind, maybe there's arguments to be made, and it certainly suits Coffee. Forza looking to push back into the A site, get up close, play those angles as the attackers of FPX come out, but well, they're not able to catch anything on that, and now it's a big retake to be played. With no weapons, I mean, look, we say it all the time, but they're not expected to do much. I like the position of Shadow.
I think they have a decent idea, though. The flash went through and they cleared it, so yeah, they knew he was there. It's going to be probably the only kill that they managed to get in this round, unless Bagetsu can do something pretty impressive here. And there it is. Yeah, there you go. Just 2 instant headshots with a classic. That will do it. Zipan's probably not going to be too happy about that one. I believe he only had a ghost, but there was actually a Spectre on the ground, so they are still going to make this more costly than they would have liked. And it's also going to be an extra ultimate orb, which, especially on Sky, is going to bring so much closer to those Seekers, which, well, still only 6 orbs. Or pizza slices.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. Jonas does come up with some interesting terminology. I'll give him that. But at least he hasn't tweeted about Liquid today. That's all that matters, or didn't before their game. Now he's good up until the next day of games for Liquid. Then he's got to be careful.
Well, that'll be the winner of this game as well, right? So
it will. It will. Fake steps going across. I mean, faking the TP with Yoru, Tom. I know you're a massive fan of that.
I don't think it baits anyone. I think the only way it works is if you then actually go through the TP, which is what he's going to do, and get himself a kill. So there you go.
And
the
TP
big
right
plays.
back out. That's beautiful. Really, really, and truly. Love to see that one going down. Sagetsu. Anyway, he gets 2, doesn't he? He's just going in for duels and winning them left, right, and center. Shadow, final remaining member, and a 1v3 to make happen. They're conscious that he could be coming behind. He hasn't managed to evade detection going in here, and as you see, Artist is ready. That is 9-6, a round that we expect Forza to win. They're buying up their weapons. And I feel like it's fairly formulaic in the early stages. At least it should be for the first kind of 3 rounds. This is where FPX buy back up, though. They don't play the bonus round, right? They get the real weapons in their hands, and Forza will need to do something. And this is where Seekers could be huge. But Tom, you notice both teams have it. Yeah, they've they got a pizza each.
I'm not okay with that being a thing. It's just don't enjoy it. Is it even straight either? So it's not like who cuts it like that? Like in weird.
I mean, you could cut it like that. I mean, it depends. Like artists
and with a little circle
perfect.
in the middle.
Coffee's is perfect. But yeah, but maybe they've just been pulled apart slightly. Like if you push it together, it's all good.
So it's a ruined pizza and all.
What? I don't know, Tom. I've been to Central Europe and they didn't even cut my pizza. They just delivered me a full pizza. I'm in an Airbnb. I've got no cutlery.
They just looked at you.
I'm supposed to cut this pizza. I was on the phone, Tom. What do you think? I FaceTime people? Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, show me around.
I
Oh,
can
that's
tell
great.
from your voice. They're like, this guy's gonna inhale that pizza. We don't need to cut it.
He doesn't need a cut. He doesn't. He's gonna fold it over, eat it like a sandwich.
You've definitely done that, 100%.
I mean, it's basically what a calzone is, right? So it's all good. I'm
if
not
that was on Zesh quiz, everyone would have got that one correct.
The Seekers have been activated over on B. This is solo B hole with 4 players on A now ready, stacked up for this push to come through, but they're getting nothing. Artist hunching down, showstopper right onto Coffee. It's just not looking great. Oh, Zeddy's about to be swung on. Good night and sweet dreams. Leaving Sugetsu to get 3, and that is a clutch that I honestly believe in this guy. And he's been in about 10 clutches so far. He's always playing the numbers, playing against the odds. Let's see if he makes it work this time around. Backside's completely clear. These guys are focused around mid and lamps, and he doesn't know that. Time is ticking away. 2 flashes to play with. That could be information, of course, when Sky's flashes pop. You know exactly where the player is, but I suppose there's other ways to find out where they are. Like letting them shoot you in the head. 9-7.
Yeah, that'll probably do it. And unfortunately now for Forza, financially, they're probably going to be in a bit more of an awkward scenario. But yeah, I like those sort of fast-paced takes coming off the back of the Seekers. It makes it so hard to play against because you're not only trying to dodge the bullets of players like D-Mystic who've just launched himself into the site, but then you've also got the issue of trying to dodge the squibs as well. So it definitely hasn't gone too well. And now, again, just going to be pistols into this round. They do have an ult or two, the Dimensional Rift, but I don't know how much of a part that's going to play in a round like this.
Yeah, FPX aren't really looking to do anything at the moment. Even despite the fact that you saw Angel chuck his knife in towards Hookah, this is just posturing. It's trying to force Forza out of position, get them to play a little bit more aggressive. But Forza aren't going to do that. This is one of the things about this team. Look at the setup they have, Tom. They have 0 info in A. They have had none for quite a while. And yet they are comfortable to just maintain a 5-man stack on B with these pistols in hand. They are willing to roll the dice on that, not play too aggressive until the moment the opportunity presents itself when they start to rush down middle. 2v1 fight, weapon retrieved, numbers evened up. Forza actually looked pretty good at this stage. Coffee has even got him from behind. The flash goes around and blinds these players on long. This is so good from the defensive side of Forza. Now FPX rotate. But what that means, Tom, is that there's just a bunch of weapons there for Forza to retrieve, and they can come on the flank. This is going to be very, very scary indeed.
30 seconds left.
Push is getting healed, right? Okay, he is.
But the wall's going to go up. They'll know that Coffee's up close at least, and the remaining players are just going to find every single piece of information available to them. Afterplant's not really going to be too viable either. There's no utility other than a single flash. There will have to be, well, some sort of god flash coming out from the other side. The pop going to leave Shadow completely blind, as he will at least get his heal as they tap the spike. Here comes that pot flash, but, well, it's not really done anything at all.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. FBX shut it down, using Shadow's flashes to time their peaks, blind up their opponents, and take the duels together. It's 9-8. Forza fighting for survival on this map. And Tom, this is where I start to get a little bit worried. Things start to get a little bit serious. If Forza lose this, they are out of the running for Masters.
One enemy remaining.
Out of the running, possibly for Champions. They're going to be in a pretty tough spot because it'll have to be the last chance qualifier, obviously, that they come through.
And they're right. Well, the other thing as well is they're right on the brink. So it's like they're currently in 9th, 100 points, and you've got G2 and Supermassive Blaze, Na'Vi, Giants all below them with the potential to get more points. So I would say if they go out of this tournament, they're not making it. That's my bold prediction.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's a fair shout. Basically, if they lose this match, or any of the future ones in the lower bracket, they're in a position where their survival towards Champions relies on other teams. And you don't ever want to rely on someone else for you to qualify. Especially not someone like G2, for example, who are looking hot in this day and age.
Yeah. I think easily one of the favorites to currently make it to Masters. I think you've also, you've got G2 versus Supermassive Blaze. So one of them is making it. Guaranteed. So, yeah. Good luck with that one not going your way. And we're going to see the Cosmic Divide actually thrown through. They're going to clear the angle, and well, he's going to be completely stunned up. It needs to be big from Zeddy, and he doesn't really get anything on the crossfire. Coffee's going to try and run through. The pop flash available. First kill goes his way. A little bit more needed, and he's going to get it as well. The trade's thick and fast in their favor. And now it's left all onto Shadow. Eventually, we do see the Cosmic Divide fade, but he now has 25 seconds, and there's a screen in his way.
he could teleport, although time is now restricting that possibility with the spike in his hand. 2 opponents to take down 15 seconds. Okay, he's gonna go for it. That's just gonna be quite a sprint. Looks like he's got it though. 10 left as he rounds the corner. Now, there is no time to mess about here. Time to stick it. Now that jump, whoa, that was dangerous.
Got it.
That was very dangerous indeed, but he's got it done. Shock dart in, does damage. And they're quick, not giving him any space to breathe, and that's what we said about Forza earlier, right? They're so damn good at that, just coming in and making sure that you can't even think. You have to just react. And for a team like FPX, usually they're able to deal with that, but right now the pressure is just that little bit too much. Forza push it up to 10-8. An advantage as they step closer and closer to winning this map, bringing us to a third, and trying to stay alive in EMEA, just in VCT in general.
Yeah, it's pretty high stakes, let's put it that way, especially against a team with the majority coming from your same region. Like, we'll always call FPX a European team, but when you look at the pieces within them, maybe not so much. This from Coffee was the change. I think it was also, there was a great dart coming through, which pretty much gave him all the information of the spot he was able to take, so credit to Artis as well, but yeah, huge stuff coming out from him to be able to turn that round back, because otherwise you're looking at a 4 versus 3 retake where I'm not really going to put that one anywhere near your favor. So 10-8, no surprises that it's FPX calling this pause. The problem still being though that financially both teams are kind of shaky. Like, you're going to have some pieces missing no matter what. Ultimates, there's a few on the other side, especially with the null available for Angel, which we've already seen a couple of rounds throughout this tournament where he just goes barreling into the site and opts to try and do damage with it. And then, of course, the res being a huge part.
Absolutely, yeah. The res on the attack is so valuable. And we saw it from Forza. We saw it from FEX, actually, sorry. It was on this map where they were in a position where they couldn't really res until they were rotating a lot of the time. But on the attack, you can go, you can take a site afterwards. You're going to be able to res, right? In the post plant, get an extra player online. You can posture towards a bit of map control. That player dies, wall it, res. There's so much you can do because of the way that map control works, right? Well, typically against CIS teams, maybe it goes out the window a little bit because you're operating on the basis of, oh, well, they won't push us because we're the attack. But I mean, Forza Gambit, I wouldn't necessarily take that risk.
I don't like it. I genuinely think that Link has now given me judge anxiety. That's what I'm going to call it. Like, the second I see it in any position, I'm like, this person can kill everyone. Like, they can just completely end the round. Now, that's definitely been spotted. But Angel, I have a decent idea there's somebody on the other side. It's just going to be the retreat from Coffee in this case. But knowing that he's rotated actually leaves a bit of a hole in the defense that they might be able to pressure onto.
It was an interesting knife in, possibly trying to stop the TP back to the A site when it was initially thrown out. The Hunter's Fury is huge. It does damage, but it doesn't follow up with any kills. FPX, they survive, they move forward, but the Snakebite gets a double. Hudson on the already damaged up Dimisic, and Zipan gets himself an absolutely massive kill, or double kill. Forza are in the lead. All they have to do now is group up and push this together. This is an opportunity to stay alive in VCT and to possibly win this map. It's in their hands, and they're rushing Angel down. They're not giving anything away for free. Artist, though, will be caught alone. Xiao has to clutch it out. A 1v5, essentially, an ace clutch if he gets this one done, and he won't. The judge, too quick, too fast, and too close. 11-8 we go. Forza, they're looking like they might just be closing this one out and bringing us to a third map, Tom. We wanted a competitive map, and finally, we've gotten it.
Yeah, I question, so you say like potentially we saw the knife coming in to try and deny some of the utility. I wonder if they were actually aiming for the Astra, because you've just seen how impactful Zeddy has been in this round alone, not only having the gravity well to slow them down initially. If they just run into that site again, I feel like it's over. They'd already rotated a player over. They needed some damage to be done. Gravity well pulls them back in, and then they also have themselves the Snakebite to do extra damage, and then at the end of the round, the exact same thing again. If all of that utility's out of position, FPX probably run right on the site, at least get themselves a strong after plant position. Instead, it allows for the rotation, and just that denial is one of the reasons we've always sort of sung the praises of Astra. Again, like I feel like maybe as a controller, not so much the impactful agent, but when it almost looks like a sentinel at this point, like I'm going to delay you, I'm going to slow you down, I'm going to make it hard to get into this site, and then by the time they actually push through, they have all the players they need.
This is a very tough scenario for FPX when you look at where they're at financially. Like, at this stage, taking an eco, playing for 4 consecutive into OT, looks to be what they're doing. I mean, their buy would be basically the same anyways, right? Just be a little... Oh, Dimisic? He's gone in for the hero rifle, okay. Yeah,
I guess if he gets a couple of kills here, or even just a kill and a death, he's one off the showstopper anyway. So it will give them an ultimate that's worth the trade out of the gun in this round. But yeah, they need something in this one, because over the last few, 4s have pretty much looked like they've had FPX's number, which is not something I expected to say in this map.
Nice shot. Oh my. You can see how cautiously FPX are approaching the early stage of this. Now they're going to get that ult orb, and it's going to be on Dimisic. 1 away from ulti. They'll have it for next round, guaranteed. But he might even be able to get it here and now, and that could be the difference maker. They know there's a weapon down on the B side, but getting in there versus a Viper wall versus Astra utility ain't going to be easy. And in fact, it would be even tougher if they went now, because there's 3 players there. But FPX have made the right choice. They're already moving to the A site. Now, there is a teleport. Yeah, Coffee's going to try to TP into heaven. But this fight on bathroom will define it all. Artist, just about gets it done. Here comes the teleport back, presumably.
30 seconds left.
As they wall it off and they go for the plant. Now they know that this is full A commitment, and what a shot! A shock dart through does massive damage. And that is a great punishment from Artist to make sure that they pay for it. With time and with blood.
There is also a res available for Zipan. If he can somehow get this kill onto bathrooms, I'm almost certain that he'll go for the res. Currently sat there waiting. We're also going to see the Viper's Pit just to try and lock out some of these other positions, stop the wraparound from being possible. Xiao connected a shot, though. Zipan's just found another one. And with the pistol, somehow FPX have managed to make this work. That makes absolutely no sense. They popped the showstopper after the round is done.
Yeah, I think Dimisic popped it as the last kill came in. That was an experience to witness. I mean, the way it starts, like, they make the right gamble, they bait out the B play, they rush to the A site, they have showstopper, and I'm thinking that's going to be a really big thing, right? When Dimisic gets this kill, he's 1 HP inside the smoke, but hits the headshot, and then quick as you like, those other 2 kills come in. Now, immediately, Coffee's going to be popping ultimate, seeing 2 players, trying to spot it out for his teammates, communicate that over. Time to TP back. There we go. He's nice and safe. He's only spotted 2, though. And I mean, basically, that's Yoru ulted just to say, hey, they're probably playing default.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be some information at least that, that he's going to be here. Oh, no, I don't like it. It's that anxiety coming back again. Zeddy's going to get one with the judge. They're going to try and do some damage as he falls back, but going to be able to survive in this corner. Timing going to be everything on the spray from Dimisic, but isn't going to land anything this time. Now, that res was actually saved. It wasn't utilized in that win in the previous round, so they've been able to bring back Angel.
I've seen a lot of players here on B, but that Zipan and the spike, they've just fallen on this, not on the side, it's in hookah, so it's retrievable. I mean, rotating certainly isn't out of the question at this point in Zeddy's position, playing close to the wall. In the smoke, he's being spotted, and the spray is doing a lot of damage. But for now, he'll survive and even be able to challenge Angel. He's still alive in that corner, and it's Xiao alone. 1 versus 5. They won the previous round with a scrap of a buy pistols and a couple of lucky kills, dragging rotates, but now this round is looking unwinnable, and well, Xiao might even consider saving, and Dini goes into the teleporter, but they're going to hunt him down, especially when they've got a judge. I mean, I would be very surprised if no one goes after him here, and
they don't have it anymore.
I guess I am very
fully
surprised.
Upgraded.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I expected someone to go through and try and take a bit of a risk, but I guess at this stage, just making sure their own economy stays strong is worthwhile. And I feel like it's almost come down to the point where the Fours are doing so well to delay FPX that almost every time that they're pushing into a site, again, it's looking like they have a stack in play. Like, there was pretty much every single player there from FPX, and normally... from Fours, and normally FPX are the side that almost pull the strings. Like, they force you into awkward battles or find openings within the site, but they've been so good at slowing them down that, again, the executions just have gone so badly. Hunter's Fury going to be straight online for Artist as well. An ult that, if it can take them the round, it will take them the map.
And there is so much to unpack when it comes to this Forza defense, but we don't quite have time for that. Kills already coming in as coffee falls. Forza have to retake the control over towards middle. Actually, I think they want to rush down through A. There's a lot of pings going down and players coming close to the smoke. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, clearing it out. No one there. Now they can go and push forward. They don't know about Xiao. Tucked in on that left corner as they come around. Zeddy's going to have to be quick to hit this one. In fact, he just barely avoids the bullets. They'll pull back. But, I mean, look, FPX have already managed to get that Hunter's Fury out of the way. One less thing to worry about, man advantage. And this time before they push in, Tom, it looks like they're going to use Seekers. And I can't say I'm too surprised.
That's not good for Fujian on the other side. Zeddy's also going to be blinded up and forced back into the lamps. They'll know he's here, and he's actually going to get stunned up as well. That should be a free kill. A little bit shaky from Xiao, but he'll get it nonetheless. A 5 versus 2, and knowing that they want to go back for the investment in the next round, like, this has got to be a save. You are not getting back into this site.
Yeah, looks like Forza agree with you. They're already falling back. And I mean,
Angel has kind of forgotten the last round where they almost allowed Xiao to save. He can smell blood. He's like, oh, I need to pad those stats a little bit. Running in, trying to hunt them down. While Xiao, third kill of the round, an impactful one at that. They know he's here and he's so low on it. He should be dead. Like, the spam should be enough, and they don't even need it.
Yeah, the double TP did it. Disgusting. 12-10. 2 away from bringing this to an overtime. The pressure isn't really on FPX either. That's the thing. Like, for Forza, being pushed to overtime means that what they now view as, hey, next map is where we've got to fight for survival, that they could be just 2 rounds away from losing, and that's a stressful, stressful situation to be in. Throat is actually giving out. Good thing the other games aren't that long.
So for a second, I thought you'd done a high pop, so at least it's just the throat.
Disconnected, yeah. But I do think that in Forza's position, this is like the last round where they're going to feel relaxed, where they're not going to feel that pressure. You lose this, and then, honestly, I see FPX as being the favorites to take it across the line. Because they're chill. You lose this, whatever, we've got the next map to go to. And Forza won't have that luxury, having lost a substantial enough lead. But we'll see.
Especially
see how things go down.
This being Forza's pick as well. Like, this is one that if you lose it, they'll probably be quite frustrated, especially with their goals for this entire tournament. And Forza, well, to be fair, not really one of the teams we're expecting to qualify. For now, though, 50 seconds left on the clock. Again, they're being delayed. They're being slowed down. So much utility being placed in their path, and not a lot to go on. This pop flash is going to have to be ridiculous, and it will catch. No one checks! Not one person checks the close right angle. Why is that, FPX? They get away with it. The fact that Artist doesn't get 3 kills there. They are lucky as hell. Lucky as hell.
There are a million scenarios in which that goes so much worse for FPX, and there is one where it works out like it did. They are so lucky. Not checking that corner has been the downfall of many teams. In fact, it was the downfall of Forza almost in one of the rounds where Shadow played it. So,
yeah.
Would have been a real kick in the teeth to lose the map because of it. But FPX are still in with a pretty good chance. I mean, it's to get to, again, in a clutch situation. Always seems to be on those retakes, and, well, certainly doesn't do anything too great for your stats when you're almost having to fight into 3 or 4 players alone. 12-11. Forza now in really treacherous waters. I mean, if they lose this round here, it's OT, and FPX are right back on it with a possibility to close it out on this map. It's also been, yeah, of course. Oh. He just panicked, right? He was blind the whole time, sees him panic. Like, that's completely normal. But a shame at the same time.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those rounds where you can tell Artist will probably kick himself for that, but realistically, like, it's unbelievable that scenario was even a thing. Now, they blinded up the drone, but it's only going to last for a second or two, and just get as close as you can. Last second on the tag, and these are the rounds that we've actually seen some huge success out from Force. They've been very good in these weaker weapon rounds. The fact is, though, I do wonder if the pressure might get to them a bit here. The last chance to close this map before we head to overtime, and I think then the ball is firmly on FPX's side of the court.
Most definitely. Zipan, Xiao, able to take 2 quick kills, and they've got another pressured in the corner. No TP for Coffee. He's caught in the middle of the animation.
Player standing.
Well, Zeddy's got it all to do. A 1v5 or overtime. Forza were looking good to bring us to map 3. There was barely a doubt in my mind we'd end up there. I was in love with their attacking side. The 8 rounds they found there, very much justified. In fact, we could have seen even more. But now, Tom, we reach overtime. And once again, Forza's tournament life, not for this week, this month, but for the rest of this year, hangs in the balance. They need to win this map. They need to follow up with the second, and then they need an even better lower bracket run if they want to be in with a shot, or, well, if they want to be in control of their own destiny, let's say. Otherwise, it comes down to the positioning, the placement of all these other teams, and it gets messy, but suffice to say their chances are pretty low if they lose this match.
It comes down to potentially what happens with G2 Supermassive Blaze and if a European team wins Masters, which well, with a team like Sentinels existing, I would be a little bit scared of that one in general, but, you know, they've already qualified for champions. Maybe they'll be nice to someone else. Either way, 12-12. FPX are also one of those squads which they're only on 105 points themselves. They're definitely not gone clear, 5 ahead of Fours, in fact, so they as well will be in the same boat if this goes to a third and final map, but their resurgence as ever has been strong. A team as resilient as any other. As said, they had a 10-2 comeback the other day. I said to Harry not to get ahead of himself. It's 12-12 after they were in a dominant position. And now FPX all but in the driver's seat.
Well, Tom, I'm going to ask you to take note of this. Let's take note of this round already before it even happens. Because the information that FPX have just garnered has changed this round completely. The knife from Angel, thrown from B, lands in Bath, spots 2 players. He then rotates back to the A side. But Forza, slow it down. They pump the brakes on this one. They're not looking to just run in and take fights. They're not looking to insta-rotate. In fact, 40 seconds on the clock, and they're still in the default. Only barely getting control over Bathroom as we breach the 40-second mark. It is time to make a move. And with no information on the B site taken, no pressure, no presence, this is clearly an A hit. And FPX are a little late to react to that, so they need a big performance on the site. Zipan is the one to take the first and the second. He's even going into the smoke. Sugetsu just about takes him down, but Xiao is waiting for him in the next, and he even gets a double. FPX, a massive comeback to bring it to overtime, and now 13-12. They are 1 round away from eliminating Forza here on Bind, Tom. This is ridiculous. And after such a good performance from Forza, winning our hearts, they might now fall out of EMEA, fall out of Last Chance Qualifier Champions, and be done for the year if they can't manage to bring this to another OT.
I would feel very bad for them as well, because you then have to look at the matches they've played with a blowout first map on Icebox in both series, and then an overtime loss potentially in both series as well to Guild and FPX, who again are wildly considered 2 teams that could qualify for Masters. They even sold a nice fake in the last round, using the drone late into B to try and pull rotations, which they did. Unfortunately, there's this young guy called Zipan who likes to ruin people's day, or make them, if you're an FPX fan.
Well,
now,
he likes
we
to
see
go.
the same.
He likes to kill.
That's true. And we got the same slow default once again. No shotgun this time, but Saigetsu's going to start things off again. He is at a fantastic map. Someone to watch for sure. The sky has been fantastic. Now, can Demasik turn the tide once again? He's going to be alone. The rest of the team making moves in towards that A site. Maybe trying to almost bait a couple of players into a peek, going for some information, but the flash might just do that. Instead, it actually goes over his head and doesn't pop at all.
30 seconds on the clock. FPX have to make a
30
decision.
seconds left.
It's now or never. We're looking towards the B site for now. 3 players on their way up. Shadow, what's he gonna do? Maybe fake out with a bit of utility on A? No. And look at the rotate. Forza are here, and they are here in force. This looks like a repeat of the last FPX attack round we saw, where they just ran into that full stack on B. Xiao able to get the first, the second, even going for more on the back side, but he stopped in his tracks, and the round is over. It is done as Forza take us to another overtime. They will barely hang on in this tournament.
Overtime.
And go back onto the attack side, where hopefully they'll find a bit more comfort.
Right there.
I want to see a pace change from both of these teams now, because both of those rounds were won solely by the fact that each team was holding on to their utility. We had late stars going down. We had even the Tiger going in with 30 seconds left for the side of fours just to clear out long and actually spot the player down the end with the spike. So both teams were able to delay so much. I think both slow orbs in the round before that were in for Zipan with that last 20 seconds. So because of these slow defaults, both teams have now been able to just keep all their utility until the very last second of the round. For me, that means you need to start pressuring them to get it out a little bit earlier, because otherwise, well, you're going to see what happened there for FPX, where they run out of time and have to take a risky push with 15 seconds.
Yeah, and into those stacks, man. They've been so unlucky on the attack side, or more so, Forza's reads have been so good. And a couple of them. I mean, we saw that defensive round where they over-rotated to B, but since then, I think FPX have gambled that they wouldn't do it again, that they wouldn't be so comfortable in heavy stacking the B side, but they were very, very wrong. Pressure being applied, 55 seconds on the clock. Forza want to push B as well. They're thinking about it. And FPX are rotating one in just in case. Flash to slow them by that time. For Demasik to make his way onto the site. They have a flash ready to get him out of the smoke. Looks like the flash has already been popped. Demasik getting himself a nice nade right onto Coffee, who slips down below, but hold on. The rest of Forza aren't letting it go quite that easily. They've got the man advantage back and the plant in play. Post-plant utility non-existent. Hudgett has used it all on the way into the site. But they're going to have to fight for this map control and make it costly as FBX come back out to retake. Last pack not finding anything. The spray from Zipan is good. Tagetsu blinded on the backside. Hurd on the left, and Demasik takes him quickly now. Time is a real problem for Forza. They have to buy more, and they're getting nothing done. Artist, the final remaining player, will stop the defuse and then get shut down. Is there enough time? There is. There's plenty. It's going to be an easy win for FPX, putting it 14-13 as they just washed over that site like a tsunami.
Switching sides.
Yeah, I don't know how they made that look so easy. That some of the more aggressive positions just cleared out so quickly. Zipan landing everything. Like, I'm looking at that scoreboard. Xiao, Zipan, Demasik all online, and this is still a close map. It shows the caliber of player that there is for Force. There's no doubt about that at this stage. Yeah, sure, maybe the map pool needs a little bit of work, but not sure they're a team we're ready to lose with just 4 maps played. Nonetheless, they're going to need to do it once again. Now, they've shown time and time again that the defensive side of this map has looked decent, especially with how much they've been able to delay. I wonder if FPX are going to try a pace change. We saw it from Force in this round. It was definitely not like a straight burst into the site, but they were baiting out some of that utility a lot earlier, making it a lot tougher for FPX to just hold on to everything they had. For FPX, though, they are basically the kings of the default. Angel has been doing this for over maybe 10, 15 years, so I would probably gamble that this is going to be a slow round, but I would like it not to be.
Just don't bring up his age. You gave that to me for that. You gotta watch yourself. He is a seasoned man with many years under his belt. That's what we say about him. Also the oldest member on his team, and I think on the server, and possibly in competitive Valorant, or very close to. Top 10 for sure. But that brings with it a bunch of experience. I mean, the man can frag. He can destroy you. But he also tears your strats apart. Now, Forza's defense, when they found success, these B rotates have been absolutely massive. They have been stacking up the site and letting FPX run into them. Let's see how this one goes. Is there going to be an answer here from FPX? A solution to that problem? And then, are they going to be ready for the operator?
I'm surprised. It's a much more of a risky purchase when it comes to overtime, especially. And it is actually going to be the pace change. But again, Zeddy, that is the perfect gravity well. He catches them as they push in, but the trades come back thick and fast. Artist, though, at the back of the site might just be here to take us to another OT, and he will. 3 kills on the board, 14-14, and even a fast take can't win it for FPX.
That was beautiful. Again, let's talk about Forza, Matt. These guys have got strats coming out their ass. They are absolutely beautiful. God, I love watching this team. And it's a shame we've got to say goodbye to them, because especially for me, you know, when we lose, if we lose an EU team in this, it's not the end of the world. But when we lose our Turkish teams, when we lose especially our CIS, our Forza, if these guys go out, it's like we don't get to cover them, you know? Like,
yeah. See, that's one of Jonas's, for anybody wondering. He's been lining that one up for months.
Sorry,
so.
I just love how I was making the point about, you know, Forza, they're so great. I love watching them. It's a shame they have to go.
It's the clearest flank,
does
you know?
that. Yeah. No one's behind, guys. No one's behind right now.
No one's in this corner.
I've got it.
Not one person in this
I've
corner
got
that
it
I'm
locked
looking
down.
at.
Guys, our spawn is clear. It's just, you know, Hudjin, like, we know that. It's like, no, I got it. I'll hold it, okay? That's what our AFK players are doing in rank. They're just holding our flank. Nice guys, really.
I think he's actually gone for the operator again on the attack as well, which, when you're a Viper, that's a bit weird. Especially if he manages to get a few kills in a Viper's pit. He probably has one of the most useless weapons for that exact ultimate. And especially with how passive FPX have been playing. Like, they've been sitting back. As said, they've been saving utility. That does not involve peeking, which means that the operator almost becomes useless. And Zeddy, he has to be the one to try and make the play. And the op's not quick enough on the trade. They're again running out of time. 25 seconds for them to make this move, Mitch.
Attack side op on Viper, not something you see every single day. There we go. Coffee coming out huge with an opening. Hudjin follows, and now it's a 2v3. Forza's attack seems to be set up pretty well, and with how the defense rounds have been going, we might just get another map out of this. The head was spotted by Shadow, but he didn't notice in time. He was already spamming the wall. What a shame. Back flash will catch him, but Hudjin is quick to respond. The blast pack won't even matter. It's 15-14. Forza on map point, looking to bring us all the way to split. Can we get there, Tom?
Honestly, at this stage, I don't know. It really could go either way. I'm surprised, like, especially the player on the close corner not getting anything must be so frustrating. Like, it's a quick flick back, but it's because they almost half checked it on the way in, and wow, FPX have done so well to delay them thus far. Just the entries from Forza were sublime. And now, well, as said, they've done well in some of their defensive rounds thus far. We'll see if they can finally close it out on one of them.
Now, their gorgeous defense going to be tested yet again. FPX have tried their fast, they've tried their slow. What is left in the tank now? What's the next page of the strat book look like? Looks like Hudjin wants to get aggressive with this operator. As we said, you know, the Viper op, not a common feature. That pull is so nice!
It's so good!
I love it so much! The smoke, the pull, they can't even turn to fight you because they're trapped inside the smoke. Oh, Forza, I love your setup so damn much. If they win this map, they sure as hell deserve it. 5v4, FPX, get onto the B site. Tom, they've actually made it onto a site. The attack side, do you believe it? But Forza can play retake, and that's going to be your big problem here.
Oh, this time. Hawk taken out, the pop flash thrown in. It's going to be Zeddy to get the first, and actually the spike has been dropped again. And even though they get the site early this time, the clock always seems to become an issue. Angel will deny the aggression of Saigetsu and leave it on to Coffee. And well, the trusty operator. I'm not sure how good that's going to be in this retake.
Viper op retaking B? What do you mean? That's amazing. That's exactly what you want. Oh, look, it's easy. Yeah, Hudgens got this. Oh, he's dropped the op. He's lost. 1v3. Good luck. Player on the right, player on the left. As players just about everywhere.
So close.
Yeah, close but no cigar. Smoke fades, no one's spotted, and they're just gonna wait, peek this together. Here we go. Nice bait by Hutchin. He knew exactly what was going on. He's in their heads, Tom. Only one remaining, but Shao saves the day. Oh, that was so smart by Hutchin.
Switching sides. Overtime.
I am blown away by Xiao's ability to drop this many kills on any agent in the game. Like, I don't know, like, he's 33 and 17 on Omen, which up until, like, a week or so ago, we didn't even know he ever played. Like, it doesn't make sense how good this guy is individually, but he shouldn't have needed to have to get 3 kills in this round. Like, the fact that his teammates get baited out so easily is worrying. And while they've been caught off by a few plays, you have to remember the opener also went the way of their opponents. Again, it's going to be stuck in them up, but shall he just wait? Wow. He goes, okay, you know what, I'll sit in your gravity well, and I'll find the kill anyway.
And it was a great bait because they've got a second player, but we can't talk about that for now because coming out of Hookah, Shao is flashed up and dealt with. He was the player that was on long earlier, so they might not know that Shadow's here as well, and he's ready for a fight. The flash blinds himself, but hey, he gets out of there alive, and that's all that matters. Keeping the advantage that FPX have fought hard for. Forza will retrieve the spike. It's even going to plant down on the B site, more than likely. The retake is what we're worried about.
I like this from FPX. Much more calm and collected. They're not going in for these individual duels. They're not taking any risks when it comes to how patient they're being, and they're making sure their teammate will be there. The flash is through, but it's not good. Coffee's left completely blind, and with only one more piece remaining, they need a hero, and maybe that's Saigetsu. He hits the headshot. The first player down. Demasick might be caught by this flash as well. The peek back in. He gets rid of Zipan, and now it's left all on to Demasick. A great opportunity for them to take the lead once again. Demasick trying to bait them back in, will get one. But can he find the last man standing? Does it even matter at this stage? The spike ticking down, and he won't be able to close out the round. It is a huge clutch coming out from Forza to take themselves the 16th.
The stats are ruined. He died to the spike. But hey, 16-15, Forza did, well, you know, that round, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't quite thinking they'd win it, but Saigetsu, he needed his time, right? He's been in so many of these clutch situations and not gotten it done, and finally, he shuts them down as they come into re-entry. The site leaves it in a 2v1, and it's all just delaying time at that point. We really love to see it. 16-15. Forza looking to win this out on 17, and you know what, Tom? This is, I don't know what it is, but when we get OTs, it's always 17-15. That's where it ends. So for that reason, I'm gonna lock in Forza. I think they're gonna get this one across the line.
Oh, that's one hell of a start. Zipan already gone. Shadow also tagged ridiculously low. Is he actually gonna go back? Wants to try and trade this out. He's so close to being dead.
That bullet might just have
seemed worth it.
Might have knocked a button off his shirt. That was pretty damn close. The first kill goes his way, and they even repeat, but Artist is coming out on top in that fight. Hey, 75 HP trade 1-to-1. That's kind of worthwhile, but Forza still have the man advantage. It is a very spread out and slow round from FPX. They're not looking to make a textbook push onto a side. Instead, they're trying to evade detection and sneak up behind. That's exactly what Angel just did. He hasn't managed to spot Artist, though. Quick on his feet, he just evades. Well, he's giving away the position now, but that's worthwhile. Hunter's Fury there to play with, and he's going to back way off. But Angel knows this, right? He's seeing the Hunter's Fury come online, and he hunts him down. Another kill for FPX as they look to stay alive and survive. 16-16 is the score that they need to end up on. And, well, as they back off, time is going to be a big issue for Forza. Getting back into this site with an operator especially, going to be tough.
The Universe doesn't like it when Mitchman gets anything right, so him saying that this is a lock-in for fours has made it almost a lock-in for FPX. They're fighting against 3 players and the Mitchman curse. We'll see if they can get anything done. The fake TP, the lineup potential, but it's only going to be 1. And of course, as Mitchman prophesizes, the opposite happens.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that's my bet. You know, Jonas avoided jinxing today, and I've just jumped right on that train. So that one's on me.
Just zip it.
Just zip pan it.
Just don't say anything.
Xiao's close to hitting a 40 bomb as well. This guy's looking damn good right now. And for that reason, I'm going to say FPX will... No, sorry. I'm kidding.
For God's sake. You're trying to make enemies of every single organization.
Hey, you can't call me biased if I curse every team, right? That's fair. Oh, the blind. It almost wrecked Innocix. All right, yeah, okay.
Oh, God. 16-16. The wall definitely going to give some information, trying to potentially separate the push. Zipan is completely blind, and with his back to the majority of opponents, he still gets a kill. He should have been dead with absolutely nothing to his name, and well, that's exactly what D-Masick is, as Artist has put him out of this round.
Well, that reveal isn't ideal for Shadow. He was kind of screwed in the corner. The flank from Angel is good, but it's being watched. They have way too many players alive at this stage. The Forza can cover all their bases. We're looking for that beautiful number 17. Looks like they might just find it. Time is so low here for Xiao. Isolating any duels would be a big plus, but just too many angles to clear, man. 17-16 we go. One more for Forza, and they bring us to map 3. Feels like we've been here a couple of times, Tom. This series is really going the full distance. I saw earlier VCT EU tweeted out, like, oh, we saw NA had the record for the longest game, so we just wanted to do the same, which, I mean, technically the games lasted a whole day, so, you know, we're winning that one now. But maybe we're going for a record of our own.
Maybe. To be honest, with how fast the other maps have been, I don't mind. Like,
yeah, it's fine.
I've got nothing else to do. It's quite early in the day. Like, keep it rolling, lads. I'm more than happy to go to a third map. D-Masick. Oh, that's a nice shot. He's so low on HP, but somehow still surviving. Counter flashes are going to deny this aggression at least a little bit more. Now they're going to clear the close angle. Now they have got to have seen that. If they do not clear this man, I am leaving. Thankfully, this time they will. Coffee with a chance for a double spray down, but gets nothing other than the singular. And now it leaves just 2 players trying to rotate in on the flank. All the footsteps have been heard by Shadow. He's now in that corner, and D-Masick says, you know what? Come on then. I got my bazooka ready for you to face. It's left to this man once again, and a 1 versus 4 to close it. It would be huge, but unlikely.
Great timing on that push out to catch Shadow, but yeah, too many players to deal with. 17 to 17. Let's run it back. Let's run it. Let's do another OT, Tom. Why not? Why ever not? You know, it's starting to feel heartbreaking for Forza, really. Like, if they go out like this in such an extended OT map, oh, after how close it was. Those are the ones that really are the worst to lose. You know, we talk about getting smashed on the map, but I guarantee Oxygen can walk away from the series earlier. Forza can walk away from the map earlier and go, whatever. You know, we lost it. They were better than us. That's it. But it's when you think, if I had hit that one shot, if I had waited that 1 second to shoot, there's all these things. It's a butterfly effect, right?
With Artist in the corner. I feel like that's the haunting one, even though I wouldn't blame him too much for that.
No, absolutely. I think he, like, for the situation he was in, blinded up, he reacted as soon as he was on blind. Whatever, that's fine. But there's a real reality where he holds the shot a second longer, and one of them turns and kills him, and he doesn't get anything. So
exactly.
Yeah, you can't blame yourself, but you can guarantee that he will blame himself.
Exactly, yeah.
That's the worst part of it. You'll look back and go, man, I lost this game when this, that, the other. There's going to be a million reasons that haunt you for the rest of your life. Let's hope, for Forza's sake, that I want to see a map 3 between these 2 teams. I want to see Forza take it all the way. The FPX probably don't share the same sentiment. The opening kill goes their way, and now Forza want to push into the B site, but will they? After being spotted and slowed like that, it looks like they will.
I think also the last man I want to be pushing right now is Xiao. He's been a superstar in this map so far. Zipan also such a strong position that they can't really do anything out with him walled off, and already he's gonna get a double there. It leaves Artis as the last man standing, and Xiao is there to finish it off. One of the cleanest rounds we've seen so far in overtime, and one of the first times in a while we have FPX with a chance to close it.
I really thought Coffee was going to go for the TP play there. Gate crashed into the corner when he flashed back site. He didn't. He went straight to site with his teammates. Not against that play, but it just so happened that Zipan was on, I think it's fair to say, one of the strangest angles that you'll see. Certainly not something you're actively thinking about clearing. And the worst part is they cleared it, right? They walked out and they cleared the close corner of Hookah, and then they think, okay, cool. We've cleared that, like what you're looking at on your screen here, the close left corner inside Hookah. Like, oh, he's not there, so he's not peeking us. And instead, he's on top of the box because they have that extra player outside of mid holding on. Now, game isn't over just yet. Don't worry. Don't sweat it. Someone's like, wait, if it hits 18, is it, oh, what's happening? No, it's all good. Relax. We're still going to have some games, just a little bit of a tech issue, and they're going to solve it in the background, and we're right back in. I guarantee that once these mice issues are resolved, the players are going to be thankful to have this little bit of a breather. Not even for strategy. Yeah, it's not even strategy or anything like that. It's like they're probably as worn out as their mouse is right now. They want to take a little breather. You can only imagine what your heart is doing when you hit, like, what OT are we on? It's 18, 17, you know? We're 6 OTs deep. We're going the full distance. It is what it is.
You don't do math on air. That's the rule. You just say, yeah, don't know.
Bunch of OTs. Bunch of OTs, yeah. Man.
I know that we're going into round 36, thanks to the top of the screen. So that's the safest I will be willing to go down. But yeah, I think the other side of the coin, because we've been looking this from a very like Force-esque standpoint. They lose it, they're out, blah blah blah. If they win this, surely their opponents FPX are going to be exhausted. Like, you've just played a ridiculously long map. You're now going to have to head into another, and I would now go over to Force and say, like, you're going to have the wind in your sails. You've just been able to take a map that's been ridiculously long, exhausting to say the least, but I don't know. I'd give them a much better opportunity than if this had even been a blowout, because FPX would have been able to reset a lot easier. So
Scanning ahead.
We'll see. Can they turn it back once again? The 19-17 needed for FPX, and of course, well, everybody knows, if it evens up once more, we're going to another OT.
Here we go again. It's like tennis, where we were at deuce, and now it's advantage FPX. Let's see if they can pull it across the line. I've learned that from Mario Tennis, by the way. I've never seen... That doesn't matter. To push this into the site. Dimasic's already across. That smoke ends up costing Zeddy a lot. Goes down to 70 HP on a random spam through it. Angel, in fact, just runs right in. Charges in to try and take some damage. Shock darts raining down, and they've avoided them. FPX delaying it a little bit, and now getting it in. Okay, the Tiger is going to catch a tag. Zeddy goes absolutely nuclear, taking a double kill and opening it, leaving Zipan alone in a 1 versus 4 that he just doesn't win this. The spam, oh, it's close, but it's no cigar again. 18 to 18. Forza tie it up, and we keep on rolling. This is gonna be an exhausting match, and yeah, for FPX's, for their sake, I really hope we don't end up on that map 3, because they'll be feeling pretty ill about that one. But at the same time, I want to see it, man. Yeah, give him an extra 10 minutes. Let him relax in between. I want to see Forza and everything that they can do.
Yeah, for sure. Well, on this map at least, I am thinking we have now seen everything they can do. Because with this many rounds currently being played, I do have to say, with the re-aggression onto elbow from FPX, I thought they were going to close the round there. Zeddy just being able to find both players trying to double peek against him. Well, now they go back onto the attack once again. Early stars placed to try and garner control. There is going to be the fragment thrown in response, so no real bathrooms control gathered by either team, but eventually Angel is going to spot that is clear. And this could be a bit of a problem, because they're now trying to make a play through mid. Never mind. An instant headshot onto Zipan, the trade onto Xiao, and Angel taking a lot of damage to try and hold on to Lamps.
But he is still in charge of it as he comes out spraying, ready for them to already be fighting. The flash is so good. He right-clicks it and swings in. It's the one-for-one trade. And the flag for the double. Dimisic shuts them down. Zeddy's got it all to do yet again. Creeping up behind. The shot to Dimisic is good. And Shadow remains for now. Zeddy needs to win this one out. He now knows where Shadow is, but he can't land the shot. 19 to 18. We are going into a very extended series. Is 38 rounds needed to separate these teams, possibly more, but this could be it.
This play here, when you look at it in isolation, might seem like madness. 1-for-1 trade, probably not worth it. It's all for this. It is all to just bait them into holding that angle. Everybody's looking at Angel and no one is focused on the flank. He makes space for Dimisic and, wow, Dimisic with nobody looking at him. That's going to be an easy couple of kills. Xiao now waiting, but again! Oh, it's ridiculous. Xiao is now gone. The aggression, and Angel's got an operator. This is getting weirder by the second.
Did they not expect FPX to play a default? Wait, Hudgen's still pushing? There's a flash there, and he's actually getting the kill and getting out. Sorry, I just want to be clear. This guy's playing Viper. He's playing Viper. I just want to be very... Tom, am I hallucinating, or is Hudgen playing Viper? It really looks to me like he is. But he ran down mid for the opening kill, and then he ran down through his own orb to take that other... I mean, that is not traditional Viper gameplay. I think it's fair to say. That's a different take. They don't know that the players are already up middle. This could be dangerous. Artist is in a lot of trouble. Dimisic's just around the corner, and he backs off, gives the space for free. That's the only reason Dimisic doesn't follow him, right? The fact that he has the spike, he's got to go back and plant. But that now puts them in a good position. Yeah, they've got a man disadvantage, but the operator is more than happy to bridge that gap and look for a little bit more.
This is not an angle I want to be seeing Angel take. I think he actually might have done a little bit there. Doesn't seem to have connected too much. Nice shot coming out from Coffee, though. Turns things into their favor. 3v2, but the whiff from Coffee could be enough. It's these two once again. This duo holding on to the lamps. Now, they're actually going to stick this. Hugion's already got it to half. He's just going all the way. They're not expecting him to stick. He's just ninja defused in front of their faces. The disrespect from Fords at 19-19.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Pros don't fake, Tom. I have never, ever seen that amount of goal. Like, to just stand there.
Shot.
At 19-18. To stay alive in VCT. Can you imagine the pressure that that man is feeling? If I try to do that in a ranked, I'm going to be needing to go clean up afterwards. Let's put it that way. And yet, he has managed to just sit there and go,
not even like he's just chewing away, just like, man, no normal day at the office. Like
19-19. Wow. Same setup from Forza we've seen on the attack before. They're going to use their stars, pull them back as they go on in through Bat, clear it out with the Tiger. Here's the wall that will be destroyed instantly, and the drone has even spotted him. Zipan stuck in the corner. He's being rushed down on. Great opening by Zeddy. Forza have just taken so much control so quickly, and FBX need a reaction right now. Flank is spotted, but at least gets a kill for it, and now that's pressure on the planter. You can't really just plant open. You've got to make a move, and Hudgen does exactly that. This guy's incredible on the Viper, and he keeps going. Oh my, 2 versus 3.
Oh, no.
But then he's dropped at an opportune moment and a flash right on top of them. They couldn't see a damn thing as Dimisic took the round for FPX 20-19. Tom, we started out the day in a very slow fashion. We started out this series exactly the same. What is going on at this stage? It's round 40, and we have had clutch after clutch, huge plays on each side.
Oh my god!
I mean, I've said this a few times in the past in a jesting manner, but I genuinely mean this. I cannot take much more of this. My heart is paying for this.
Oh, I think this might be the best map of Valorant I've ever watched. Normally when you get to this stage as well, you're kind of like, you've seen the same thing a million times, you're bored of the match and you just want it to end. I genuinely don't want this to end. It's been so good. We have a ninja defuse back to back with a blast pack over the top of the truck for a double headshot. Like, I've never seen that ever, let alone in back to back rounds. This is a joke.
Every round is insane, and it just doesn't stop. I've struggled to recall a series in Counter-Strike or in Valorant that I've been covering that has lived up to this. This is incredible. FPX, 55 seconds left. They're in a default spread out. Forza previously pushed down middle, pushed down B long. This time, it's a much more turtle position. I think that last round has shook them to their core. They know they need to do something different anyways. So this kind of setup is definitely going to be profitable, or potentially going to be profitable. Hudgen shuts down Angel on the A side. This was the intended take. They want to push into A, at least that's what they're posturing. Dimasic fakes out a little bit of control now, starts to make noise on B to pull, rotates in, but no one's moving. They are staying in position as Zipan gets spotted. Forza are ready for this A play. The wall down, broken instantly. The plant will still be attempted though on an angle, but Hudgen goes right out, and that is a triple kill from Hudgen. It seems like normal stuff at this point because it's happening so frequently, but another massive play to keep them alive as Forza hit double digits in the twos. I don't even know what you call that. Hit 20.
Digits in the twos.
Double digits. And then I realized, you know what? It's 10. It's been double digits, so now it's 20. How do I do that? Double digits.
Double digits in the
times
twos.
2. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going for. The point is, it's 2020. As in, it is 40 rounds in, Tom. I think it is acceptable that a part of my sanity fades away at this point. Oh, at least a little bit more, let's say. Double digits in the twos.
Yeah, I need a tag timeout as well.
In the twos, man.
That's amazing. Oh god. Well, this is hands down the longest map I've ever commentated. I don't remember. I don't think it's the record. I don't know what is. I don't remember. But I know it was one of the North American games. I know that I think it was Asuna got a ridiculous amount of kills. But hey, I'm just enjoying myself here. We're going into round 41. I don't know what the rules are on tactical timeouts. Do you get an extra one every few rounds? I have no idea. There are a lot of things at this point that are almost confusing to me. But hey. It is funny that up until this point, as said, in 3 maps that we watched, the team facing against the favorite had managed to get 8 rounds. Now, Forza have got 20 in 1 map. So we've seen more than double the amount of rounds come in. See, that's maths I'm willing to go for. Just on Bind alone. Never seen anything like this. Maybe never will again, but you know, I'm enjoying myself.
I'm having a good time, that's for sure. Well, as we hit round 41, double digits in the 4s in terms of rounds, Tom. I'm seeing an operator in the hands of Angel. Now, a little bit of a switch up. They're keeping it fresh, keeping it new. And as of yet, not spotting anything. The knife came in. Obviously, they're playing this operator down on the A site. Knife goes through TP, doesn't see anything there. Now they got to be a little bit cautious about teleporting because there could potentially be a player snuck in, I think, on Dimasic's timing. An incredibly slow round, man. You can feel it. Oh yeah, I mean that's the norm. That's how the OTs have been playing out.
I'm a little bit worried about the fact that there's a double hookah stack and they've got all the information they need. They've got deep control from Zipan. Angel, he's just dying, and now they're all going to go through the TP. They managed to hold control, but do they know that there's a snake in the grass? With 25 seconds left, Zipan could end this round in his tracks. The first goes his way, but Coffee so quick on the trade. But again, there's this flank. Dimasic has caused them problems so many times. Angel is already going to drop another with the operator and trying to be a little bit sneaky, try and bait that timeout. And there goes Dimasic again. These flanks have been phenomenal, and he will close it with a triple. It is 21, the lead again for however many times it's been taken by FPX. But is this going to be the close?
Welcome to 2021. This is a phenomenal series. FPX need one more to close this one out. But I think at this stage, most people should have a good grasp on how the OT mechanics work. It is the 2-round lead needed. As we come into the final seconds, I'm looking around and I'm seeing that operator yet again. Tom Hudgens got it in hand.
Deploying drone.
Hey, the funny thing is, he's been the most aggressive. That was quick. See you later, Shadow. Not gonna be hot. Oh no. Ah, that's the most painful of all of them. Just the unscope, the perfect second to keep Zipan alive. We're actually gonna see the TP, but quickly gate crashing away. Again, looking to try and put a little bit of pressure on this B site. Demasik has been the one to lead the charge in many occasions with Angel alongside him. Still a lot to do in this round.
Well, Angel's going to be taken down and putting Forza in a good spot to potentially hit us with another OT. The rotate from FPX sees them go towards the A site. The problem is there is a lot of utility waiting for them here. Astra Util sat down, and of course Yoru ready to react with a flash still in hand. He's going to fake the TP, putting his steps on through. I mean, quite valuable at this stage of the game, honestly. That probably gets FPX to full commit to this A play if they weren't already going to. Hudgen doesn't really have an angle here. Good shot by Artist, and he even sneaks out of the smoke to get a shot off, finishing it with the drop shot. 21-21. I say finishing it, Tom, but I'll tell you what, there's no end in sight when it comes to this series.
Overtime.
Never mind this series, this map, in fact.
So, as of right now, do we currently have both teams with more rounds individually than we've seen from a map in total? There's some maths for you. There's some food for thought.
Wait, sorry, are you saying there's more rounds in this?
No, I mean, so like they've got 21 rounds and the other maps were like 13-4, so they have got more rounds individually.
Oh yeah,
than
yeah, for sure.
Totally played on other maps.
On the other maps, yeah. Yeah, for sure. It is kind of ridiculous when you say it like that. That said, it's kind of ridiculous when you say it, full stop. It's just, series is ridiculous, but I'll take it. I'll take it every day of the week. Now, FPX postured a little bit towards the A site. They even put their wall down. Angel put...
Oh, he's perfect.
Mr. Forza, sorry. That is such a good push. God, man, like, you see Angel in that position, you think, okay, first of all, there's no jets around, right? So you're not dashing out. You're not making those sort of aggressive plays for free quite as much. And he's got the confidence to just play all the way down. He's going back out, Tom. He's actually going to swing on this. He's gone all the way, but Hudgens waiting. The operator battle won on the other side of it. The nade slows them slightly, allows Demasik to get inside the tube. He's ready for a fight, but so is Coffee. A nice headshot connected. Pulls us into a man advantage for Forza. Xiao steps out to the site, and he spots a few. This is 2 quick kills, and the spike plant denied. Leaving Forza to pull back into this. They have to push onto the site. There's players in hookah. There's one on site. This is really, really tough to make work. I've additionally spotted Xiao's paranoia online. Doesn't even need to use it, as it's all down to Sugetsu, who gets the first. Here's the step on site. He's trying to bait them into a fight, but they'll run the clock down. They'll play this on time and get 21-22 on the board. FPX, another map and series point as we step into round 44.
Match point.
Does anybody want to like tweet me how many series points FPX have had at this point? Because I've just seen the screams now saying like, can someone end this so we know who we're playing? Trying to prep for the upcoming games. And well, at this point it really could be anyone. Again, I feel like I'm a broken record at this point, but for anybody who doesn't know, FPX have actually got a chance to win this map. And well, it's up to Forza to stop them, surprisingly. We're going to see the fake steps. At this point, it has just become a game of trying to bait FPX into almost not checking that. Fujian going to have to fall all the way back. And the peek through from Coffee. Only going to get himself one, though. Angel quick enough on the trade. He's so aggressive with this operator, and he might just get punished for only 26 HP. The wall going down, trying to isolate some of these jewels and just spamming off shots. It's Artist to turn the tide again, and only one man standing. It's all on to Xiao to try and bring this one home. It's not happening once more.
No way. Is this the longest game? I remember the Gen G game. It was 23-21. I don't remember a game going past round 45, 46. Am I crazy? Anyway, I'll tell you what, if it's not the longest, it's damn close. 22-22. I mean, hey, they're making up for that first map. We basically just played the first two maps of a series on Bind, and we're going for a little bit more. Keep on pushing, keep on going. FPX gonna be feeling pretty downtrodden after not winning that one, but the playing field is evened yet again. No doubt fatigue is a factor for these players, but they're not going to let it hold them back. And you see it in Angel getting aggressive every time with this operator, but this time he won't find any reward for it and gets out of there just as the drone comes in.
We've seen a few times now these more aggressive positions from FPX getting punished. Coffee, he's still going to be able to find the kill. Maybe try and get that extra push through. They haven't cleared the corner of Zipan, and the wall might keep him alive just a little bit longer. He's going to land the headshot anyway, but the trade eventually comes through, keeping it even once again with two players going to try and fight back. But the shot from Shadow straight through the wall is going to put it back to a 2v2.
Well, this is now much more doable for FPX, and I feel bad because there's nothing that player could have done. Just get randomly spammed on through. The plant faked out for the TP. They're going to go to the B site and get themselves a bunch of control there. Dimisic on his way, double blast pack play. Has a nade to work with as well, and it's going to make its way towards the site. But the peak Artist is ready for it. The recon on its way. It's going to be broken by Shadow, who barely survives the shot hitting his shoulder. As another shock dart makes its way out towards that position, Shadow has crept his way onto the site. They don't know that he's here, but they're giving up the control. They're allowing him to tap that spike before they go out for a peek, and Shadow is clearing all of these angles, but finding them completely empty as he moves into hookah. Does he check the close left? And he does. But unfortunately, Artist was there a little bit too quickly. Already swinging out wide, putting it 23-22. Forza on map point, but it's not series point. Remember, they'll have to play split after this if they win this round here, which almost feels unfair because they've already basically played 3 maps.
How does Zipan get away with 2 kills there? There was so many plays in this round again that just looked like it should have gone in the other direction. This was also just... he sees the Hawk. That's what it is. It gives away the position, just decides to spam through because of it. 23-22. Again, we're going to see the operator in on the defensive side. It had its successes. And normally in this case, we see 4s around down. The fact is, though, we know how resilient FPX are, and Saigetsu only shows a leg, but he's going to be caught for it.
These Alps are having so much impact when it comes to the last couple of OT rounds that we've seen. Definitely worth the investment. 1:08 on the clock, plenty of time. FPX love to play defaults, and from what we've seen of them so far, you know, oftentimes, Tom, it's been 30 seconds left on the clock when they push in. So with the man advantage that they found, I don't expect to see any different here.
Yeah, just going to try and play with their opponents, force some rotates, but the read, at least for now, is a pretty decent one. Now, we've been seeing them throw that knife from afar, so it was almost an attempt to bait them into a rotation. Hugion's going to hit himself the shot. Oh, it's a bit of a whiff.
What?
Coffee's not going to get anything. The chance there, at least, vulnerability onto Shadow, but they're getting ready to try and pop out onto this site. They need the Viper to go huge again. They need Artist to land something. And actually, they're going to teleport through. But Zeddy's waiting. He didn't leave the site. He's been staying there patiently, looking to try and stun them up as they walk through. Already going to find himself one, a second, and all 3 for Zeddy. He has closed out the map on his own. And finally, it comes to a close with 4s as the victors.
What an incredible series that has just been. 24-22 as we close it out. I mean, I'll be honest, after the first map, I expected a slightly better performance from Forza here. Didn't quite see that one coming though, Tom. It has caught me by surprise a smidge, but a hell of a series to bring us all the way to a third map now, as we're going to be going on to Split in a little bit. Now, Tom, I'm gonna hazard a guess here, roll the dice, and just say probably a little bit of an extended break. They might need a few extra minutes.
Let's put it that way. I need a break, and we've casted 3 of the quickest maps we've ever had today, so I can't imagine what it's like for some of the players on the other side. And now the game changes, because this was only Forza fighting for their survival up until now. Now, this final map, either team can go home. We could see FPX going out as one of the first teams from the whole region, which would be ridiculous.
The plot thickens most certainly. And, you know, I mentioned the Gen G game. It was 23-21 in the end. That's the longest one I had remembered. And I can confirm that this one has beaten it, obviously, and beaten all the VCT games. Longest game in VCT so far. Hey, we'll take that. And they've got to go to a map 3. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. And when we come back, AD is going to probably have a field day with that one and talk us through what we can expect from Split. See you real soon.
Burger? Pie? Try it and decide.
Robert Dubois. He's in prison for putting Superman in the ICU.
I'm not joining your suicide squad.
We'll see.
It's okay, I'm not okay.
Let's meet your team.
I need to feel the raindrops on my head. On my head.
I'm a superhero!
I do not know.
Are you in or out?
See the new trailer online.
I had to learn how to walk and talk again. My brain had a reaction to being hit. You could see progress little by little. Now I'm playing music again. We've got a gig coming up and I'm pretty pumped for it. My setback was the only thing protecting me. I'm still here.
Welcome back to Berlin, Germany. The year is 2050 and we're celebrating Ryan's 64th birthday. Happy birthday, Brian.
I mean, it's apparently every day, right? So I might as well go that way.
Yeah, I mean, that was a marathon, Ryan and Kakuka. Yeah, I mean, it ended. Scream was tweeting that he wasn't sure if it was going to end, but Ryan, that was about survival, and you can tell how much both teams wanted it.
Yeah, 1 hour and 42 minutes total, so longer than the Gen G TSM match as well. When the funniest thing is that overtime alone, if you add 10 minutes to that, was almost longer than Team Liquid versus Oxygen, both maps.
Oh.
That's a long overtime overall, but Forza coming back in that fashion, not many teams are able to actually do that, and I think everybody had like a highlight moment.
I think that we were talking about in the pre-match, especially about Yoru and KO and what they could bring to the teams. But I feel like in the overtime, it wasn't about them at all. We had sick plays. I remember. I can only think about the overtime because it's been like half the map.
I can't remember normal time. Yeah.
Exactly, and I think it was interesting because at the beginning, Force was like, okay, we didn't manage to close it. Let's try and do a clean overtime. They were even picking up the orbs, thinking about what we're gonna do mid-round, all for this tragedy. And I think we've seen everything. And the most important thing I feel is like the players with the most endurance, like Dimisic, we were talking on the green room, have been crazy, the outcome that they put for their teams in the overtime.
Well, let's talk about Dimisic because, we talk about Shao, we talk about Zipan, we talk about Angel, like you said, the KO there. Also, just look at these kills, it's ridiculous. I think this must be one of those
43.
games where we had the most players over 30 kills. It must have been at least 4 or 5 players. But yeah, on the scoreboard, it's always easy to look towards these household names. But Dimisic, we weren't 100% convinced. I know, Kakuka, you felt like his Phoenix could have been better. But the Raze today, I personally felt like he was almost the MVP of that map.
Yeah, especially as I was saying during the overtime, there was like at least 4, 5, maybe 6 rounds where Dimisic were like, "Oh, we're losing it. Never mind. I'm gonna just charge on top of the boss. I'll just get this. No worries, team." So yeah, it was crazy for him. But after 46 rounds, I cannot even imagine how tired these teams are right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I think one of the more impressive things for Dimisic is just he was doing stuff that nobody else in their right mind would actually do. There was a round where they were on an eco. It was on the A site. We saw Forza putting down the Viper's pit into more lamps area. Dimisic just pushes in there with the Guardian, kills the Viper, and holds that position. And nobody from FPX really does that anymore. That's the more frustrating thing. But this is a round where Forza are able to actually sort of sit back and play. They were setting the pace so often, having this huge amount of aggression. And the fact that they were holding back with this almost like anti-plant utility. Hogyon gets 2 off the back of the Hunter's Fury from Artist, who had a fantastic series. He stepped up massively. It's the fact that Forza were playing this super high tempo on attack. They were trying to face into FPX as much. And then around like this, they're playing super passively and still managed to win it out for FPX. Both teams showed a lot of different sides to their play. And it's more impressive that Forza won it out in the end, because FPX, frankly, they should have won it on multiple rounds. The defuse, all that kind of stuff. This is mental breaking for FPX.
I mean, the defuse, now you brought it up, they were 1 round away from not just winning the map, but the series, Kakuka. Now, mentally, how do FPX come back from this? Because they do have one of the most experienced players in Europe on that roster.
Yeah, I mean, I think that obviously they're tired. There's no way that after 46 rounds you're not tired. But they still have to, clear their minds and think about the next map because they didn't have the best results earlier today. We'll talk about that. But before we jump into that, I would really like to say, we've talked about Dimisic, but I feel like Zeddy and Artist did so much for their team. Like the utility from Zeddy was out of this world. The way that he didn't only play for the team, but also for himself with the Astra, that was 10 out of 10 from him.
It really is a 50-50 map at this point. It's not like FPX was super strong and split in the first place. It's a map that we saw them play yesterday. We saw them with the Viper. It was super interesting against Supermassive Blaze, but they did end up losing the series in the end as well. So this is a nice bit of momentum for Forza to go, we've done something really unthinkable. We've come back from the brink. But FPX, they were hoping to be like Team Liquid, to be done. They're in bed, ready for their next game against Team Liquid at this point. But the fact that it's gone on this long, I could see a lot more mistakes coming from them because we saw a dozen at least in the end of that bind game.
I mean, it does feel like, especially like you said in that bind game, every time FPX had the advantage, they were one round away from winning, something just falls apart for them. And as you both mentioned, Split is next. That is the decider. But before we dive into that, I kind of want you guys to help me paint a picture here, because this is elimination, but it means two very different things for these two teams. So Ryan, you know, if FPX aren't able to win the next map and they get eliminated on the first elimination round here at EMEA, what does this mean for the roster and also champions?
It's similar to Oxygen with what we said, like they're kind of safe, but it really depends if G2 does really well, if Supermassive Blaze do well. Those teams that have 0 points suddenly get a couple of hundred because they get to Berlin and place 4th, 5th, 6th. There is a chance for FPX to be knocked out of last chance qualifiers. For Forza, it's more likely. They're like 10th, I think, and it's the top 10 that go, 11th, they get nothing. So Forza lose this, somebody will overtake them at that point. For FPX, there's still a glimmer of hope, but it's still out of your hands. And I think FPX are already a little bit concerned with their results recently, so this is a nightmare scenario for them.
I mean, Supermassive versus G2 is going to happen, and one of the teams is going to get to Berlin. So it's literally just one spot. Everything has to go really bad for them. I mean, really good for them to qualify if they lose this map. Now, are they ready for a split?
Oh, God.
I don't know. I really don't. Like, I feel like anything could happen, really, anything.
Well, Kakuka, you know, FPX, they played this recently, and they lost on a map that we didn't really maybe expect them to lose. Obviously, they had the whole scenario of having to play the last bit of it this morning as well. How much faith do you have on this team, especially given the changes, you know, we saw with Xiao as well?
I think there's still, I mean, I would say it's a 55-45 for FPX, just because of how tired they are. I really think that they can pull this map, but I don't know. All I can think of is Coffee's face when he stood up after 46 rounds being like, I cannot believe we actually got this map. So Split, it's literally all of nothing for both teams. So I'm kind of expecting, hope not the same, that on
no,
by,
we
but
want
close
it.
to that.
We want it. We need 50 more birthdays for Ryan.
We can break some more records. I think like artists just being able to play off of that. His Sage has been really good on Split from watching some of their old VODs back as well. So I'm excited to see that overall. But I just think for FPX, they didn't win a round today when they had to replay the end of the Split map against Supermassive Blaze. That is mental booming in itself, that they had the lead and they can't pick up one round. They stayed on 10 rounds total and Supermassive Blaze just overtook them. That's concerning to me. And, you know, the break is a big thing because Supermassive Blaze were able to actually just sort of spend time to think about how FPX were approaching it. They can almost think about that Viper pick a little bit more and see how they want to approach it. They succeeded. FPX couldn't use that time to really make it work in the end. So they've got to be prepared for a lot here.
It was an awkward situation for them. Like, you know that you're going in, you're one map down. It was a little bit like Oxygen must have felt. And they didn't even have time to warm up or expect, I mean, because obviously after that break, there was going to come something different from Supermassive, and they were already great players and a great team. So what can you expect? I really feel like this is going to be a great map whatsoever. One thing that I do not like is the fact that FPX relies a lot on like the classical composition for this map, but we'll see.
We will see indeed. Now, the teams are having a little break right now. We might as well take a break as well because we've done so much today. But do not go anywhere because Agent Select is on the way right after this.
Woke up in a fortress, a distortion. I'm at war with my emotions.
Courage starts with a risk. Break free from expectations. Defy boundaries and anything in your way. Dare to defy. Calvin Klein Defy, the new men's fragrance.
We could call it coupledom.
Ah, with duos. That kind of thing, yeah.
I like it.
We could talk about working together.
Oh, like collaborations and that.
The ups and downs. Shared hustles.
Yeah, I'm feeling that. Whoa.
You know, the power of partnerships. What do you think? Hello?
Synergy.
Good word.
So it's a conversation.
It's a podcast.
I haven't seen these Mongols before. They claim to follow someone called the Eagle. I have to go back.
I remember waking up with that sort of movie moment where somebody says to you, hey, you've been in a car accident. I had no idea where I was. I didn't really understand the fact that I was seriously injured. Something like wearing your seatbelt stopped me from going through the windscreen. I feel as if I'm very lucky. Got through it and, yeah, still here today.
Robert Dubois. He's in prison for putting Superman in the ICU.
I'm not joining your suicide squad.
We'll see.
It's okay, I'm not okay.
Let's meet your team.
I need to feel the raindrops on my head. I'm a superhero! I do not mind.
Are you in or out?
See the new trailer online.
Was an absolute marathon, but both FPX and Forza can see the finish line now. All they have to do is win on a split. I'm Yingsu, and I'm on the desk again with Ryan and Kakuka. Like I said, a split, this is the decider. I know both of you were still leaning a little bit more towards FPX, but Ryan, last time for today, the win conditions, what do Forza need to do now? Do you feel like it's going to be a little bit easier for them here?
If they can build up that lead initially, because that's what made them look so good on Bind, is they were up at the half, 8-4, then FPX came back into a little bit, and that's where FPX looked good on split against Supermassive Blaze. They were 7-0 up initially, they had that lead, but then towards the end, like I mentioned, when we came back to it this morning, 7 rounds in a row Supermassive Blaze won, and FPX weren't able to get one, so it really is just keeping that momentum. Split is very good at doing that, even attacking or defending sided. It's just try and keep that momentum, keep the economy on your side if you can. Don't force up if you don't need to. So we're not going to see like operators and stuff, for example. That's the thing that I think is just keep those rounds rolling if you can.
There's something that scares me, even if it's just a little bit. First of all, we're going to have Zeddy on the Astra. Big fan from now on, big fan. And I have to say that also looking at stats, we can see that Forza is actually stronger on attack. Whether, as Ryan was saying, FPX's defense on split is not the best. So everything, I think, might go through that first half. If they start that way, I can remember.
Well, that Astra was instrumental.
It was like 5 years ago.
It pretty much was, yeah. You know, the Astra you spoke about, instrumental on Bind, and it's just not something we see in Europe anymore. So, Kakuka, do you feel like that is something that maybe Europe are lacking behind for the first time? Because I feel like we're so used to being like, oh yeah, we're the pioneers, you know, we start stuff. But CIS, Turkey, they're both using the Astra very, very well.
So the conversation went like that. It was like, oh, Astra's in, let's try it. A lot of teams were using her, and it was great. And then the meta changes again, and they're like, well, is this really worth it? So we think we're actually ahead, as you were saying. But then we see other teams, like, coming from the bottom, and with this spectacular performances, and you're saying, actually, with what I'm saying, I think we're missing out on some utility, especially how they play with double controller. So maybe we are. Only time will tell.
Yeah, there's just a high tempo, I suppose, that they were able to do with utility. But Soigetsu's not going to be on the sky anymore, so Zeddy kind of has to do it all. But if it's just about controlling that ground disaster, and I think he's been tremendous doing that across the series.
Well, we are going to head into Agent Select now and find out what these teams are going to be picking for the last time today. Who knows? It could potentially be like a double match. And that's what I'm calling the bind, because that wasn't even just one game. But as you guys can see, into Agent Select, Coffee very quickly locking in that raise. But you know, FPX, they could be experimenting.
Back on the Viper still, yeah.
Yeah. Shao still on the Viper. Are you a fan of this, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, it's still good on this map. And like I said before, like I don't think Viper's an agent other than Icebox that you need to play on any particular map. But if you know the strategies, have ideas around it, and teams like Forza maybe not expecting to run into it, and maybe you can make it work. It had success yesterday. Let's not pretend that FPX got domed by a supermassive Blaze. It's just that Forza are running something they've been comfortable with for quite some time. And Astra, Sage, mostly that's going to be staying central in the map overall, trying to take mid-control buff on the attack and defense. It's going to be difficult to uproot that with a Viper on, say, attack, I think.
Yeah, I also have to say, I do like the fact that Dimasic is back on the Cypher. He's given, as we were saying, a great performance on Race, but I feel like it is also the safe pick. Also, Shao again on the Viper. He was great on Omen. Is it going to be the same for this split? We don't know. I feel like Force is going to be really strong after managing to pull out that map. I'm scared. I don't know what's going to happen. For once, I don't want any of these teams to win, actually.
Well, I'm going to force you to pick one now, Kakuka. Which team do you feel like could potentially take this one?
I'm sticking to FPX.
I'm the same. And the only reason is just because,
only,
like you said, like it's a safe choice from FPX. And when FPX played safe on Icebox, they looked the best team there. So it's only when things get a bit zany and out there on bind that things were looking out of control. But on a map like this with these comps, FPX really should be winning this, let's be honest.
Whoa, well, this is it. This is the decider. Can FPX redeem themselves, or can Forza pull off the upset of the tournament? Mitch and Tom, let's get into game now and find out.
It has been one hell of a day so far, Tom. That it most certainly has. But you know what? We've got a little bit more to bring to the table, don't we? Final map, certainly of the day, but who knows when it's going to end. Usually, you know, I'm ordering dinner about an hour and a half, but I went ahead and waited until tomorrow. I've just ordered some breakfast just in case. Tom, I'm ready for this one. Are you?
Sure. Let's say yes, just to
I think so.
Like keep everybody happy. After the last one, I'm not. I didn't expect to see 46 rounds played in a map. I don't know if I'll be able to cope if that happens again. I'm also a little bit sad that we don't get the Phoenix, because that was something yesterday I actually really enjoyed, especially on the attack. And that was where we actually saw FPX really dominant, in fact, yesterday. They had a lot of cool like pot flashes that they were throwing through and giving Dimasic the ability to be that pure entry fragger. They've gone back a little bit, and I think his Cypher is something that we can definitely enjoy, but I'm more interested by the fact that we're seeing them with no duelist at all, which is a bit weird.
What I'm curious about, though, Tom, is like, where do you think player mentality is at this point? Bouncing back from a loss like that for FPX in the previous map, playing the longest game in VCT history, to then lose and end up on a third map now with the real possibility, and I mentioned it in the previous map, hey, you know, they're whatever. You lose that map, hey, you just play the next one. It's all good. But now, you lose this one, it's elimination time. And whilst FPX might have a good chance of making it into last chance qualifier or anything like that, they're not going to be happy on missing out on another Masters.
I think something we've learned from like the top teams, or the teams we consider to be the top teams, is when they're down, they always seem to come back even stronger. Liquid proved it today with just the obliteration of Oxygen. I think FPX are almost the kings of that. Like, if I was going to put a team on a pedestal that I think definitely could come back from it, they'd be the one that I'd choose. Like, I think they've got an in-game leader in the form of Angel, who's had to do this thousands and thousands of times. Like, the man has been doing this for so long now that it will be second nature. Now, some of the younger players, maybe I'd call into question, but players like Xiao and Zipan, I can't think of like back-to-back poor performances ever from them. So I'm not really worried. And then the experienced players like Dimasic and Shadow, again, I expect them to bounce back from this with quite a bit of ease. So going into Split, this is a map that they've always been very good on, even going all the way back to the likes of Party Parrots. And sure, Fours do enjoy playing it as well, but realistically, I'm still going to favor FPX, even though in most other cases, I would favor the team that just came off a map victory.
Yeah. So you're favoring FPX, evidently. I'm not going to say who I'm favoring because we've learned a
'Cause you're a
valuable lesson
coward.
today. But I did say, I mean, you'll remember when it was, 16, 15? I said that that map was going to go in favor of Forza, and it did.
You
so
also said it was going to
I
be
was right.
17-15, though. You did also
Let's-
say the exact scoreline.
If we abbreviate what I said, I was right. So I'm happy with that. Let's get into the game. Let's start it. I'm going to press my caster start game button. It has been pressed, and so we're going in. We're on our way into split. Now, Tom, we know that this is going to be a challenge for FPX mentally, just to keep themselves awake and in it. They've had a little bit of a break, and as you said, even if you would question some of these younger players, simply the fact that they have someone like Angel spearheading that team makes me believe that their mentality is not going to be a problem. But over on the Forza side, they're coming off the back of that victory, and now we come into the pistol round. They're on the attack here on split. Let's see what they can do.
It's looking like Xiao is going to opt to try and take a fair bit of mid control. The poison cloud put in early, the wall put behind it. Bit intrigued by that. They're using a lot of utility early, something that I don't think I've said for about 46 rounds, because on Bind, that definitely wasn't the case. It was hold on to it as long as humanly possible. But I think they're trying to deter them back from going into this position. Now a smoke will fall as well to just delay them that little bit longer. Fours, well, they're going to have to be patient, and in fact, it looks like the deterrent has worked.
It just might have. It feels like we're not that far away from some big combat going down as we see the Forza players grouping up outside that A site. Looking to move into this one as a pack. Angel in a sneaky position. One of the worst. If you don't check your corner when you walk through, he's walking away with 2 or 3 kills guaranteed. Playing it with a ghost as they walk by. They don't clear it, but Artist eventually swings and spots him. That's the... Oh, how? How has he done that? Right-click them through. A smoke and a third has got his way. He's just tearing them apart. My God, up above, Xiao is doing damage. Already 3 kills here in the pistol round, and Forza have a man disadvantage just because of him. Artist, I think, has been spotted up close, and Zip and right-clicks him to death. Why would you ever buy a ghost when this weapon's on the market? Xiao tagging up Zeddy makes it so much easier for Dimasic to deal with them, and that is going to be 1-0 for FPX.
I do really enjoy when players almost just kind of, like, almost instantly just pull any doubts away. Because as I said, it's normally the young players you look to crumble under pressure. Like, you're never really going to focus on the player who's been around for tenure and had to be in these positions many a time. You look at players like Xiao and Zipan, who are very, very young coming into Valorant, and 3 of the kills went Xiao's way, the other went Zipan, and then 1 for Dimasic. Like, I don't think they're even breaking a sweat. I think they've had a team talk. They, of course, got Doom Bros alongside them as well, which every single one of our analysts seems to talk to. And hopefully, he's also had some words with his team.
So we come into this round with quite a lot invested from both teams, Tom. You know, they've got a lot of weapons. Force buy from Forza, and I can't say I'm too surprised considering the map that's in it. On the attack side, already got a lot of space. And the Spectres are given away, right? At this point, FPX know that they're up against a Force buy. This isn't going to be an easy round. Not the textbook 2-0 into a full buy. Now, Angel's stuck in the corner, but they're not pushing him down. Flash from Shadow's going to come through. Angels doesn't see anyone. Step still heard. They know there's players around here, but Force are really just pumping the brakes because they've no beat control and they have to make a move sometime soon. And the nades exchanged. Look where Angel is. He's getting right up in their face on the edge of the smoke. The Shadow picks them off. Here comes Angel through the smoke, but he gets nobody. He was behind them. Damage done, but it's not enough. Forza, man advantage. Coffee getting healed back up, and the plant is in. This is a disaster.
Yeah, fortunately, the 2 players surviving are Xiao and Zipan. So if anybody was going to be able to bring this home, this is the duo that you would want in this scenario, clearing some of those closer angles, using the snake bite to find a little bit of space, and they know there's no wraparound. This actually gives them far more information than it takes away on the other side. One will go their way, but Zipan can't quite capitalize. He has, however, done a hell of a lot of damage. He baits with the shots, and they almost line up, but Coffee will land the insta headshot. Not on Yoru this time, but still putting up those numbers nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous work from Forza. The Force buy in the second round is a gamble. They really rolled the dice, but they got the reward for it. And FPX, going to do the same, perhaps. I mean, Angel played with a Ghost in the previous round, so he can get a Vandal out here. The rest of the team could eco this. You could play it as a hero rifle. On the defensive side, it's going to be tough to make it work, really, but I think that's what they're going for, Tom.
Yeah, the only thing that's a little bit peculiar for me is the fact that Demasik has invested into shields and a pistol. So financially, he's going to be in the bin in the next round. Maybe going to play a Guardian, which is quite a bit cheaper than it used to be. And Zipan, well, he's gone. It is going to be on to Angel being sucked into the corner, and Xiao's actually going to be the one to take the brunt of it. Now, it's not the rifle lost, but they do know it's here.
Yeah, and then that's really important because it's going to stop these players who have Spectres from peeking from backside. They're not going to take those disadvantageous fights that otherwise they might have if they thought they were up against pistols. Still, the Sheriff will be dangerous from heaven, of course, on that range, but for FPX, opportunities are going to be few and far between. And I think saving this rifle, having the other two players going aggressively to try and deal damage and die is probably the way to play this. Unless they find something very, very quickly, which doesn't appear to be the case.
Yeah, they might be able to hold a few players into the spike, but realistically, that's a nice shot from Demasik. He's going to hear all the footsteps. He's waiting for the swing, and it will eventually come through. Angel will get himself too, but it's not really worth it for the rifle loss. Like, yeah, they made it costly. Yeah, he'll be able to buy into the next round, but I'm still going to look at the finances on the other side of things. And it could potentially mean that either fours go for a buy in this round, and then they've got a huge advantage, or they play the bonus with that extra rifle, and then you kind of look at the other side of things, and yeah, you got like a Bulldog and a few other pieces missing.
Yeah, the fact that they managed to recover and upgrade on it, right? That's really the issue that you see, because when you're FPX at this stage, you're down 2-1. You're investing everything that you possibly can into this round. And Forza, if they win, which they've got a decent chance, even just with the weapons that they have right now, right? They're playing Vantals. Is it Vantals? Tom, I really am losing my mind.
You've
Vandals.
lost it.
There we go. You know, they've got 2 Vandals out there. You could call that double digits in the 2s. But no,
I still can't believe you said that.
You know what, Tom? Neither can I. That's the worst.
Still
part.
not the worst thing you've said on a broadcast, but
yeah, we don't need to. We don't
seen enough times.
It has. Yeah, #1 viewed clip of the Blast tournament. I remember, and I get reminded of it on a at least weekly basis by you, Tom. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure I'll take that one to the grave. But with 2-1 on the board, we have a little bit of a tech pause, or we had a little bit of a tech pause. It looks like they're good to go and jump back into the game. With Forza being ahead, they have evidently decided to save up a bit of cash, a bit of credits, but for the most part, they're investing, and they'll have full rifles. So a strong buy for Forza as FPX go down to their last legs. Losing this puts 4-1 on the board and gives Forza a fantastic attack in the early stages.
Yeah, this is still going to be a bit of a tough one for them, though. It would be huge boost if they can win it. They've got the res available as well, so it puts them in a pretty good place. Although I will say that there's a few ultimates on the other side that are very close to coming into play. They're almost leaving the A side with a solo defender. I feel like Breach almost works as a sentinel when it comes to the defensive side of this map, just having those fault lines again, just trying to delay as much as possible, but they've won the initial battle in mid. It doesn't however, look like that battle is over, because with 3 players currently getting aggressive, it works in a sense that they'll gain middle control. It, however, could be a bit of a burden, because it looks like they're going to lose B.
Yeah, it's not exactly going to be ideal, is it? They just walk out on the B side and get a plan for free. And not even the kill, because look at the rotation that's coming in. Sugetsu's gone all the way through their spawn. So that's the site down. Easy plan. As easy as can be. The question is, does Sugetsu get caught? Because there's been a sneak through by Xiao. He is ready for this. He's heard him, and Sugetsu even gets the kill. That is a free upgrade on the 1 weak weapon that they actually had on the Forza side. I mean, this is about as good as it can go, with Zipan running on the side all alone. And this is starting to look like a pretty scary Forza side and a sloppy FPX start over on the defense.
Yeah, for sure. And if you'd consider the game that they played yesterday, it was a 9-3 attacking half for FPX. So their defensive side, for anybody who isn't a mathematician out there, they only managed to get 1 round, which I believe might even include the weird like lag out rounds that we had as well. So that's a very, very bad sign for FPX and their defensive side so far. Now they have switched up the comp since then. They've not got the Phoenix in there, so they are trying to play potentially into the slightly more defensive compositions that are available to them. But as of right now, Fours are looking incredibly good. They've kicked things off with a bang. They've won what is normally a bonus round, but we know that they did invest quite heavily into it. And if anything, the read in this round from FPX was completely wrong. They gambled off the mid control and just, I think it was one player, I think it was Saigetsu, just pushing on A, like making some presence heard. That was enough for a full rotation from FPX, which, I don't know, I normally expect them to have a slightly better grasp on the situation, especially when, as we have to still premise, they are the big favorite in this one. They are one of the teams that many, including myself, expect to be in that top 4. If they lose this map, they're out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a crazy thought. It really is. And at this stage, I'm not surprised that tactical timeout from FPX. It looks like they're contemplating a force buy, to be honest. With the kind of money that they have right now, and Xiao having his Viper's Pit to play around, pretty close to getting Rolling Thunder and a Res online, this is definitely a round where you could make the argument of going in for the force and trying to stop them right here and now. And I see a Spectre in the hands of Dimisic that seems to only further confirm that, Tom, yeah, we're going to see the force buy up from FPX. I'm going in for this. I respect it.
That goes there.
Yeah, they're a team that can definitely make a round like this work. Zipan with a Sheriff is as good as anybody else with a rifle, so it's not even that much of a loss. They can definitely make this work. They've got at least an ult or two to play with. The Viper's Pit, one that could definitely be brought in for a round like this, especially when you consider there's Spectres in play. I think Angel might have actually got a cheeky peek at one of the players coming out from Force, but they're still going to try and push off this. Zeddy looking to entry with the spike, and he couldn't have got a better timing. It will hit the deck, and now Shadow's alongside him.
Oh, here we go. Out goes the Sheriff. Angel's really feeling it. But Xiao's caught. With him taken down, they've got full control. They're starting to move over towards heaven. Sugetsu in a great position. The problem is his HP. On 46, it doesn't matter what weapon he faces, he's at a disadvantage immediately.
No charges.
Has to be very cautious finish to the round for Forza.
Oh, no.
Gonna bring them towards the side of B at just the right time. 2 players from FPX caught on that rope and taken down. Certainly seems to be a hot spot in this round. Shadow having that one rifle that he saved over. Can he do something? Well, that's so unlucky. They actually check the one angle that he's on, and he is gone. Dimisic having to do it all with a Spectre in hand. And, well, Tom, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't believe in him in this situation. It's a little bit too tough.
I'd be surprised. I am loving the fact that, especially when you think of like stereotypes of like CIS gameplay, again, you think of this very aggressive style, individualistic, and then you just have Fours at the moment just being methodical, clearing all these angles with utility, making sure that none of these cheeky spots can be caught out. And if anything, it's looking like FPX are having to try and win off individual duels at this point. 4-1, looking strong in that attacker side. And while there's a lot of ultimates online for FPX, but with how much they invested in the last round, I'll be curious to see how they're doing in terms of credits.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, it's not bad.
It's not bad. No, it's not bad at all. And then you look at the ultimates that they have to play with. About to have Res online. That will bring it up to a full 5. Of course, Forza have got exactly the same. And the problem is if you look at the impact that Forza's ultis can have, Rolling Thunder matches up on the other side. You've got Neural Theft, matches up. Cosmic Divide. Well, to be fair, I saw Forza use that in a very effective way. They're rushing it down. Huffy's inside the ultimate before it's even started. But he's taken down. He's spotted by Xiao in the back of the site. Quick headshot with the back of Vents. And that's going to give mid control for free. I mean, this is 100% FPX's control. But Tom, there's still 3 players here. Now, are they looking to counter push, or are they clearing this out? Because if they're clearing it, they need to move. There's 4. They've used a Viper ultimate, and there's 4 players inside it, or around it. Obviously, they have B side covered by utility, but the A side is so weak right now with just that wall stopping them. And of course, Forza have a wall. They could counter wall over. They're not going to because Sage is over on B. But this is a very focused round around middle that could definitely cost them.
Oh,
Cheeky little
they're actually
fake.
going to fake it out. I like this. They're even going to put the ice wall behind it to try and stop them from being able to run through. This has kept 3 players on the other side, but the man here is Zipan. He gets nothing. Zeddy isolates the battle, and now the TP has to come through. It's Angel to try and hold on to this site. He's going to get ulted and pushed into the back. The minuscule of that ultimate catches him. There's one on the other side, but they don't see Zeddy. He's in the back lines, and now the Aftershock will hold him back for a second. He's going to get killed by it as well. It's absolute chaos in this one, but it's left on to Xiao, all on his own. And Forza are going to take another one. They counted every ultimate with a further play. They will get themselves a deserved 5th.
Wow, you're going to be kicking yourself watching that VOD back if you're FPX, seeing Zeddy just sat in the corner. He gets thrust up above it. There's a chance that he even... I think he might have come up on the map for a second even. Surely someone would have called it at that stage. Maybe Shadow decided to just run past him and ignore him. He might have seen him and said, screw it, I need to go sight. I don't know. But whatever happened, it was not good. It was not good for FPX, that's for damn sure. Now we're looking at Forza stacked up on cash still with a showstopper to play with. That's what I was getting at earlier when I was talking about all these ultimates. It's the fact that you've got a showstopper in play for Forza. A lot of the other ultimates, they'll match up pretty much 1-to-1, but if the ult economy is evenly traded, Forza end up in a better position because of the value that they can presumably get out of Coffee's ulti. Also, Coffee's been switching around what agent he plays, and he looks incredible on every single one.
Going to be left to try and defend the res. Zipan said it earlier. The man sheriff, it's not a disadvantage for him. He makes that gun look incredibly good, and while considering the investment of the res and now the fact that the showstopper's out, this is actually a very good opportunity. It's just the weaponry that absolutely sucks. We're going to see the stun going through, but I think it's completely missed. It's going to be the Aftershock that has to delay them, allow for the rotation, and you can see Demasic just trying to watch the cross, but the fact is, they're going to actually go up into heaven instead.
Once they've taken that control, they have nothing but range duels offered up to them. Dropping down to the A site would be a little bit risky. They have Astra Stars to try and
30
work
seconds left.
with instead. And it looks like they're just going to fall back down the road. Offered it in more of a conventional split. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, if Artist is playing heaven here... That was not a collat. That was Angel and Shadow at the same time, peeking and taking them down. Now they've spotted Angel on back sight. He's still alive and doing damage. With 10 seconds left, all they have to do is delay. Cost them time, and the Artist has made it away. He's tucked in the corner. Sheriff on sight. Shadow not getting it. Reloading and not being pushed down. Hutchin just ready on the angle, and he loses the duel. It's not the round I would have guessed FPX won, but they'll take it. Putting it 5-2. Stopping Forza from really just running away with this one.
It's just FPS things, isn't it? Like, it's just something they somehow managed to pull off every single time. They even, you have to look at it from Forza. They even technically had 6 because they used a res in the middle of that round. So they committed ultimates to that, and unfortunately the trade straight afterwards was on the showstopper, so they couldn't even use that into this one. It happened previously. I'm pretty sure it will happen again. One thing I will give credit to Forza, though, is they've been excellent at breaking back after rounds like this. They don't let it demoralize them. 5 rounds on the attack, normally I would say is not bad, but FPX have always been very good on the attack of this map.
Well, the showstopper is going to be clearing a lot towards A heaven. The space taken by Forza, and that rocket almost kills Angel, leaving him on 9 HP. He can't even think about dropping down. He can't go anywhere because he's stunned up.
So
beautiful fault line. Oh, wow. Forza have overrun at least heaven and mid. But there, they know the Shadow's down below now, right? He just broke some utility, so that's him in trouble. Demasic's being spotted and naded up as well. Forza have got so much info to play with here. They've got all the angles, and a huge individual play needs to be made for this one to work out. And well, there's none to be seen. Zipan 1v5 has a res, but no opportunities to res people up. And well, that's gonna be the round, isn't it? I mean, the question is, does he save or does he try to get some damage done? That's pretty much the only gray area in this one. By the way, Tom, I want to say I didn't get a chance to, because this has been a pretty competitive series with like people force buying up and stuff. But when we started out this map, you know, I was just casting an eye over a Twitch chat, and I enjoyed some of the comparisons they were making of you. They said some So I got a wide Jack Harlow. I'll take that. I'll take that every day of the week. Yeah. You got a Link is casting this game. I enjoyed that one.
I like
caster on the right.
I like his head is brighter than my future.
That one really got me. Dude looks like bald Ben Shapiro. Shiny. Someone just said shiny. You came on the screen as shiny.
I don't like the Ben Shapiro. I don't like that one. I don't want that one. I'd take all the other ones are absolutely fine. I don't want that one.
That one wasn't so great. That one you could have done without.
We'll leave that one out, please.
Yeah, the others though, shiny. I liked shiny and Miskiff. Those were enjoyable. I'm just surprised that you're on the analyst desk and casting. That's pretty impressive.
It is a talent. It's also amazing how I change my accent and my shirt and location. But other than that, it's it pretty much.
You're VPNing in real life.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I'm actually using. I'm still on bind. I'm using the teleporters to get to different players. I think many people are still on bind. Especially, imagine if you decided to watch back that VOD without knowing the scoreline. You're probably still there for the next couple of days. But
I've got 40 minutes. Let me watch a VOD real quick.
2 hours.
I've missed my flight.
I did see. I think it was Demo was tweeting out that he was like, I got dinner plans. It's like, oh, sorry, mate.
Yeah.
Sorry, we'll just speed up the match. Also, he said at 8, which if he is in Ukraine or the CIS, he's missed that because it's now past 9.
I'll be honest.
So.
Probably should have booked dinner a bit later. That would have been
That's
true. Maybe they gambled on winning the map earlier, I suppose.
Or just gambled on who could have gambled that Liquid would have won so quickly? I think that's the more impressive thing. I guess if you saw the last time they played, but here we go. Tactical pause done. We're gonna see a bit of a weird investment once again. Alright, a few players buying up. Dima Sick not really having much to play with, an Angel in the same boat. They're relying on the superstar youngsters to try and drag them through this round. Does have at least a little bit of utility to try and hold down the B site, maybe deter some of the more aggressive pushes, but in reality, I think it's been the mid-round switch-ups from Force that have actually been the most impressive. They've been dynamic with the pace of their rounds, and they've made it really tough to actually read where they're going to be going. This time, stun straight into the corner, aggressive swing out from Coffee, and again, an easy opener.
Yeah, a tough retake for FPX. And Forza have got great control. The stars are going down. Still plenty of util to play with as they came into that last minute. And now all they've got to do is get the plant in. I don't see anybody stepping forward to move to the site, though. This is really delayed in pushing through. And now all of FPX is here. They're rallied up and ready to take some duels up above the smoke. They've managed to spot Artist and deal with him. Heal is going to come through pretty quickly, so Shadow's going to be back up and ready to fight. Are they going to come through this? I like Coffee's position. That was a really nice little bit of cover the second that they try to make it through. Nice shot to Zipman. Now, what do you do from here? They've gone up above. Angel tried to make a little shadow step, a sneaky play, but it was being watched as well. And that was an uncharacteristic retake from FPX. I have to be honest. A lot of individual duels. Nothing really found. Even when they would go for individual duels, it's FPX tend to succeed. But I mean, we're up against Forza here. This isn't a matchmaking game.
No slouches for sure. And yeah, these risky force buys that they've been taking just have not been working. Res invested, doesn't really get anything for it. The only way I really see that going wrong is if we had the paranoia in. If that was still available for Angel, I think they could actually have won that just by going straight through, but they didn't have that utility available to them. And while there may be a few counter pieces being thrown out by Force, but ultimately just an incredibly strong hold again on their attack. And it's just their utility usage. It's been so good. They've made any aggressive piece out from FPX just null and void by the fault lines, the flashes, and pretty much anything under the sun. I think as well, Zeddy, although he might not be statistically the MVP, I think his Astra has been one of the best I've seen in a long time.
Opponent killed.
Great stuff. Straight onto Zeddy for the mid pick, then just fall back. There's even a Viper wall up for them to play behind. A solid start to the round for FPX. How do Forza respond? The spike is dropped nice and safe. Those players spread out. They're holding default, but I mean, FPX have already went for their aggression, right? There's no need for them to push up at this stage. And they're unlikely to really move past the sort of granted zones, the part of the map that they know they control. In fact, FPX have made a little bit of a trade. You notice that they've given up mid completely at this point. Happy to say, hey, yeah, we've got the man advantage. If you're willing to give us a kill, we'll give you mid.
30 seconds left.
It's a fair trade. But now they get a little greedy, a little more, and a pixel angle onto Coffee, rolling thunder into main, and well, that is a nice little response by FPX.
Yeah, really good round. The second they get the opener, it just looks like things start to fall further into their favor, and
10 seconds
remaining
left.
2 players probably just going to hold on to what they've got. Still got full shields as well, so not really much of a reinvestment other than the utility they have, so worthwhile just making sure that they combine to the next round, and the rest of the members of their team, I imagine, will still have stacks of cash. It's 7-3. That said, when you look at FPX, at least in their match versus Supermassive Blaze, they were much, much better on the attack. So although I don't want to count them out just yet, this is also a different comp. This isn't that same Phoenix, which is obviously going to add quite a bit to their attacking side. It looks like they've tried to change up that dynamic a little bit, and it hasn't gone much better on the defense so far.
It hasn't really. I mean, obviously the response that we saw out of FPX coming into the previous round, or it was not really a response, right? They kill one mid, they kill another trying to come up mid, with the rolling thunder. Okay, the blast back play is more of what we should be talking about, because Coffee's already in here. What? Is he stuck? Has he been walled into the corner? They've trapped him. It's like a game of mousetrap. He blast backs in and they go, nope. Sit down for a minute. Get slowed, get killed. I mean, Coffee is not happy right now. He is wishing that he had a little gate crash to just TP out of there.
Poison's off.
Don't get Harry started. I don't want that coming back.
Well, you
up
see,
again.
guys, if Coffee was playing a race, he wouldn't have blast packed in.
Shadow's actually going to have to try and get aggressive, otherwise he's going to get caught up in all of that utility once again. The gravity well pulling him back. The space on the site looking to be garnered. He's managed to hold, and actually Angel's gone into the back corner. Now, he might have been spotted, but the likelihood is they're not going to clear Angel properly, and it doesn't even matter. Even though they see him, eventually it's Zipan who ends up getting the kills from above. It's left onto Huggy to try and turn the tide, and this time he won't be able to. 7-4, a late resurgence from FPX. But as said, 5 rounds for them. It's workable.
It is. It absolutely is, with a pistol round under your belt, but I don't think Forza are going to give this one up all too easily. You see them grouping up outside that A site, and a glance down at the ultis will see that, you know, Artist and Coffee are both pretty close, so we could have the direction here being that, you know, Artist can get his ultimate for the res, Coffee can play aggressive, try to get some kills for himself, and maybe get rezzed up afterwards, but first they'll need to claim the control. And that's going to involve a couple of Astra stars, I would presume. Oh, as I noticed where the economy's at, though, Tom, you know, Zeddy's only got 2 stars to play with. It's not ideal because there's none placed right now. So if they decide to, for example, smoke off to take that orb, well, they won't have a lot to play with to actually execute a site. Luckily, FPX has smoked it for them.
They've been very kind, wanting to try and delay a little bit more.
Poison's off.
Now they're seeing those stars actually fall into place.
She had a lot more than 2. She'd obviously pulled some back, I guess.
think he might have retrieved a couple and baited you in.
Yeah, it doesn't show the countdown on it. I didn't think he put them down that early. That's my bad.
He got bamboozled, Mitch.
Look at this, though. We just had the ulti popped out for a little bit of information from Angel. And that's on the back of this. Forza are starting to move. They're starting to look elsewhere, and it's towards mid and vents that they want to take it. Shao shuts down Coffee. That's going to be no showstopper to play with, or so you would think. But there's the res we talked about earlier on. Punching down and out operator removed from play. And these players are now trapped in vent. Getting out of here is going to be really, really tough. Moving towards the site, they've got to just go for duels right here and now. And maybe they're not screwed. Showstopper's online, Tom. Here it comes. Rushing towards the site. Oh my God. The airtime on that for Coffee. He's in the back site before he's taken down. And it's all on to Dimisic to try and slow it, but he won't get it done in time. Plant comes into play, and a 2v2 retake is now on the cards.
There's still a snake bite available for Xiao to potentially try and cut out some of these angles, but they're actually going to go aggressive. They've taken control in towards the defender's spawn, pushing forward to try and battle back around behind. But they don't really have the best of plants for this. They're almost going to have to try and cut them on the cross, and that's exactly what they do. Zipan, the only one standing, and Zeddy is going to close out the round. That was looking like a surefire win for FPX, but they let it slip.
This is really starting to get shaky. If you're FPX, just a few rounds away from winning that last map, man. So close again and again. I mean, I don't know how many. Did you find out afterwards, Tom, how many map and series points FPX had?
No.
On that previous map? It was a lot.
I don't think anybody had that count. There's at least like 5 or 6, I think, to say the least. But
no, they got pretty damn close. And to have that snatched out, the rug pulled from under you, and now you're 8-4 down this pistol round, Tom, it is so important for FPX. Sure, they could pull off a Forza Force buy in the second round, but we're gonna put a little bit of respect on this round and hope that FPX have something planned for us. It looks like mid control, but that's exactly what Forza are thinking about. They've got a flash primed, a nade in, and so much damage done. Hudging onto Angel starts it off. Things slow down, a flash return. And Zipan's healed himself all the way back up to 100. I mean, look, that looked like it was going to be a lot worse than it actually was. Dima! Oh, he's landed the headshot. But Artist just heals himself.
still going to take the control. This isn't a fake either. The rest of the team are looking to try and rotate in alongside him. He's hoping he can find them some sort of entry. The cam actually not destroyed. Gives that little bit of information. And Saigetsu is already going to catch off Zipan. The spike has still managed to make it to the side, and he jumps through onto Shadow as well. Loses a teammate, but they're not going to mind. A 4 versus 2 situation. Both players locked into the site. Dimisic knows it. He needs to find a battle, and he will get one.
That was the low HP Sugetsu. There's a couple more players, though, on the way. Coffee hit down to 12 and have a tough time doing much. The right-click classic should never be underestimated, though. That wall coming down as we speak. It leaves Coffee and Hudson in the open. Beautiful stuff. Zeddy with it all to do. 1v2. Up close left, he's got one, but he can't find any of the shots. Oh, it's painful, but it won't be happening for Forza. FPX pick up a 5th round and take one step closer to shutting Forza down. Because it's a long road ahead of them, but as we said, the pistol was a key part of it.
That might be one that they live to regret, though. Like, that's a 2 versus 4 that they've just lost, with both players isolated into the site, and somehow, some way, FPX managed to isolate the jewels and get themselves into a pretty strong position. Now, it's fairly common that on the defensive side, you're not going to see the same sort of heavy investment. So, although the risk worked out in the previous pistol we saw, in the previous second round for Forza, they're not going to take that risk once again. And in fact, they're going to gamble stack into mid, which if you currently look at the positions of FPX, they seem to have quite a good read there. They've already put a wall down and look to try and cross in towards the B site, although I will say they haven't got the spike.
Blinding.
Yeah, I think they've noticed that. They're on their way back around to pick up the spike as we speak. Zipan's getting aggressive, and they don't expect it. He's all the way up in their spawn before they realize, and they're just being wrecked. Leaving Sugetsu to do it all. Xiao, well, maybe not ready.
All right.
Classic in play. Right clicks are dangerous. We've said it before, but this time Zipan deals with it. Putting 6 on the board for FPX. Clean enough. They lose 2 players. Obviously, you want to survive with a little bit more than that, but I think... I know they don't have a spare pistol on anyone to drop over today, so it's going to be decently expensive.
And maybe one was picked up, but by the looks of it, they're not playing this as a bonus round. Neither team have done that thus far. They're going to try and basically force this one back through and get themselves right back into the map. If they can win this, we're looking at an 8-8 scoreline. FPX maybe even on their favored side, although I know that for anybody who watches a lot of Split, you might be thinking I'm mad. They are one of those teams that have always been incredible on the attack of this map. Especially, I think Dima 6 lurks are something that I've always incredibly enjoyed. Like, he seems to just find spacing. We know about the mid pushes that always come through from Angel and the control that he's able to garner. They do still have to bypass what is a lot of utility, though. And that is one thing with this composition that's in at the moment for Force. On the attack, it worked very well. But for defensive, like slowing down of opposition, they have so much utility that it's not going to be easy.
Concealment.
Definitely a tough task ahead. That's an off angle by Zeddy. You don't see it held all too often, and it catches them completely by surprise. Angel left on 30 HP. Artist is caught in the corner. They know that he's here. They're waiting for that smoke to fade, and it's about to. That's where Artist is going to be in a little bit of trouble. He could play for his teammate to watch the cross. Instead, he peeks. And that hasn't exactly gone according to plan. Evened up numbers now, 3 versus 3, but Coffee again is going to be down to just 2 health. And that was not the peak that they wanted from it. Xiao thought he could catch them off guard, and instead he has been dropped. Angel's position revealed, and they know exactly where Zipan is, but they have to win the fights, and that's never going to be easy. Hujin, such a huge player with that operator. Can he get it done with the Fantal in hand? Because if Vandal is, you have to, you know, gotta mix them both up. Wouldn't be fair otherwise. He's got this first duel. Oh, I could see him swinging left, but now he's dead. If he actually took that fight when he thought about it, that could have been the win. But position given away, they just swing on them together. You know what, Tom? FPX are similar in a lot of ways to Sentinels. I realize that. Like, if you think about it, both teams undefeated online.
Great. very useful statistics.
They've never dropped the map. Never dropped the map online either.
That is true.
Pretty sick.
There are a lot of teams like that, in fact, especially the ones that haven't played a map online. It's very useful for them.
I've never lost a map online. Dinko has.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Dinko that he lost to an arse. But either way, 8-7. And look at Angel. He's just going wandering. A little bit of a walkabout. See you later, Shadow. That's a gun into the hands of the opposition. And if there's any ability for Saigetsu to delay, well, they'd love to see it. He's going to peek back into the slow. Well, there's no escape from Angel at that point. Afterplant ensues, and the likelihood of a victory here slim. But we'll see if they can make it costly.
Well, they're certainly approaching it the right way, sticking together, using their numbers to their advantage, pushing all the way into spawn, and that's where they found Xiao. Now the target has been acquired. They know, okay. Oh, no! Hey, they still get him. Hey, it's something. They knew there was a guy isolated, so they decided to just hunt him down together. And look at that. The wall's going to be used down on ramp. Is that to allow Zeddy to go pick up a rifle? No, because he doesn't go anywhere near spawn. In fact, they're both moving into heaven. What? What, Zeddy? 2 kills and a third for Artist. I mean, that has ended up pretty damn well for Forza.
Yeah.
I was questioning the play to just full rotate to the spawn. I thought, you know, hey, if Zeddy goes towards the attacker spawn, you're both getting rifles, you're out of there, everyone's happy. But instead, they've managed to make that an incredibly costly round for FPX.
Yeah, locking them in, forcing them through just one angle, unless of course you were going to see Angel TP up into the window, which would have had incredible risk. I'm quite surprised he walks around that corner without a gun in hand, unless he was expecting the same as you, that they just were exiting and looking for the guns. But now look at the credits on the other side. Like, FPX are not in as strong a spot as they definitely would have been otherwise. Now we're going to see these aggressive pushes again from Force, looking to battle for that orb control, and although they will be denied at least that extra space, they're going to get the opening pick and bring on that ultimate.
Kill my ally.
Well, there's Angel rezzed up right away. Now where are they going to take it?
Yeah, that Showstopper's online, and they've actually held on to an aggressive point with Hujion on that operator. Not something you often see with a breach. I feel like that's something that he's basically broken all trends of how to use the operator by now playing it on like a Viper and a breach over a couple of maps. But it's going to work out for him. Angel is going to be caught again, falling for the second time in this round, and the remaining players looking to try and wrap through heaven. The flash is so perfect. It leaves him blind, caught in a nade, and an even shot in the head.
30 seconds left.
Oh, the barrel might just be spotted. It was. And there you go. Xiao taking him down, looking for a little bit more, knowing full well that Raze is close, but here comes the showstopper, and it's right on target. Xiao down, damage done to Zipan. Getting to sight's going to be next to impossible. It's an operator waiting there, and he actually catches him off guard. The race to the site to try and get the plant, no time anymore, but it's all about damage. Zipan is trying to kill as many as he possibly can. And at least he manages to do a decent amount before the round eventually ends and saving the weapon on back site. Not a bad outcome overall, but Forza push themselves onto 9. It's not quite double digits in the 2s yet, but we're getting there, Tom.
Hey, you can see as well, like,
10 seconds.
because of how slow Force want FPX to play, and a lot of these early round scenarios, they're trying to almost just send Angel in as, like, just to brute force a lot of these. Like, just get aggressive, try and fight versus some of these players early. And Force in this round, at least, managed to win pretty much every single one of the opening duels. In fact, they kill off Angel twice in those battles. This time, looking to be a little bit more proactive, knowing they're up against a weaker purchase, only that one rifle available, and they're just getting obliterated. Again, the gravity world just seems to be perfect, and Zipan with that lone rifle, again, it just comes down to making things costly.
Run up that cash, run up that build. Dimasic, he's so screwed here. Look at this setup. Coffee shuts him down, but there was a player in the corner hiding behind a wall. A ratty little play by Artist. It would have been an easy trade. Zipan all alone. He's not even going to use the wall here. Just peeking out, looking for some victims. The first found. Timing too good for Coffee. Was up on 4 kills. And 1 round later, he nearly has his ultimate back online. This guy is having one hell of a game. 20-13. A large part of why Forza are still alive in this tournament. I mean, his Yoru play, his Jet play, everything about this guy has just been so fun to watch. And as you said, when it comes down to race, it just feels like this, like he can play every duelist.
It's looking good. I think Raze, especially on this map, has always been like a go-to. Many a player. I'm sure Xiao would love to head back to it. Maybe Zipan as well. Again, we're going to see this early utility used just to try and deny him getting that orb, but he's just running straight through it. There's not really been any sort of counter to this for the majority of the rounds, and in fact, he's being a little bit more friendly. He's going to give it over for the res. 4 ults now online for the defensive side in a crucial round as well. We're looking at a potential 11-8 Angel. He wants to get into mid so bad that they've just got all of this utility ready and waiting. And as said, like, Forza are just doing an excellent job of just delaying FPX as much as humanly possible. Angel's success in these duels has been minimal over the last few rounds. I almost want to see them go for more of an early commit, try and go for a proper execution, because they're being picked apart.
Oh, that nade just further emphasizes what you're saying, Tom. Coffee taking Shadow and the nade onto Zipan. Puts it into a 1 versus 5 yet again. Xiao this time stepping up to the plate to try and make this work. Nice shot, but Coffee finishes it off with a 3rd kill. And Tom, you know what that means? Showstopper's online, as is every ultimate for the defensive side. But Coffee getting his ulti back just on the 3rd round, like that's ridiculous. On the 3rd day, the Showstopper rose again.
Yeah, he's having an unbelievable map, and unfortunately it seems like some of the players on the other side have gone a little bit quiet. It is also just looking like they're trying to work those picks a little bit too much, and with how well Forza are currently playing, it's just not working. I feel like Zeddy's utility again has just been making it so that every single one of those duels is just not favorable for the squad, and well, look at what's there to meet them in this one. Zipan with a hero rifle, SMGs, pistols, and a particularly pretty buy. Angel again looking to try and battle into mid, but they've got to be careful, because so many times now there've just been players ready to fight versus, and well, they'll happily take that. An opening pick, duck out of there, and an early advantage of potentially Forza's 12. Remember, they faced off against so many points to eliminate them from this tournament, managed to fight it back. They might be able to get the chance to eliminate FPX.
It would be so huge for any team to have that accolade, but for Forza especially, debuting on the EMEA scene, let's say. Looking absolutely fantastic. They won my heart over on buying on that attack side. Coffee, good opening. And, well, I mean, it shouldn't come as a surprise. Coffee doing well in those early duels. He has the ulti to play with. Does he want to use it? Not just yet.
30 seconds
Keep the blast packs. Keep throwing them in just to keep these guys back. And FPX, they change focus. They switch direction, moving instead over towards B Heaven, where Astra Stars come down and slow the pace. The peek out doesn't go their way. 15 seconds left. It's time to rush the side of the Rolling Thunder. That should pretty much end the round where it is. They're killing them as well. Insult to injury, really. 12-8 coming into the next round, Tom. Forza have got a showstopper to play with. They have practically every ult minus the Rolling Thunder, but so do FPX. This is where they need to put everything on the table. 4 consecutive rounds for Fun plus Phoenix, or we will see them knocked out with no chance of making it to Berlin.
Yeah, and also, again, it has to be put into perspective that they're not exactly safe, especially if Fours continue on in this tournament. They're another team that could overtake them in the rankings. There are plenty of teams left that could even knock them out of the last chance qualifier, so we'll have to wait and see. They might be in a spot that at least puts them close to being safe. For now, though, it's going to be that execution. The fallback completely, as they will give up the site, or at least it seems Zeddy actually going to go for a peek, maybe trying to catch a player off guard. The flashes are good, though. The counter utility trying to be thrown out to deny them, but for now, whoa, Control will be helping again. Angel with the face will lose that opening battle.
At least it's traded back. Zipan's just one away from getting that res, so this is not lost just yet. But it's Forza that scare me. The fact that these guys have so much to play with, and I'm looking at Sugetsu, possibly one of the most impactful ultimates right now, and I'm not even joking. If they get the information, the showstopper could be huge. It's used anyways to take down Shadow, but then Shao on the backside manages to deal with them. In comes the Cosmic Divide. Zipan continues to push forward in through the wall, but he's taken down as well. Shao has to hold on for dear life. The time is low, but they might just have it, and it looks like they do. That is going to be 13-8. Forza eliminate FPX from the EMEA playoffs. An unexpected outcome after the longest game in VCT history, where Forza managed to just about edge it out to a third map, to just about hold on to survival in this tournament. And Tom, now they will move forward to face off against Liquid, and FPX will be no more in this lower bracket run and in the run for Masters.
Well, if your pick'em wasn't screwed before, I'm telling you, it definitely is now. Like, it could not have gone worse for most people in terms of predicting how EMEA was going to go. It's always exciting. There's always upsets, but that puts FPX out in joint last. Like, if you predicted that, you are a genius. You've absolutely blown me away. But Forza, well, they're the team that have come through today. Fantastic performance in the last map to be that resilient, and then to come through again in this map of Split and just play absolutely unbelievable. Coffee, Zeddy both need a shout out. They've had a fantastic day of Valorant, and as said, we've just lost a Titan, and I'm looking over at that table, I'm looking at that points tally. FPX are not even close to being safe. They're gonna have to wait and see if someone else keeps them in that last chance qualifier.
There is a real world and possibility where FPX don't make it to last chance qualifier and won't even be in the running for champions, Tom. As you said, that is absolutely incredible to think, because we know this team, they're a staple of the European region, and now they have been bested by Forza. And you know, I'm kind of happy, to be honest, because we did this whole we had this whole conversation, and the guys at Valoranting were making a lot of fun of me because I pulled what we call a Van Silly. And what that means is, instead of saying I think this team will win, you say I really like both teams, and I think the players are great, and everyone has a chance to win. I just hope they have fun. That's what Vans does. I did that when I was describing this bracket, basically saying, look, I think these are the 4 teams that will go through, but at the same time, there's so much damn skill here that anyone can upset anyone when it comes down to these brackets. And Forza have proven it here. What an amazing showing from them. They showed me some brand new things that I hadn't seen before, especially on that bind. The fact that these teams can constantly reinvent themselves and not end up stuck in a negative feedback loop when they're down and out, when these OTs are constantly going against them. It's impressive. It's commendable. I don't ever want to hear a conversation of, oh, does this team have the mental fortitude to come back? If it's one of these two, yes, they do. Don't even ask the question. But you know what? We do have to ask a question to the Twitch chat out there, to the Twitter followers, to all the people involved in the Valorant scene. We have to ask you, who is the PaySafe card player of the match? Now, again, we have 3 options. 3. I held up 4 fingers. I don't know why. Thumb doesn't count. Let's move on. Zeddy, Artist, and Sugetsu. It's been a long night for once. You've got to go over to @Val_Esports_EU. I'm falling apart here, Tom. And you got to choose which one of these 3 players you think is player of the match. Please put a lot of thought into it, because this was a hell of a series, and you probably haven't watched it all because you would have had to be here for the last 6 hours. So if you want to get on over to @Val_Esports_EU, your vote will count there, and it'll be announced in just a little minute. For now, though, we are going to go to a break. Tom, that is you and I done, but the show must go on because the analyst desk has got plenty to say about that series, and they'll be back in just a moment.
Burger? Pie? Try it and decide.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Forza, they have done it. After 3 maps, they have pulled off the biggest upset here at the EMEA Challenger Playoffs. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk with Ryan and Kakuka. Like I said, an upset, Ryan, and I don't think one we could have foreseen.
No, not at all. Like, nothing to take the credit away from Forza. They were terrific, and they're a solid team, but you expected more from FPX. Like, frankly, it's not good enough from them to be going out of the tournament of this caliber this early in the tournament alongside the likes of Oxygen. It's a team that people were expecting to qualify for Berlin, to do well and have a redemption, and this is a nightmare scenario that they're in.
Yeah, and now, as we were saying in the pre of this map, I mean, this is getting real tough for FPX now. They only have to wait and see if they can even make it to last chance qualifiers. But for Forza, we have to say that was amazingly good, completely deserved. And again, Zeddy, 10 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, Kakuka, you know, sometimes in these tournaments, you know, we want those underdogs. We want new players. We want new heroes. And I feel like they must have gained a lot of fans after their performance today. And for them, taking down a team from Europe who have a core player, a core 3 players from the CIS, must have been absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and it's not any team, it's FPX. And they managed to get this serious after that second map that I bet none of us is going to forget, but definitely, definitely the ones not to forget it are going to be Force. And we see it here at the stats. And I have to say that we're seeing Coffee with this 2.0 KDA, and the team that Zeddy and Coffee were making on A-Heaven and onto mid with all that utility, it was impossible to get in there. So I kind of understand the outcome, but I have to be with Ryan. I really expected more of FPX.
To Forza's credit as well, like seeing Coffee just pop off on the race reminded me of when they won First Strike, because back then Coffee, that's all he played. And it's funny that you said like new faces and stuff. There's nothing new about this Forza. They've been together, I think, longer than any of the other CIS rosters at this point. And, you know, FPX should know what they're getting. I understand, like, on Binds, the Coffee on the Euro could be a bit of an issue, but they played well on Icebox when it came to consistency. The Viper worked a lot of the time for Shao, but it looked incredibly uncomfortable in a lot of positions where I just don't know what the default is for FPX anymore. They're, like, lost in the sauce when it comes to all of the strategies and ideas that they have, so I mean, a real sobering mental reset needs to come in.
Do you feel like that's what it came down to? Because, you know, we theorized if you win a map like Bind in the fashion that they did going into this one, they were going to have that edge. Did you feel like maybe that's what happened? Because there were a couple of moments from FPX, you know, we know they're a disciplined team, but something was missing.
It was very, like, inconsistent. I'd say that the main thing was. I also think there was just a lot of whiffing from them. A lot of shots weren't necessarily landing when on a good day it's cleaning up. Like, we saw some of the really good rounds from Bind, how easily and cleanly they can go into a retake, they check angles, they communicate well. But you're right, like, I think one of the things, not to single out Zipan as a player that's the problem, but Zipan was like the Durka, right? He was like the Kellogg's. He's that sharp player to breach into a site. When you have FPX play no duelists, you have to have insane utility and team play to make that work. Otherwise, a player like Coffee, he doesn't mind if he dies, if he's executing or jumping in onto a site. He's going to blast back, creates load of space, and amazingly, Forza were able to play off of that. Like Zeddy against Sugetsu, Huggy on Artist, they were one, whereas I feel that it was disenfranchised a bit from FPX.
Yeah, I feel like FPX made too many mistakes for what we used to see from them, and I feel like Forza was good enough to punish almost every single one of them, because some of them were completely like out of the way, like peeking out of time, just winning, and I mean losing the fights that you're never supposed to lose. So yeah, I think it comes down to that.
Yeah, let's talk about that Astra real quick as well, because I am so in love with the Astra we're seeing now, especially in comparison to the pre-Iceland, during Iceland Astra. And Kakuga, I know you are a really big fan of the way Zeddy played, not just on that map, but all series.
Yeah, it's not only the way he played, it's because he didn't play entirely for his team, and we also tend to think that maybe Astra's a little bit more like Viper, like a slow controller where you just have to stand more in the back and just play fully for your team and just have everything very coordinated and thought before the round starts. I didn't get that feel at all with Zeddy. In every occasion, he could pull out something new, and most of the times, just FPX did not know what to do. So a lot of credit for him.
Insanely clutch cosmic divides as well. I remember the one where there was a Viper's Pit on the defensive FPX that they put in the center of the map. 4 players were in there for some reason, and we saw Forza dip out of mid, go through sewers over to A, and then he put a cosmic divide over on the C site as bait. FPX fell for it, and also in that last round, that cosmic divide in the Viper's Pit itself, it makes Zipan panic. He peeks out into 3 people, and from there it's an easy retake for Forza. It's just, I think people forget just how good Astra is, and there's a lot of European teams that just don't play her at all. That concerns me going into Berlin, where there's lots of regions that are still playing her. It would be a shame to see us being the ones that are a little bit behind there. But Forza are leading the line with that for sure.
And I have to say, now that you mentioned the cosmic divide, the ultimate economy that Vosi kept during the entire game gave them a lot of points, because in that last round that they had to win to close the map, they had 4 or 5 ultimates. So what do you do from there?
Well, you lose, apparently. But we are going to take a quick break now. But don't go anywhere, because when we're back, we're going to be announcing the Pay Safe Card Player of the Match.
I haven't seen these Mongols before. They claim to follow someone called the Eagle. I have to go back.
PlayStation.
welcome back to one of the most eventful elimination days we've ever had here at EMEA, but it's not quite over just yet because we are going to announce the Play Safe Card Player of the Match. I'm Yingsu and I'm joined by Ryan and Kakuka. Now, this came down to the wire. This was a close vote. People at home on Twitter, it was a close vote between all three players that were out for the vote, but I can reveal now that it went to Zeddy by the smallest of margins, Ryan, but he is our player of the match today.
Yeah, I think, Kakuka, you made a good point that he was really aggressive, firepower aplenty when it comes to being on a relatively supportive agent, but also he had a huge amount of assists. But looking at it, everybody on Forza did. I think in the end, the series, Eddie had 20, Artist had 33, and Huggy on a 27. And that Holy Trinity really came like full circle in the end when it comes to how it worked out in the end. Because like, that's the thing that was missing, I think, with FPX when it comes to that cohesion. It's not, FPX did have some really good team play, but it was just how Forza were able to bring it back, especially by being dumpstered so hard, 13-4 in the first map on Icebox. There was no team play there. Artist and Huggy on this tournament so far has been pretty woeful in their game against Guild. They were just not present in the server. This is the team that has been so scary for so long in CIS. And I think Team Liquid legit need to be pretty careful with this.
Ooh. Also, now that you mentioned Hyujeon, he's been playing operator with both Viper and Breach.
Yeah.
So, who needs Jet anymore, right? It's not like her ultimate or
Exactly.
dash ROP or anything like that.
I mean, the Astra player also winning a vote, that warms my heart. That warms up my heart, I think. I think he pretty much deserved it out of those ones. Again, I think special shout out to Demasig, maybe a little bit. He had some huge rounds, but like you have both said, you know, this is Forza's day. They earned a fair and square. Ryan, you've already looked ahead a little bit because Team Liquid will be the next opponent, and we do have the updated bracket. Let's have a look. It's going to be very, very, very weird to see FPX right there being knocked out. They're not going to be progressing. But Team Liquid versus Forza here, Kakuka, you know, we've seen what Forza can do. They've taken down FPX, who were a higher seed than Liquid going into this tournament. But do you think they can do it 2 days in a row, like a EU Slayer almost?
I don't know what to think anymore. Well, if they do that, could you imagine that they're actually talking about a CIS team taking down 2 European teams, 2 of the big names out there, especially for us from Europe? I think so. Yeah. I think
you have faith. You have faith.
Yeah, I'm a little bit scared looking at it tomorrow when you go Guild versus Fireflux, because it's the same. It's like Forza were the last team to be a part of this tournament. They came in winning week 2 in CIS in pretty close fashion in the end. So I think that you need to really scatter these teams like Fireflux, Forza. They don't belong here at all because, I mean, if you echo that sentiment, FPX don't, which sounds bizarre, right? But it shows that competition is constantly going up. The meta's always adapting, but this Forza team just keeps on kicking.
I also love the fact that this is the first ever EMEA tournament. We've had all of the Party Power Boys here, represented by different teams. But Ryan, if someone had said to you that the Party Pirates on FPX were going to be going out first, and the Na'Vi and Forza ones would have to carry the flag forward, I don't think you would have believed it.
Yeah, Artist to Angel is like, the future is now, old man, kind of stuff. It's just, but it's like, I think Artist is one of those players that was just almost forgotten about. That's why it was so nice to see Na'Vi being picked up in the end, because players like SSK and Dinks, they just went AWOL after Party Pirates broke up. Yeah, we saw Angel and Shao go into FPX, but Dinks was on multiple rosters, including a very early Summon FC, which became Fnatic, right? So I think the CIS region doesn't get enough credit as it deserves, and it's nice to see Forza, who had no right in winning that series, to come in and actually surprise a lot of people. They deserved that.
I mean, it's lovely to see that it's always the same question. Who's better? Is it Europe? Is it CIS? Is it Turkey? And I'm kind of happy to see that the answer is in constant change all the time. That means that the game is, is developing, is advancing, and so are the players. So that is a good environment for Valorant now and in the future.
Well, it's not quite Europe today. We didn't get that clean sweep, but let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow because more European teams are going to be in action, and also a Turkish team and a CIS team. It's going to be very, very exciting. Guild versus Fireflux there, and then Na'Vi versus Giants. Now, we're not going to be on the desk tomorrow, so Kakuka, give me a prediction for those 2 series. I have a sneaky feeling I know what you're going to say for the second one, but what are you going for both both of
one or
them.
the first one?
The second, I mean, if you're not back in Giants, something's going wrong.
I am back in Giants. I am back in Giants. I am gonna say it's 2-0 for Guild.
Oh, okay.
Forgot about my Guild passion. I cannot believe.
Oh yeah, we do. People that don't know at home, Kakuka is Bonkar's #1 fan.
And yeah, I think it's gonna be a tough one for Giants, but I think they can definitely pull it through.
So you think the EU sweep
I mean,
is
could you
happening
imagine
tomorrow?
that tomorrow we end up with another 2 European teams out?
Well, Ryan?
I think Fireflux is going to surprise a few people. I think the thing about them isn't that like, oh, they were last in, they're the worst. I don't think they are the worst, but they are the youngest.
Yeah.
A lot comes in. Supermassive Blaze came in. They really threw the checkbook at a lot of the top players in Turkey, put it together. Tanny's got a lot up there, and I think this Fireflux team is somewhat similar, maybe just not to the same level or the same resources behind that org, right? I think Navi beats Giants. I think Giants, and I was one of the people who was like, Giants are getting here. They look really good. But I think we've seen everything that we've seen from them so far. I don't think there's anything left in the tank. And Navi, well, we saw them beat Liquid. I just don't think that this is a team that, again, should be disregarded as they're not European, therefore they're worse. Clearly, from today, it's not really the case anymore.
Well, the Paris got to keep on partying, Ryan. You know, they got to stay in this tournament. But in case you guys at home, you know, this wasn't enough for you. Those overtimes weren't long enough for you today. I'm sure North America, they're always looking at us. They're always trying to best us. But we do have a match, 100 Thieves versus Envy, coming up at 3 p.m. EDT or 12 p.m. PDT, twitch.tv/Valorant Esports 2. Now, you know, they've already qualified, so the pressure is off a little bit more now, Ryan. But 100 Thieves, they had a few things not going right for them here and there. And Envy, on the other side, they have the momentum.
Yeah, I really like Ethan at the moment. He's playing tremendously well. I remember when he came over, obviously a lot of my CS friends were like, this guy is insane. Obviously, he was over on the team for Evil Geniuses. Now he looks like a Valorant player. He's got all of the agents down behind him. And Envy, like I said earlier, like I'm super happy for them to qualify. Ye looks great. Mike's sort of reigning in this roster is looking pretty solid. And yeah, I'm excited to see their desk as well. Like Veli Van He's not as good as this one. Like, peace and love to like Veli and the crew. Like, we got to be better at something.
I mean, we've got Kakuka, so you don't get better than Kakuka.
I mean, I think you can, but okay, I'll take that. I'll take that for today. I mean, guys, we started today earlier than we were supposed to because we had to, you know, have those games that we couldn't finish yesterday. And we also had like the longest overtime ever. But still, it's not all the Valorant that you guys are going to get today.
I mean, North America, knowing them, they're going to have the longest OT, I'm sure, today.
Competitive.
But that is all the time we have for today here. Thank you to you guys at home for tuning in. Thank you for all of the desk analysts and all of the casters. I think we had everybody on today, but a big shout out to them. And tomorrow we're going to be bringing you guys another Elimination Day starting with Guild versus Fireflux at 3 p.m. CEST. We'll see you then.
closer, make me stay on the beat of your game. Make me wonder, can get away. I know your type, I know just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm wondering why. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me, my heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Now I'm lost in the streets. Got my last hour on repeat. I got shot fatally. Got me bleeding. Can't you see? I know your type, I know just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm wondering why. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me, my heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me.
At the same point in time, Envy has had a really good tenure on Split. Yeah. So I do worry that if we get to that 5th map, it will be Envy's to take. That's if we get there. I kind of am with you, and I lean a little bit towards Envy, just because I feel like their map pool is stronger.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to get stronger. They have a whole new play style. I mean, Ye has a green light. He can challenge 50-50s whenever he wants. This is a brand new team, and they're consistently getting better.
Yeah.
But down the line, let's talk about this matchup and why you guys think who is going to win. Van Silly, Envy versus 100 Thieves. What do you have coming out on top right now? Are you rocking with the new team that's rocking it right now in Envy, or you think 100 Thieves with the veteran play, they're going to have it on lock?
I'm probably going to have to stick to Envy, man. I got a nice shout out from Crashies yesterday. I'm going to have to stick with Crashies and the boys of Envy. The boys in blues staying cold, staying icy, and hopefully cools me down too.
Me too. Bach, how are you feeling, man? Say it. What's on your mind? Who do you have coming out on top in this matchup?
I'm torn because I too want to go for Envy and root for them. But in my head, I'm thinking 100 Thieves is not going to be satisfied with anything other than a first place finish here. So I kind of feel like 100 Thieves is really going to push that to an extra level. But again, like it's just like that little piece inside my heart that's like, Envy!
What's most important is both of these teams want to win probably to fight Sentinels. That's probably
true.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm just going to say it. I'm going Envy with Vansili.
All right, it's going to be all about bragging rights, but you hear it on the desk, 2 for Envy. No love right now for 100 Thieves. Let's see if they can prove us wrong right now. We're going to toss this over to a fantastic duo. Sean and DDK, take it away.
Thank you, Veli. Yeah, this is going to be something, all right. I feel like every team is going to be tryharding. This is going to be an incredible matchup. I think everybody needs to win for various reasons here, Sean, and I feel that no punches are going to get pulled. This is going to get really fiery.
Yeah. I agree. I have been a huge critic of the seeding matches late in the tournaments, without a doubt. But this one really does matter, guys. I'm telling you, it's a 16-team tournament in Berlin, and 4 teams are going to qualify from EU, 3 from NA. You don't want to get a bad matchup in that first round. You don't want to have to exhaust all your tactics and your good comps right at the beginning of this tournament. It's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. So these matches here matter, and I think these teams are going to give it their all today.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like they were saying on the desk, like, you know, both of these teams need to face Sentinels and do well against Sentinels for their own reasons. 100 Thieves to prove that they can do that after just getting slapped by Sentinels previously. They have something to prove there. Envy's on a really hot run. They've been waiting for their chance to do this, and they need to prove that they're a contender. And Sentinels at the same time know that both of these teams are going to be coming for them, and they want to carry that confidence and that, that indomitable reputation. They want to carry that forward because that's a really important psychological edge that they can have, not just in this region but every region. If no teams in NA can touch Sentinels, that sends a message to the rest of the world as well. So lots of stakes here for this matchup, and Envy, they've come a really far way, and 100 Thieves, you know, as well, Sean. So I mean, where do you want to start the conversation? I feel like we could go so many different directions with this one.
Yeah, we could go so many directions with this. I mean, it just shows the depth of the NA scene, and I love seeing these big names surpass through the tournament, right? My biggest fear entering these playoffs was that we'd have a lot of fluke upsets, and, you know, Sentinels might not make it through, Envy might not make it through after picking up Yay. But no, the cream of the crop all rose in NA, and we have 100 Thieves, Sentinels, and Envy all going to Berlin. This is like the dream scenario for NA. We have the tactical team in 100 Thieves. We have the loose team in Envy with all the skill. And then we have our powerhouse team in Sentinels. We get the perfect trio of teams sent to Berlin, and I couldn't be happier as a fan. Like, I love this. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is perfect. This is what we really wanted to see, and it's such a deep talent pool in North America. Valorant has risen so much in this region. It's really taken wings, and it's great to see that we get a greater, as you say, like representation this time around. And these teams are incredible, and there's a lot to say about both of these. As we said, we could go in lots of different directions, but now it is time for the Agent Select. We'll be looking to go into Haven for the first map of this best of 5 series here in the loser bracket final. And Sean, we're going to get that KO from Steel just like we saw yesterday against Sentinels, but maybe it'll be a bit better this time.
Yeah, I love that Steel is on the KO, right? People gave 100 Thieves so much, they gave them so much crap for their rigid style when it comes to their comps, right? They were so certain they had the right comps, and the community was so against those comps, especially their Icebox comps, if I remember correctly. And Steel just scrapped everything he was doing as a player and went to KO. We haven't seen this new 100 Thieves style on Icebox. He might bust it out on Icebox, honestly. I love what I see, though, from them, because I think a lot of the problems 100 Thieves had in the past were that Steel found himself not really with the team on the Cypher Killjoy role. He was lurking too much, and when he's KO, he's part of the team. Their attack sides look fantastic, with the exception of being yesterday against Sentinels. I mean, they got kind of blown out yesterday, but I like the flavor, the new style that they brought to this event, and I think it's what got them to Berlin.
Yeah, and the same thing, you know, with Envy. Like, not many teams really had any information on them. They had, of course, you know, lineup changes, getting Ye into the roster as well, and Also, you know, Mike's has been working with them as a coach, and that's like a new thing that they've had, a new dynamic that they've had to help to give them a lot of answers. So there's a lot of differences coming into this for both teams, and I think Envy, there is definitely an argument that, like, you know, Ye coming in and being such a powerhouse on the jet, being so disruptive, and the synergy throughout the rest of the team playing with him, that's been spot on so far. But we have seen this before with Envy. You know, they haven't really tested this fully just yet. So it's going to be really interesting to see if there'll be any breaking points for Envy with the current dynamic that they have, and if it will be 100 Thieves that could find that breaking point. I think that remains to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have nothing but respect for a team like Envy, right? They're near the top of the scene. They're right there with Sentinels, like the number 2, number 3 team maybe in NA, and they're constantly making changes to get better. They're not comfortable with these 4th place finishes. They bring in Marved, and he's nailing it on this Asher roll. He's playing such a different style. But Dan, I don't want to disrupt this. We got the KO knife coming right into mid. The pistol round is live.
Yeah, Steel, they're going to go straight for him there. And Gary, she's going to try to dodge into the smoke, but that's not going to work out. Ethan's able to slow things down here, using the flash. He's falling back in a way. And at the same time, we've got this aggression in mid, so it's absolute madness right now as Envy try to stabilize the situation. They have that man advantage now, just moving back towards that A site, trying to abuse this A site. And there's not a lot there to really deal with this. It's just Hiko's on the site. It's a great shock dart. A lot of damage with that one. And with the help of Ethan, they're able to finish it off. The weakened players will fall. And suddenly, just like that, Ethan and Hiko making this round come alive, giving a chance here now to 100 Thieves in this pistol. As the spike does get planted, and Ethan tries to push forward and they want to capitalize immediately here. They don't want to allow post-plant positions to come into play, and it's Hiko now with 6 HP up in the window. They know exactly where he is. Not a great look for Hiko, but it was a good effort, a good recovery attempt. But after all is said and done, Sean, it's an Envy pistol.
Yeah, it was. And that's Envy doing what they do best on their attack side. A lot of misdirection, baiting their opponents into weird pushes, and capitalizing on mistakes. They do a fast garage play at the start, catch Steel off guard, but they're immediately on the A push at that point, right? They take out the aggressive 100 Thieves players that were playing the A lobby. I thought Hiko might have brought 100 Thieves back in the round with the shock darts, but not enough. And Envy take the pistol. We're going to have a battle here at C, Dan. Holy cow, look at this.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. We'll have to see what the setup is here. We've got the flash going straight forward. There's the dash as well. Lovely stuff. Asuna able to pick off one. Steel following it up nicely. So damage has been done here by 100 Thieves, but Envy still have that spike control, able to stabilize, able to use the nano swarm there from Finesse to slow things down, and they have recovered control of this C-long position. So again, they know what's up. They know that the rest of the map is probably quite open here. Yeah, you're getting some information. And we get a reset here. So it's a guessing game for the remainder of 100 Thieves as to what Envy are doing.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult for 100 Thieves to pull through in this round at this point. You see, Ye lurks into B, takes out Hiko. They know Steel is now at C. Oh, this is almost unwinnable for Steel, but a really good eco nonetheless for 100 Thieves, making Envy reinvest some of that money. We're going to go into the first down, Dan, and Envy is going to be on the bonus. I am always so terrified of these bonus rounds because teams can run away with the game so quickly.
Yeah, what do you want to see, or what should we be seeing from 100 Thieves? Do they want to play a passive retake-based approach, or what is some of the better answers against the bonus?
Yeah. Well, I think this is where the KO pick and the triple initiator really comes into play, right? Steel is going to get a lot of info at the start of this round with that 0 point. And they should be able to stop this fast play from Envy. Envy doesn't want a slow, drawn-out round with those 3 Spectres. They want to do something explosive. And it's going to be at the A site right into Nitro and Hiko. Here it comes.
Okay, and it looks like 100 Thieves will know that this is coming. So their job now on the A site is to try to delay this as much as possible, buy time for the rotation. And it looks like Envy are going to go straight in there. They've got Ye in position. Nitro is also there. The flash goes through, though, to prevent him from getting any damage done. So ultimately, this attack has worked out really well here for Envy. And 100 Thieves, you know, they were flashing as well. They were trying to make sure that they had the information if it was going to be, you know, a bait and switch and there was going to be a rotation. But Envy keeping it simple here on this bonus, and it's really good.
Oh, maybe too soon, Dan.
Maybe I spoke too soon indeed. Oh no, no bullets there for oh my god, it's just absolute madness here as they try to push this one forward. It's Finesse though, able to make the defense work out. Steel now coming in pretty late to this one, but in the 1v1 time against him now. So that spike ticks away. There's the bait and just the push past the angle. Steel has no idea that Crashies is in a more forward position, and that's a wrap for this one. Envy will hold on to it. It was a good attempt though. 100 Thieves made it look doable, but it's a 3-0 start here for Envy.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant play by Crashies right there to use that timing as Steel loops around the sight box, gets out into the site, and can see the spike, so he knows for a fact that after Steel taps, he's not sticking it. Oh my goodness. I said the 0 point needed to have some effect at the start of the round. Steel unfortunately went C, and when he rotated back, he threw it short just a little bit too early. Got nothing out of it, and the site was just lost. The Spectres just ran them over.
It's the eco round now for 100 Thieves. We'll see it Marshall and Steel, Sheriffs and so on. They're going for a really heavy push with the Blade Storm on Asuna around this A position, around the A lobby. There's the Paranoia, so looks like Victor's going to be able to dodge that one. Maybe not actually though. Asuna won't be denied, nor will Ethan. And that's a gun there now for Asuna. He's still got the blades out as well. It does get taken down by Finesse. Well played here by Envy, holding the perimeter quite effectively. Really controlling the movement here of 100 Thieves, who are still nipping at their heels. But as I say that, some of these Sheriffs are quite dangerous. And suddenly, Envy do have a lot of issues. They have to get the spike to safety. You can see Finesse's angle. He has to cross line of sight.
One enemy
Against the two players here from 100 Thieves. They have to fight. Nitro with another headshot. One more is all he needs to find it, and it's Finesse instead, who's a little bit quicker to the trigger. And that's Envy 4-0 up.
And FNS has had a fantastic playoffs all around. He has had some banger series. He's sitting on top of the scoreboard 10-1, the in-game leader for Envy on the Sentinel role. I mean, he's doing it all, honestly. He's very involved in bait setups and setting up his teammates. He's closing out the clutches. Great round by him right there to settle things down from the 5-man A push from 100 Thieves. Again, Steel in garage here with Ethan, and they're gonna have to stop a garage split. I think it's coming towards them.
It's looking like that, and you know, Asuna's picked up an operator, but he's not in the action. He's on A short right now, so yeah, all the focus is on this garage play coming from Envy. Oh, we actually get the lockdown coming through as well, so that's to clear out the garage, but we get the knife coming out from Steel, trying to go aggressive into this one, and we'll be able to actually deal with the lockdown. Great counterplay coming through, but even stronger from Ye. Pulls out the daggers off of the kill on Steel, is going to try to run this straight through garage, causing all kinds of problems. The rotation's already in here from 100 Thieves, so they're ready for this one. With that said, though, we've got that sneaky play with the spike through A-Link already.
Link. Hiko could meet up with him if he pushes through spawn. Looks like they're going to settle for the B plant. And the round's going to slow down a little bit, finally.
How spread Envy are, though? They have two like mega lurks going on at the moment. This is very scary stuff here. But Envy are poised to do a good amount of damage here. This is the first one of those flanks, and perfect timing indeed. Takes down Ethan. Victor, nice timing on his end as well. This is looking great, and Asuna suddenly with very little support to work with as he tries to make it happen. But Nitro, brute force there, off of the Phantom. 2 quick kills now, just leaves him in the 1 versus 2, but Envy, that was just a beautiful round.
This is absolutely wild. This is so fun to watch because Envy has brought a very, very fast pace to this game. And it's, in my opinion, it looks like something that could counter this triple initiator style from 100 Thieves. They're always trying to slow down the round, look for more info, use the 0 point, use the Trailblazer, use the drone, use the recons, use the guiding lights. They're using everything to get info and stack sites, but Envy is just moving so fast around the map that it's so difficult for 100 Thieves right now. They don't even get a chance to use abilities.
Get the suppression there on Ye. Doesn't seem to care though, pushes further forward. And aggression on Ceylon at the same time. Great setup from 100 Thieves. That's going to be a very strong opening advantage. 5 versus 2. Very strong indeed. It's going to be difficult to recover from here, but you know, in Ye's words, he's an extremely disruptive player. So we'll see what he's able to find with the help of Finesse as well.
The double cubby setup. That was an absolute gorgeous open to the round by 100 Thieves. Well, they see aggression with the blind ult from Hiko at A. Both sides open up. Oh,
Oh, nice shot from Ye.
my God.
Got to be careful about this one.
One enemy remaining.
Can't get the flawless, but if they can keep 4 alive, that would be great. Yeah, he wants to hold on to that operator. It's a lot of value in his hands. And again, I also love the response here, Sean. I've got to say from Envy, or rather, sorry, from 100 Thieves to go so aggressive. See, yeah, he's actually going to discard the operator. Doesn't want to give it away. But the reason I love it is because Ye is such a problem. He's the sense of urgency when Ye's pushing and getting those openings. We see that there's an enormous response that you have to have as a defenders. And Envy have been punishing the holes that Ye is able to create with its pressure. And so if you just take the initiative like we saw 100 Thieves do, you can just remove any of that from being a problem at any point.
10 seconds left.
That's exactly right. And that's one of the most impressive things as Ye falls. So 100 Thieves get their first round on the board, but that's one of the most impressive things about this NB team's run is this style of Jett is not something that was on their team before. Mame played a very passive style. He used the dash to reposition a lot. Ye is using the dash to aggress very often. He's getting in people's faces. He's opening up rounds. I think I have his first blood stats. His first blood stats in the playoff stand, 57 and 32. Compare that to Asuna, who has the #1 stats in playoffs, 25 and 28. Like, his
huge.
success rate in opening duels is unreal.
We get
And this
more
is
of
a
focus.
fast C-pop. Okay, we've seen this before from Envy. Crash is going to blind ult the site with an arrow.
Envy straight on that. So he's like, and 100 Thieves actually gambled towards the A side of the map, so they're playing retake here. But Ye, he's found a forward position. They're not ready for Ye. That's 2 openings there. He'll take it all the way through to spawn. He'll get punished, but the damage is huge. And the post-spawn positioning as a result of all the space that they just gained is amazing. This will be very hard to deal with. Now we get the Seekers sent out there as well for additional information here for Envy. They're being really active here. They're not sitting on their positions. The spray's coming through for Finesse. It makes it worse here for 100 Thieves. They're in a very desperate position, and there's nowhere left to go.
Oh my gosh. What do you do against a C-pop like that, Dan? Just a recon launch from attacker spawn like that. It lands. Crashy's immediately ulting, and we haven't even gotten to Crashy's. The wealth of talent in this server is just insane. I mean, if you got to see the game yesterday with Crashies on the Sova, it was crazy. Crashies versus BCJ was such a treat.
We might get some mid aggression here, Sean, actually, from Garage and mid from 100 Thieves. And these rounds are being won with the opening round advantages so far. Both teams investing heavily.
And Hiko's going to have to give up this site. There's no way this Sova can hold this alone. 0 point, though, taking away the abilities from 2 NB players. Victor and Ye. I would call Victor a duelist on that Sky.
Absolutely. Doesn't matter what Victor's playing, he is a duelist. We're going to get the push coming in from the flank now from 100 Thieves. There's again that mid push, so lots of bodies to throw at these positions on A lobby and shorts.
Ooh, the KO ult,
nice
Dan.
angle.
How does Envy hold this with no abilities? It's not looking like they do.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's going to come down to the raw gun potential out of Ye, gunfight potential, and he's very good, but he's stuck in the corner, and it's just a matter of time. So 100 Thieves, they're coming back into this one, Sean, but again, it feels like we're not really getting into like mid-rounds here. It's just kind of like the early round push, one way or the other, kind of decides who's going to take it.
Yeah, and I'm shocked. When I saw Hiko alone at that site, I thought it was getting run over. The 0 point from Steel was worth its weight in gold. I mean, that was... that knife might have just been diamond crusted, you know, as it hit the wall. Because it was just... It really helped the site be held, and then his ult comes in. The retake is just so clean. They needed a round like that for their economy. And Austin has the Blade Storm, so I'm curious to see how he's going to try to open up the round with that.
This might actually be a slower round from both teams.
This is a C fake, Dan. This is a fake.
We'll see how the reaction is from 100 Thieves if they're wide or not. That's a great start from Nitro, and he might try to get more information here. Victor punishing the information player on the other side of the map. They'll spot the spike. They know what's going on. Nihiko has to hold, but Ye is just so maneuverable on that Jet. You can't just catch him at all. There's nothing you can do about it. The Blade Storm really paying off. It's not over just yet. Asuna and Ethan on this retake.
One enemy.
There's the dash through before the plant can be finished. Oh my, what just happened? It doesn't matter. The frenzy comes in to save it, but I'm submit bug report. I don't know.
Where'd they all go? It looked like one of my blade storms.
We can see that again. That looked really weird.
Your fault.
Nitro literally came in from his ult, was ready to flash.
I just want to see what Ye's face looked like at that point of view, in that moment. That's interesting. Well, 7-2 in favor of Envy now, having a very solid half. Another big C-pop coming through, and a blind ult to clear space for the mid-aggression. And unfortunately, Underthieves just guessed wrong this time, Sean.
Yeah, you have to wonder if that's some kind of read, right? Last time he had the ult, he blind ulted through A. He's done it a lot in the past, and it caught Envy the first time. This time they, adjust. Everyone C, away from the ult, let Hiko waste it. And now we have a 5v5 retake. No ults on 100 Thieves. How do they get in?
Well, that's a good start. He goes down to Asuna. Victor goes aggressive. The flash is good, and it's 4 players down for 100 Thieves. In a blink of an eye, they've been wiped out. It's just Nitro here. This is a very difficult scenario. Trying to find that first fight. A couple bunnies coming in from Finesse. But it will be marked to take out Nitro. Another round in the bag for Envy. And this pace from Envy has been extremely difficult for 100 Thieves so far.
It's unreal. The pace is unreal from Envy, and they have the perfect agents to do it, right? The Astra that can just put stars down everywhere, play explosives, this new Sky, able to just insta-pop flashes and swing with them. Envy just has such a terrifying style, because they could play the slow style like 100 Thieves, but they can also do this and just completely disrespect you.
Yeah, and it's well, we'll go into some of the responses that 100 Thieves need to have against this. We have this anti-eco now for Envy. They're going for that B site. The counter utility and the knife, they're slowing things down a little bit, and that's going to be a counterplay coming through from 100 Thieves. They can't quite find the fights they're looking for. Envy, quite methodical here, able to help each other out, prevent anything untoward from happening so far. Yay, he will get taken down with a shot start, and hey, Steel's found a quick headshot off the Sheriff, and now we get a quick sprint to this A site to complete a spike plant in a 3 versus 3. There might be recoverable weapons in mid here for 100 Thieves to pick up.
FNS has this lockdown. I think he's going to use it. And I don't know how 100 Thieves gets in the site regardless. Oh, man. They're going to go up against a lot. The turret being first contact, this over there. Victor's on the flank. He's way out of this play, Dan. This is a 2-on-3.
It is a 2-on-3, but how does this defense look here? Frenzy, Crashy's ready. Good recon. And Gas is waiting behind the smoke. That's beautiful. What a setup there. That one ping, but return from Steel. That's causing problems here. Marmbot goes out. Victor in the flank, and he's going to get the double with the spray on the Phantom. Good stuff there from Envy, keeping it under control. 9-2 now.
Such a heads-up play, right, from FNS and Crashies. I mean, Crashies can waste that recon on the wall. You know, he could shoot it a link to make sure no one's there. He's so patient with it. They wait for the sounds of the retake to be happening. They wait for their enemies to be in the site. They get in the Omen Dart cover, and it's just free. It's free at that point. The second that arrow pings one time, they're just getting a kill. It's just so well done. So well done.
And it's tough here too, because we have the ultimate advantage for Envy. The lockdown was saved. Crashies has the Hunter's Fury available as well, and it's another heavy presence towards this A site. Asuna, though, with the Operator in position, looking to try to find a punish. Oh, unable to catch the cross there from Victor. And Asuna is still maintaining control of Long for now.
Oh, yeah, he's going to hold this.
Oh, wow. Just the battle of reactions. They set it up so Ye had advantage. Asuna played straight into the setup. And now they're down 2 players.
And, the lockdown is out of the equation. That does help significantly.
Steel a little bit slow on that one. Absolutely not. And in goes Envy. They know that 100 Thieves are pretty weak, and there's that flash, the pop flash, just straight through the Cosmic Divide. Victor makes Sky look so good right now. Hunter's Fury to try to finish off the round. Trying to find Nitro. Nitro's going to get pummeled by that. And another round going towards Envy. 10-2. What a strong first half coming out of Envy. Sean, this was savage this half.
Yeah, that was hard to watch at some points. I mean, at no point did Envy look like they were losing that half, guys. They look phenomenal today. Every day since Ye has joined this team, they've looked better and better. I don't know how 100 Thieves bounces back this map.
Well, it is just the first half of a best-of-5 series, so we'll have to see if 100 Thieves can wake up as we go into the second half after this break.
I got the moves, I got the groove, I got the ooh. I got the ooh. I got the ooh. I got the moves, I got the groove, I got the ooh. Better take them to school.
Welcome back, Valorant fans. We have Envy and 100 Thieves. This is the second half of the first map of a best-of-5 series here. Both of these teams fighting hard to try to battle against Sentinels for North American supremacy here on the lead-up to Berlin Masters. And Envy are certainly making a case for themselves here, Sean, in this first half.
Yeah, they are. But Crashy is going to have to make a case for himself here because he's going to have a lot coming at him. Skyflash probably coming over the wall. Recon there. Oh, but it's all a fake. They just threw a lot of utility. Austin's going to set up, get some short A control with Hiko's drone. But if you look, the spike is actually heading towards Garage right now.
Yeah, and Crashies, though, he's actually on an information gathering mission, finds Hiko, and Asuna is going to get weakened as well. Asuna will pick off 2 kills there. However, 100 Thieves do have that control on that C site. And it's like the spike plant will come through.
Field does have that 0 point for the retake. I'm curious when he's going to use it.
Out of charges. Placing sentry.
Big setup there around the cubby on bottom.
The turret on the spike. That's kind of dirty.
Well, it looks like it will be destroyed fairly quickly. Asuna lurking around Garage. Oh, able to capitalize off of that flash and is doing a great job lurking around these positions on the extremities. Marved is left alone here. Marved able to get a quick double, but there's 2 more to find, and he has to bait them out of position. There's a Sky Flash. The peak's coming through. Oh, Marved makes it happen almost. Almost.
Oh.
He made the best possible case for that, but it wasn't quite enough.
Jesus. You can take the player out of phase, but you can't take the phase out of Marv right there. That's some phase aim. Jesus. That was crazy.
I don't think that could have been more optimized for Marv. Like, he missed like 1 bullet there and it wasn't a headshot. Every other bullet was like a headshot. I mean, well, either way. I know these they did the first thing they need to do, but there's many other things they must do. Sure, they've got to capitalize here, make a clean round of this. And we have a lot of investment here from Envy. The Sheriff and the Marshal could be dangerous.
Yeah. It's not a full buy by any means. They will buy next round, but yeah, they could easily steal this round with this buy. They're real close to steal.
Great patience from Under Thieves, though. They do actually catch the push.
Spike down.
Yeah, he gets one with the Marshal. A little bit of damage. And that's a wrap there. 100 Thieves able to pick up the anti-eco pretty effectively. Again, I'm always afraid when I see a Sheriff in these games with players like this good. I've just seen it too many times, Sean. But it will be 100 Thieves holding on to it. Now they have that bonus.
Oof. What do they do here? Austin is 2 orbs away from that Blaze Storm. It'd be so money if he could get that with an orb, but that's not the case. I think we're going to see the same early round setup. Steel flashing over the window for Austin to peek B, but he's going to have 3 people waiting for him here. No, okay, they repositioned. Oof. Lucky for Asuna.
They're going really aggressive against the bonus here. I really like this from Envy. They're going to hear all the stepping towards A. It definitely feels like an A play here, but you can see that it's actually a fake. They're going to run back here. Envy might walk straight into this one, and they're ready for it. Marv, they're up in the window. Able to take down Steel, and 100 Thieves are having a lot of problems here rotating out. They can't rotate out because Envy are on top of them. They walk straight back into Envy's push, and they had no idea about that.
Wow. Wow, Dan. I feel like that's a Mike's HD special right there. How do you? I feel like that's a hard anti. Victor going up there, knowing that, the initiators from 100 Thieves typically use one of their information gathering tools. So their drone, their Trailblazer, or their 0 point. They'll use one of those things to clear out an area of the map. And it puts you very vulnerable if you're Sky or Sova and you're doing those things. And you can see Envy's ready to pounce on that, even though 100 Thieves is on an inferior buy. Like, that's such a wild play for a team to make, but Envy makes it look so easy.
Yeah, I really like that for so many reasons, especially, again, as you say, like, if it's the case that this is like a hard anti-strat whereby, there's also a lot of tells for the fact that 100 Thieves on these kinds of rounds are mostly, going towards a default that's A or C centric, and they're not creating a lot of space around that mid position, and it's open. That creates a world of problems, especially for 100 Thieves, as we saw there, because 100 Thieves, they try to fake off of that initial control. And I think 100 Thieves were thinking that Envy would be scared because they're on the bonus, so they don't want to take those close fights. But Envy have proven that they're not scared really at all so far in this series of taking fights.
No, okay, so they're not going to do the B push this round. You can see the Killjoy setup on B. They'll likely just have Victor chill back there, not play super aggressive on B. They have a double C, double A setup. Then Alarm Bot on short A. Ooh.
You see that Envy are playing retake on this A site right now. They're also not convinced that this is going to be a push on the A site. They're not really repositioning their defense too much at the moment. And that seems like it's a good call here, because we can see that 100 Thieves are representing quite a lot of pressure towards A, but they are now spreading out into mid. We get the info play there, the Trailblazer through Garage from Envy. They're trying to work out what's going on.
Gosh, Marv's control right now in this Asher is perfect. The way he's just popping nebulas everywhere right when 100 Thieves is about to enter that area.
Again, look at the pressure from 100 Thieves here. They once again look like they're about to push into B. They're challenging with utility, but then they fall out. And during that, I think they're hoping that space was created towards A, which it has been. And A is up for grabs now. 40 seconds to go. There's the initial entry utility here from 100 Thieves. I'll get the site. Again, we can see that there's nothing going on there. Quick knife thrown up to clear out the window.
Oh. I honestly think Crashes was going to double shock that planter. Luckily for 100 Thieves, the suppress hits him. Nitro on the lurk. That's massive. I wonder if Marv is going to use his wall. There it is.
Big look. Push actually coming in from Envy now. The Cosmic Divide there to try to go for the retake. Yay! Off the back of that, able to get a second. Crashies unlocked now as well. Trades from 100 Thieves trying to hold on to this one. It's up to Marv in a 1 versus 2. Playing around the Cosmic Divide is Hiko. Marv, this is such a difficult position. Players from 2 angles. Has no idea where the second player is. And Hiko will take him down. 100 Thieves. They played a really slow round there, Sean. But they really made it work with all of these pressure plays.
Exactly. I think that's Nitro on the Omen lurk roll. He's so good at this, right? We see it a lot out of the controllers right now in NA. The Ashers on the lurk, they have the global smokes. Omens can pretty much smoke anything on the map, especially a map like Haven. So Nitro's capable of getting in these lurk rolls, and he is just so good at finding timings.
Let's see 100 Thieves opening up with pressure around mid this time, kind of giving up any control towards A lobby early on. See how Seal is just looking for any pushes from Envy, but Envy playing a passive opening again on the defense.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves is a little scared of this Blade Storm on Ye right now. He's known to just really play hyper aggressive when he has this out. So you can see they're playing deep towards attacker spawn right now. They're finally moving into A lobby. The drone pushes Victor back into the site. And 100 Thieves is capitalizing on this.
Right here. Response there too. Envy get that info in mid to try to see, okay, are they going to try and commit bodies towards A here? But they killed the drone in mid, so 100 Thieves have already told.
Yeah, Nitro has the spike down. Nitro has the spike, so this is probably going to end up being a B play based on how everyone's grouping around that area of the map.
I've got your trail.
Yeah, running with the Seekers there, trying to find a kill towards the A side of the map. And as you say, the B play is going to be coming in now from 100 Thieves, or at least they're trying to, but they will get denied by another smoke. So they can't quite get in. They have 30 seconds left on the clock now. They've got to start making moves towards a spike plant.
Oh, damn, they're going to the Killjoy. This is not good. The Killjoy and the Astra setup on C.
Not ideal, but going in with a flash. We'll see if they can make the entries happen here. Finesse is going to be able to take down one. It's looking really good right now here for Envy on the defense. It was a desperation call going into that C site. There wasn't much left to do here, and for 100 Thieves, it has not worked out.
Well,
Last player standing.
We really haven't gotten this enough.
Ooh. No, we haven't.
Match point.
All right.
We need to be blessed with more KO ults, because I have a feeling we could see some really cool trolling going on.
Yes.
Particularly from people like Dapper, Marved, you know. They're very good at this stuff. They think about it in their spare time. Yeah.
That's what they think about when they're like falling asleep at night. It's like the new trolls they can do for Valorant. But it's 12-5. It's map point here for Envy. It's the first map if you're just joining us. And Envy, they've looked in crazy good form so far. Oh, we got the C set up again. Just pop flash for herself. Victor just making it happen. Playing a game all by himself, basically.
He's really using the Sky as a duelist, and he's had so much success doing it.
That's great to see. And there's not a lot of options here, because Envy have shut down A, they've shut down C long, and Garage. There's only mid to work with. There's nowhere else to go right now. And they can't get into mid either. It's been smoked off. They have no space to work with 100 Thieves. They're completely stuck right now.
And even if they took a side, FNS has the lockdown. How do they possibly win this round? Hiko has the ult, which could counter it. This is a big fight, though.
Taken out.
Angle from Crashies. Quick frag. Oh, and he might just finish it off. No, Hiko will give this one a go. It's going to have to be a 1 versus 5 ace clutch for Hiko. They know precisely where he is, and Finesse will finish it off nicely. Great stuff there from Envy, 13-5. It never looked like it was in question. We had some small kind of live showing in the first half from 100 Thieves, but ultimately Envy just seemed many steps ahead.
Yeah, they seemed miles ahead of 100 Thieves on this map. I mean, this looks a lot like what we saw Sentinels do to 100 Thieves yesterday. It's kind of making me a little bit scared for this 100 Thieves comp. Has it been solved by the top teams in NA already? There's a lot to worry about if you're a 100 Thieves fan after watching this map. But it's a long series, Dan, so who knows? They could bounce back.
Yep, it is a long series. That's Haven out of the way with, which I think 100 Thieves will perhaps be happiest to have that out of the way with first. But talk more on that. We'll have the analysts talk on it right after the break.
Your purchase could be free when you use your Credit Karma Visa debit card. Free groceries, free gas, or even a free TV. It's called Instant Karma, and you can only win it from Credit Karma Money. Open your account for free in the Credit Karma app. Credit Karma Money. Progress starts here.
Well, it's Marshall and it's tense.
This is where Reynas are bred. One more. Yep, now the duelist is starting to come through. Not quite there to help out. Now the swing starts to come through. Whippy just trying to provide some additional ankle.
For me, creativity starts with what ifs. Like, what if there's fire? Did that already. What about my look? Meh. That's cool. What if it happens in the rain? Yeah, this is it. Now, create what's true to you.
This morning I woke up in the fortress of distortion. I'm at war with my emotions.
Courage starts with a risk. Break free from expectations. Defy boundaries and anything in your way. Dare to defy. Calvin Klein Defy, the new men's fragrance.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT in a playoffs where we just saw 100 Thieves kind of struggle as Envy started off with the hot hands to win out on Haven, and they're currently up 1-0. But before we break things down right here on the analyst desk, we got to give a special shout out and show some love to Zowie, because for as long as I remember, Zowie has been helping making things possible for Nurse Street gamers. Now, whether you're in the business of just ordering a monitor or you want to upgrade it all, you're going to want to take a look at them. And for the remainder of VCT, Zowie are now allowing players the opportunity to loan out their monitors and have a chance to see and experience the same settings as the pros. Now, use the code VCT10. You got that right, VCT10 at your checkout for $10 off of your rental and have the opportunity to test out these settings in the comfort of your own home. Now, let's talk about that beatdown for a moment. And there's one agent that was in the lineup that was just special out of everyone else. I think that it's about time we discuss him. Bach, what's your thoughts on KO? Good night. No, seriously, Bach. So, seeing 100 Thieves on KO for a moment. I mean, hey, we've criticized them about not expanding their agent lineup, and Vasili's kind of disappointed.
I think Vasili's just disappointed.
You know what?
What are your total thoughts so far?
Okay, if everybody's mad at me about eating pizza backwards, I think this tops it right now.
Bach, any words, man?
You know, I love the fact that we're seeing KO utilized by Steel. Obviously, it doesn't work out so well for 100 Thieves, but I love the fact that we're seeing it brought into the fold. And it's not the first time we saw Steel bring it in as well. We saw it yesterday when they played Split, and I'm sure we'll see it throughout the entirety of this best of 5. The thing is, Envy just had the upper hand.
Yeah.
All map long.
I mean, Mike's high definition just called me out on Twitter before. It's like, Vance, it's not too late to get off the KO train. I do agree. Like, the execution was pretty nice. 400 Thieves to try to get into these sites, but I did see, for example, Steel going with the ult into the site exactly on this round. FNS just stayed on logs, and he's still able to just post into a corner, get a couple of kills, and it doesn't even matter if it deactivated all of Astra's utility. So again, I think having that KO, you needed a little bit more extra layers going into that strategy, but it was nicely well countered by Envy. When I want to look at 100 Thieves on the defense, how do you play that with no Sentinels with a KO? Keep pushing aggressively, keep trying to get some fights, and the Hunter's Fury is what actually helped them too. Like, Hiko did a Hunter's Fury on the A side blindedly, as Sean was mentioning. Then they had their same type of like push down C with the Sky, the KO, and the Jet. It worked out for a bit, but after that, if you want to play more passively, 400 Thieves inside the site, Envy just took advantage of that because there's no Sentinels to stop him. And in Veli, I think this is where you bring a great point. I think the extra layer now for 100 Thieves is if they actually had an Astra in there to actually slow down some of these pushes, it might be a little bit better.
Yes, and the Astra would have definitely helped because Envy just kept pushing cross enemy lines whenever they went to C. How many times did we see Ye or anyone else push right into their spawn and rack up a few kills? It was crazy. Now, Bach, looking at the maps right now, and as a reminder, this is a best of 5. We're going to distance, baby. What are your thoughts on the next map, which is going to be Breeze?
Very difficult map for Envy. It's not a map they play a lot of. It's not to say either team is well-versed on Breeze, but if I look at the recent history, Envy has not played it a lot. They played against TSM. It didn't go well. And then it was like pretty long before they, or a while before they had played. They played against Sentinels. It also did not go well for them there. Obviously, that's Sentinels, so do with that what you will. But I look at this second map, and I do think that this one should lean more in favor of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I do think so as well. I think if we look at the defense that we had for 100 Thieves, we actually had Nitro on that secondary office you mentioned before. So he did a pretty good job anchoring that A side, doing the shrouded step away. But again, if Envy's not ready for that, or they're not as polished as they are on Haven, we might be able to see like this 1-1 in the series.
I'm sorry about that. I've been laughing this whole time.
Dude,
Bach has been acting up today. In case you guys haven't noticed, Bach cut all of his hair off. He cut off the beautiful mustache. He doesn't look like Breach anymore or Conor McGregor. And he's also throwing knives across the stage, so that's one thing happening. But, ladies and gentlemen...
And he drinks decaf coffee. I don't even get it anymore.
Hold on, you eat pizza backwards. Let's not even go there.
All right, but ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Breeze to find out if Envy can continue this onslaught. Let's send this over to DDK and Sean. Do you guys think 100 Thieves has what it takes to win Breeze?
I don't know, Sean. What do you think?
Dude, I can't get over the fact that Bach is drinking decaffeinated coffee. Like, what?
I was trying to move past it. I feel like the guy suffered enough. I mean, if he's drinking decaf coffee, I feel like there's, something going on there.
I feel like we just gotta bury him for a second. That's unreal. who's drinking coffee without caffeine in it? Okay. All right, let's get past it. Let's get past it. But Breeze will be insane. I think this is going to be a different story for 100 Thieves, right? First of all, we won't have the KO pick coming in from Steel. KO just is not a viable agent on Breeze. It's too big of a map. I think Steel likes playing Cypher on the map. Envy, we've seen them play it one time so far with, I believe, with this lineup. They played TSM. They have the standard, ranked comp that you see in the upper tiers with the Jet, the Double Initiator in Sova Sky, Viper, and Killjoy. 100 Thieves does really interesting things on this map, though. This is why I think this is a cool pocket pick for 100 Thieves. They have Nitro opping on Omen, and he uses that TP to reposition a lot, and it works out well on Breeze because the distances between the pyramids work out well. All of the op angles on Breeze seem like they could be done by Omen as well. I mean, you don't have that reposition ability like Jet has. But Nitro had tons of success earlier in the event on it. So I want to see that. I want to see the opping Nitro.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to make up for against just Ye on Jet. I feel like Ye on Jet is going to be really scary. Just in general, he'll have so much space to play with on this map, and if there's like not a Jet to respond to that, and I sometimes feel like the best counter to a Jet is another Jet. We'll see though. Like, do you expect Ye to cause problems here, especially with the form we're seeing Envy going into this match with?
Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, what you're going to see a lot of here out of Envy is the Viper walls and a lot of plays through them, right? We saw it last map, but with Omen smokes and Astra smokes. Now you're going to see Victor doing it with Viper walls. You're going to see Crashies arrowing behind the wall, droning over the wall, maybe Ye updrafting over the Viper walls. There's a lot of tools in Envy's kit to deal with the Viper wall, and that's where things get scary if you're a 100 Thieves fan.
All right, well, we're about to get into it here. The pistol, this is map 2, and Envy already a map up, just defeating 100 Thieves on Haven. So, see if 100 Thieves can answer back here.
It's a double haul setup for Envy.
Making his way through. Yeah, he's taking his time on the shots there, and the dash comes through and able to evade a refrag as Crashies picks up the trade. Well, another kill in fact. So Envy with a great start. Crashies just running straight through.
Crashies?
Wow. He's on one.
Actually wild. Victor doesn't have the regrowth, so Ye at 15 HP. This is still a very winnable round for 100 Thieves.
And Marved there in the back as well.
Oh, look at this play. They take out the Cypher, Dan, and now they're on a double flank. How is 100 Thieves going to end up stopping this once they move towards A?
Yeah, 100 Thieves are kind of contained right now. We can see that the best play probably is just to go straight into A against a very low Ye. As the Sheriff, though. Yeah, he's good on this first shot. Ethan, though, he spots it. Beautiful. Using that distance
Now the flank is in, Dan.
And timing from Victor. Trade again.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Plotted all over the place here.
One enemy
and
remaining.
Marv gets the element of surprise onto Hiko as well. Nitro in a lot of trouble going straight into the dark cover. Oh, big kill there. Able to deal with finesse. But just 38 points of health. Marv is in a good stead, at least on the health department, to win this one. But Nitro playing a great angle here to really maximize the Ghost classic advantage that he has at the moment. Oh, down to 12, starting to get very scary now. It's all about the mind games, just trying to delay, moving through the smoke.
Oh, he made noise
down there. Marv, he's going to just come straight to him. And has just enough time to lock this one in. And that was so close. Sean, there are players all over the place. They're so hard to predict what's going on for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I thought 100 Thieves played the mid-round brilliantly, right? They waited for the flank never happened, and they took their time entering the site, made sure Ye didn't get that frag. I can't believe they didn't just collapse this round. So it was a miracle that 100 Thieves was even in the round. Marv closes it out again. His classic is just on point today. And again, Envy off to a good start.
Now it's about converting against the eco. Actually, it's a force buy. 100 Thieves going for a force buy here. The Guardian on Ethan. Couple marshals. This is scary. Good info there.
I don't know if you caught that, Dan, but Austin tried to break that with the classic. He's not trying to give up the game here. So Envy still thinking 100 Thieves might be on. Oh, there it is. Now Envy is aware.
And I mean, that drone tells us a lot. The Trailblazer got the info around B, and then going through mid with that drone kind of allows Envy to track the movement here, and you can see their positioning is reflecting that.
Oh, no.
Steal. There we go. It's all good. Nothing is wrong there. However, Marv able to capitalize from the pyramids. As the 3v3, this force buy is doing damage here, and the spike's going to go down. This will give it advantage here for 100 Thieves, and Nitro still holding onto that paranoia. Yeah, he's going forward, trying to get the no-scopes there with that Marshall. Ethan is very low here with this Guardian. There goes the flash for Victor. He needs to get something going here. 2 players to worry about. There's one. Can he follow it up? Gets the damage onto Hiko, but the trade's through. It's all down to Hiko now. There's a snake bite trying to delay here. Has the poison orb set up as well. So weak as yeah, he's going to jump around the corner. Hiko takes him down, and with that frag, Hiko might be able to close this one down. Now it's so difficult for Finesse. By time, Finesse able to take him down, and he's got just enough time, I think, to get this one defused. Finesse is good. Oh, Hiko was so close with that one.
Oh, there was a moment there where FNS had his HP low enough where Hiko could have one-sheriffed him in the chest. It just didn't happen, and FNS holds true with yet another clutch. This was a big turning point round because I don't think 100 Thieves is just going to keep investing here, Dan. I think they have to concede the third now. They're going to be in a really rough spot in this game, just on how this is starting.
Definitely. It is quite scary as well, though, just like how much you can do with a force buy like that, even though the map has so much distance to it. Yeah, out there, the Vandal. Oh, he's looking for some action here. Of course, has that dash to fall back onto if he gets into some trouble, but pretty confident, still working position around mid, finding out the information. Oh my.
What?
That's enough. Even alive there with the pistol. Yay, though, it doesn't matter. Yay makes the best players just look just so ordinary. That said, he will go down to Hiko.
No, Dan, this is exactly what the doctor ordered for 100 Thieves. The Viper on the site, 2-on-2.
There's a Trailblazer available. It looks like they're not going to go for that play. Finesse is just going to walk straight in. Now Victor's in so much trouble here.
Oh, dear, Dan.
This is scary. Here's a perfect angle, but Nitro with a great flick is going to save it. I feel like if Nitro misses that first bullet, Sean, I feel like it's a different outcome.
Oh, my goodness. I think we all stopped breathing for a second there. Yeah. We all saw the possibility of Victor going into that ult and taking them both out. Whew. 100 Thieves desperately needed a round like that. Austin with the 2 frags to open up the A site was so pivotal. Wow, and then the heads up play by Hiko to pop the Viper's ult right away on the site. Look where it puts Envy's economy.
Yeah, they've got so much money. Really aggressive opening there from Ethan, straight away.
And he has the Seekers too now.
Yeah, so it's looking pretty scary right now. Finesse would have to do so much. He's got the Frenzy though, so against armored opponents, it's not a lot of multi-kill potential out of that one. And, well, that's out of the window. So 100 Thieves looking pretty damn good here. So for Envy, you'd probably want them to try to find a way to secure some guns.
I know
that might be a way to do it.
where you are.
I'm out of stuff.
Oh, we actually get the neural theft coming through here from Steel.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you have it, you might as well use it because there could be a half where you'd never get a chance, right? So it's one of the weird ults in the game where you need a body in front of you, and sometimes you just can't get it in a pro game. It's very difficult. Cyphers aren't opening up rounds ever.
That is true.
I know it.
Yeah, that's quite true. Especially not the way Steel's going to be playing a Cypher, so... Okay, so 100 Thieves, it's looking like they're finding more comfort on this map so far. Envy not really able to run over them just yet, but it is early days, and we'll get another buy coming through for Envy now. And...
Oh, Dan, how does Nitro use an Omen ult on Thieves? Oh my god, it's going to be so wild. But we have a double halls play again from Asuna and Nitro, and there's that Omen off that I was referring to before the game started.
Viper's pick coming out straight away from Marved to lock down the cave position. 100 Thieves.
But Ethan has Seekers then, and he has a Trailblazer. March through!
Just go straight forward. He's just by himself there. Big info, knows that Sky is close. Ethan around the corner is maybe going to get connected with, able to defensively use the flash, but yay. He's got a free kill here on the steal. Knows this is a lurk. He can probably hold on to this for a long time.
And this is why they brought Ye in, to make aggressive, game-changing plays just like this. This is insane.
He knows they're rotating for steal. Oh, Ye with a great up drop, follows it up. Nitro had no idea. And now this round has fallen to pieces. Asuna and Ethan remaining. And mid-rotation as well. One player was left lurking towards A, and that's something that Envy will understand. And it's Ethan that's unaccounted for at this point. He's just stuck here in the middle of nowhere. Spike control there with Ye. Great trade coming through there from Envy to finish off the job. Brilliant stuff from Ye. When he sees the Cypher there, he knows that they're going to rotate. That there is a rotation to join Steel.
Oh man, that's so awesome to see. Both of the new pickups for Envy actually had massive impact playing aggressive this round. On opposite sides, Stan. Marv pushing through his own Viper ult at A, finding Eco, and then Ye over there at B. What an awesome round for Envy. FNS doing the Killjoy setup in B. Oh man, I think they're going at him, Dan.
So exciting to see. Ye picking up that operator as well. Looking for that first opening pick. Steel. I don't know that Steel's going to give it up very easily there by himself. Knows these angles are dangerous. Crashies though. He is looking quite aggressive. Steel with a good flick though. Big frag, big opening. Ye tag there. Victor with that flash, that pop flash play, the double coming through off of the back of the flash. Eco now responding. There is just so much aggression coming in here from Envy. The defense from 100 Thieves is looking decent here, but it's now Marved alone against two players. And that's not going to work out. Great round from Steel.
Wow, Steel and Nitro just combating the aggression from 100 Thieves. The Sky play out of Victor. We need to reclassify her as a duelist. I mean, this is wild watching Victor use these flashes. He uses them so effectively. Gets the first two, then sends a fake flash and has Hiko just completely just ankles broken, pants around his. It was awful, you know. It was awful to see Hiko go down like that. What do you? Oh wow!
It is so cool to see him just like use Sky just like in his own, just pop flashing for himself everywhere. This is amazing.
Look at this Viper wall. Just to get a mid lurk in. I don't know if I've seen something like this before. It also blocks off B elbow. This is something you can do if you have a double controller setup. Not many teams have been having a double controller setup on Breeze.
Ethan
was really hard lurking. He might go into Nest, Dan.
Yeah. Keep that Nest play. Marto, nice defense there as we start to get more pressure coming in onto this A site. Going for it now, Marved. Oh, has to defend, and he's actually holding on. Gets an extra kill out of it. Great stuff there. Yay. Able to defend as well. The bridge, and it's looking better and better now for Envy. Although the spike is now ticking away. There's no one except Steel to defend it. Ethan is very far away right now. And the cross is covered here by Victor. Victor can just lock this one down. Ooh, maybe bit off more than he can chew, and that keeps Steel alive for longer. Steel just had to delay. Buy time for Ethan to get there. Steel's doing a fantastic job so far. It's up to Finesse, alone now. Tries to find the peaks, and they're not going to give it to him. Force the issue against Steel. There's the frag. Needs to be perfect on the next one.
The guiding light's there.
Out the Sheriff, and just the, as you said, the guiding light locks it away. Finesse is going to go down, and 100 Thieves 4-3 up now.
How about that heads up play from Ethan, Dan? Did you think he was gonna jiggle peek Victor like that? Give him the sky dip flash. Oh my god! What a gorgeous play! That's so crazy.
It's so it is so awesome because it's so hard for Victor to feel like he can give up that. Like it's hard to admit that you've been outplayed there, and you just have to give up the attempt to frag. That's beautiful from Ethan.
How are you so aware of that when you already see FNS on the flank? That's insane.
No hard feelings.
Ooh, a big swing on the B window there, and early advantage. There's that neural theft we were talking about. It looks like this one might be pretty straightforward now. Ye has a judge. Ye's kind of far away from the action right now. It has been tentative.
Actually really big, Dan. Yeah, this round's very big. This will force Envy into an eco.
Crashy is not able to find what he needs. And yeah, it's been a little touch and go for 100 Thieves. They've had to weather sometimes ridiculous aggression from Envy, but they're actually managing it all pretty well, and they're playing these mid-round rotations really effectively. They're holding up in the individual gunfights. And there it is. There's the 5-3. So 100 Thieves, again, despite it being quite rough to win some of these rounds, they are doing it.
Yeah, I think Steel has had tremendous success on these lurks. I mean, Ethan has come up big, and Hiko has closed out several of these rounds so far. So, you know, the support players from 100 Thieves, we typically are always patting Austin on the back. Like I said, #1 in stats so far throughout the playoffs. Highest ACS, I think it's over 250. Maybe not after that first map, but yeah, 256 before that first map. But that's not how they're winning these rounds. Not off the back of Asuna today.
Yeah, no, totally right. It kind of goes to the point again of as to how 100 Thieves just are getting in lots of weird spots because of Envy's aggression and their approach that they have is that so disruptive. You kind of have to, like, you're not able to play that style where you're allowing Asuna to just go in entry, and then it's kind of all structured around how you've maybe prepared in your scrims. The playbooks are kind of going out the window in that sense because Envy are just taking so much initiative that you have to adapt. Yeah. So then your support players really come into play and their experience.
Oh, and this is what I like to see out of Envy, right? Because Crashies has been playing these A halls, and he's scared to peek because Nitro's been working it with the operator with Asuna. But you can see Crashies on the Sova is opping these halls now. That's the adjustment coming in from Envy.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if you can get much damage there.
Nitro just smokes him off. Nitro one step ahead.
Forces the drone out as a response out of Crashies. Obviously, that's so valuable. And in the meantime, again, you know, yay, aggressive in mid. I love this. As the support of Victor as well. So really solid map control from Envy. So that they've actually won the early round map control game despite 100 Thieves shutting down the halls.
But you can see 100 Thieves is very aware of the possibility, right? They're holding from very deep, near attacker spawn almost. And Asuna's going to go in a mid-lurk as Reyna. He's going to have a lot of distraction too.
It's an info crash. He's going for the peak again. But it looks like Steel just crept forwards, ever forwards.
Right here.
So much
He's
info there
Steel.
for
He's
Steel.
through, Dan.
He's almost there, and he can't quite get to the end.
Nailed them.
And yay, with that forward position we were talking about, that's activated now, and now looking really difficult. Not a lot of time for 100 Thieves to have position to try to take this A site. They've got the toxic screen up. Finesse. Oh no, that's a freebie for him. And it's not going to get too much better now for 100 Thieves. They are going to get cleaned up. Really awesome round. Flawless. But, I mean, flawless isn't the story of that one. It was really cool to see the back and forth between both teams, despite it not going well for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, both teams just didn't want to make the mistake, right? And Steel had a great timing that he used off of Nitro's ult. He had Nitro clear that area out with the Omen ult. Takes the ground, but Crashy's awareness is just, it's too good.
Yeah, it's an important round too for Envy because, you know, they were starting to kind of lose traction here on this map. It really did feel like 100 Thieves were starting to find their footing, but actually still looking after the halls. We'll get the dark cover going a little bit more shallow this time.
Both ops miss. Just immediately going back to this A site. This is an early A hit from 100 Thieves. Double mollies on the site though.
Wrap around for the pyramids, and the site will be taken. Yay! Oh, he's got that angle through the gap there on the doors. This is proving quite problematic. Steel able to take him down though. That lurk paying off 3 versus 3 now. Spike still has to go down. Having to fight for position to do that. Spike will hit the ground now as the carry is dead. Now it's very awkward here for Nitro. So
One
around the
enemy
pyramids.
remaining.
Crash is getting ever closer. Marved, nice snipe there, and it is onto Nitro now. And Crashies will be the one to take the frag, but they knew exactly where he was. Nitro was pinned down, and that's another round going the way of Envy. So at this first half, they're really starting to get momentum going their way.
Yeah,
and it's these mid plays that are working out so nicely for Ye.
Exactly. I feel like Ye being aggressive in mid, being aggressive in B, all of these scenarios have paid dividends for Envy, right? This is how they've gotten here. This is how they've tied up the scoreline. I love seeing Ye with the aggression, and I think we're going to keep seeing it. I think he's gonna be opping in mid again from Nest. He go with that lurk wall.
Oh, and the Viper's Pit going down towards B this time instead, and obviously the buy is pretty awful for 100 Thieves. So active with the info gathering utility here. Ye ready in Nest to see what he can find with the operator. There's one, spots the second, out come the blades. Nice shots though from 100 Thieves, causing problems, but again, just so active is Envy. Finesse is right there with Crashies through the door to get that support in. Count on Nitro's position though. Really deep towards the attacker spawn. And it's a quick run towards the safe site here, so this might be doable. Steel's able to find a nice headshot.
Steel has
Sheriffs
a
can
cage.
definitely do it. Well, the paranoid comes through even better. That gets him across. Finesse able to take down Steel and finishing off the last one. That got a little bit scary, I have to say.
Wow, the paranoia, I believe, caught both of the players.
Yeah.
But FNS, hides behind the box, stabilizes, and these taps he's having to end the rounds. I mean, he's been filthy. He's just closing out all of the rounds for Envy that he's in the late round.
Yeah, so far looking really controlled. And once again, Ye on that operator. It does feel like it is such a big difference maker, like you were saying. He's just always in the right spots. This time he's actually going to be more towards Cave. So we'll see what he's able to do this time and whether that will catch him off guard.
I think this is an all-out A split, Dan. I think we're going to have 2 going up A short, 2 through connector, and Austin's going halls.
And here comes the push as a response in halls, and they might be able to wrap around. They take down Ye, and this is a great look now for 100 Thieves. We can close out this half 6-6 if they possibly can. 5 versus 2 now. They have this A site. Desperate push from Victor and Marv on the mid position now through the door. See what they can find behind the Seekers, using them as cover. Victor able to use it to open up against one. Marv also following through, but he's alone. And he's going to get taken down. Asuna in the back with the goods. 6-6, 100 Thieves and Envy both having a pretty good showing there in this first half, Sean.
Yeah, I couldn't be happier that we have 100 Thieves bouncing back after that first map. I was worried that they would fall flat on Breeze and we would just get one of those quick series. I think they're here to stay. I can't wait to see how they approach the defensive half. Are they going to play as aggressive as Envy?
Yeah, this is a great chance here for 100 Thieves to really finish strong on this second map. We'll have to see if they can do it after the break.
And we are back. 6-6 half coming in. And Dan, what are you looking for right now out of 100 Thieves? I want to see them counter the aggression with more aggression. And I think they're going to. Look at Nitro lining up the Omen blind. They're going to push B, Dan.
Going straight for it, and there we go. Asuna leading the charge here, trying to find his way forward, but Victor, just to get that peek, it's lethal stuff here from Envy to just punish this early aggression. That said, it's a pistol, and it's all about the headshots here, and it's starting to swing more in the favor of 100 Thieves. Marv looking to get position towards B, but that spike is down towards the B window right now. Yates with a cross mid to try to get there with that Sheriff. He gets caught right out in the open. And now Marv, we've got to see more shenanigans off of the Classic. We know he's good. There's one, gets the second, but the third is steal, and he's not going to drop a beat on that one. Wow.
Oh my goodness, man. After this best of 5 is over, Marv needs to go up to his team and just say, just get one more for me. Just one more, because I can pretty much kill everyone on the team besides this last guy every single clutch. He is insane with the Classic. He's destroying people. Maybe they should just have him entry.
Absolutely, like it's there's some. I need to know how he warms up to just blitz people with the Classic like that. There's just something. I feel like the Classic doesn't look like that for anybody else.
No, definitely not for me. Nitro with the smoke in short. I like that.
Ooh.
Spike down A.
That's a nice start there from Nitro. Picking off one. Stealing off another. And well, looks like they've done the job that they needed to do here. Victor does get the spike planted, so that's some bonus money for the rest of the team.
Yeah,
However,
and it's more than that, Dan, because now he has his ult. With that death, he'll have his ult going into the first gun, and that's big. That's really big. But how does 100 Thieves, we talked about it on Haven, right? With these Spectres, the bonus rounds, how important they are. If you win them, you can snowball to half really easily. Breeze is a totally different beast, though. How do you find value with Spectres on a map like this?
Yes, absolutely. It does feel like you've got to close the distance. I mean, that's usually a rule of thumb, obviously with the SMGs, but you know, where do you pick? Because if you pick wrong and you kind of bulk your players up somewhere, you've got a big rotation time to worry about. So it feels like it should be pretty easy for Envy to isolate opponents. We'll see, though, how they approach this one. So they are actually looking to perhaps split A. They've got everybody towards this A side of the map right now.
Yeah, and I don't even think they're having any mid lurks here. They might have Marv go halls. And sure enough, he is. And here's that drone. Combined with the Viper wall, it is a huge problem, but it gets nothing here. And there's the Omen off.
Love to see it. The paranoia comes through as well to slow things down even more for Envy on this aggression. And we've burned a lot of utilities trying to get in. The counter play has been really good. Speaking of which, Asuna with the gunplay is making it look quite sexy here for 100 Thieves. Ethan trying to get his way forward here to punish even more. Nitro still getting
one enemy remaining.
Still getting value with that operator. And that's a wrap. 100 Thieves with a great defense there. Envy tried to hit him with the hard and fast A hit. And it got stopped because of Nitro on that Omen.
Yeah, it's so cool to see too, because like I said in the pregame, the TPs are just perfect for these distances. Like you can see, he goes right behind the pyramid, then he goes right to the stairs, and every time he TPs, he's just... I don't even think that the enemies can hear it from that distance. Like, I think he is well out of the distance. They definitely can't hear the landing. They might be able to hear him first lead.
Yeah.
It's such a powerful agent to be opping A with. But he has switched to B, and I think that's actually where the hit's coming, Dan. We have the Viper retake wall middle of sight, which will help. You know, if the B hit does come in, you can segment it off really easily with this Viper wall Hiko has.
And be very quiet in mid. Actually, you know, we thought about B, and maybe so did 100 Thieves, but Envy now ambling their way forward through mid, through the A doors. Asuna waiting for this one. Gets spotted at the back, though. Oh my god, finesse! Just taking that duel straight up, not even waiting for his teammates. And now the spike's going to go down. A gun is recoverable here for Envy. There's a trade. It's Ye that picked up the Vandal. This is looking very dangerous right now for 100 Thieves. Coming in on the back from defender spawn on this retake. see what they're able to accomplish here. It's just getting worse and worse.
Yeah, this is beyond difficult right now for 100 Thieves. How do they find their way in here?
Don't really have detail. There are smokes and there's a Paranoia available. There goes the Paranoia. That's going to connect with Ye. Ye doesn't have the dash available. Time against him right now. Envy will be playing that time. You see Ye is prioritizing the delay, not taking the gunfight, just making this as impossible as he can for his opponents. Ye has absolutely done it here. Wasn't even needed. In fact, Marv doing such a great job there as well. Oh, gets the kill to dash away, but that is the Red Bull clutch there coming through for Ye, as we'll have 100 Thieves conceding that round to Envy's just movement through mid.
Very similar to last half, right? Where 100 Thieves found their way into the half with an eco win. This was such a cool little tactic from Envy, though. They had Marv smoke off in front of the mid doors to make it seem like it was going to be a mid A split. They actually walked up elbow, though, and they were going to flank through and go back to A, which is, it's just very deceiving. Like, you're hoping to catch someone off guard, and they didn't, but it still worked.
Yeah, really cool to see that. But it is problematic for 100 Thieves. They do still have, of course, a lot to buy here. We've got the Operator out on Nitro. We know how effective that's been. But lots of ultimates available here. Marv has the Viper's Pit, Finesse on that lockdown. And that mid control is there for them right now as well. Nice pick up from Nitro.
Wow. Immediately response back from Ye. The cam is taken out at A, but there's 2 trips on the site that Steel is playing off of right now.
Another pick up there from Steel. Now, Envy are in a difficult position. Crashes to the forward spot here. Could potentially cause some issues. We've got Ye walking through. Nest as well. Nice shot from Steel again. Ye still make something happen here, Sean. Yeah, in the meantime, Marv's going to wait.
It's all on this fight with Nitro and Ye, but Ye gets past him.
Yeah, you heard the step. Oh, the rope! Yeah, he pulls out the daggers as well, and you can see that the sense of urgency now for 100 Thieves goes towards this A site. This could create the opening for Marv to creep into that B site. There he goes. The wall is up, and they don't know about Marv. They're not considering his position. Now they know, though. As Marv moves through the wall, that triggers that audible. Wrap around the pillar. He's going to have Hiko Scott to get the kill here, and he won't. Hiko is able to make that fight his.
Wow, the Viper diff right there. Just magician just disappears on the site. Marv has no idea where Hiko went, but he knows he's there. Such a well-played situation by Hiko with 20 HP.
It's just like so crazy as well, because I think he got the top of screen up just in time, so that Marv's just gonna get caught walking through it as well to create the audible. So
yeah, isn't it crazy? You called it. It's so crazy how quick Ye can turn these rounds for Envy. It's so crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
Just flip the round on its head right within 10 seconds.
Unfortunately for Envy, they are in saving territory now. We'll have some weapons, a couple of sheriffs, a few sheriffs on board, as well as the Marshal too. Ooh, Nitro getting caught out, whipping a shot there, little bit of trouble, forced to throw the Paranoia out. Asuna though will defend Nitro and be able to get out of there with a dismiss. Oh, that said though, is able to find one. Asuna, lethal stuff from Asuna. Finesse has picked up that Vandal though, and so much damage out of every round. Doesn't matter what these players are holding on to. Nice, Asuna. Oh my god, Asuna is just going to crush it. I think a quad kill for him as he decimates Envy.
Wow. I mean, you could have all the arguments in the world about the best Reyna in the world, best Jet in the world, but when Asuna has this Reyna ult, I have never seen anything like it. He is incredible with the Reyna ult. Every time I watch him, he just takes out 3-4 people when he's Reyna ulted. It's wild. There's some people like Tens actually don't even like using it sometimes. So he's such a difference maker on the team.
Yeah, it's great to see. I guess like it messes up your recoil control as well, and it feels a bit weird. But Asuna is one with the Reyna ults, and Thieves actually have that aggression. And maybe we've got the Viper's Pit towards B as well. There's the control, but Finesse is lurking actually. On the elbow on
Asuna might
B.
get taken out.
Spike down Down A.
Actually getting caught there as well. Lots of action. Envy getting the openings towards the safe site, and there's still that lurk in mid as well. That's Finesse. He's actually managed to get a kill out of that mid lurk.
Earl Theft lets them know FNS still in mid. But he faked the run back, and he's going back.
He's got the lockdown too, if they want it. Nitro forcing out a flash there, using his paranoia. But he can't close the distance.
FNS pinned, Dan. Hiko has FNS pinned in mid.
But the
Still
issue
one-on-one in A.
But how do they get to Victor as well? Victor's just on the pyramid, and they can't close the distance on him. Nitro's going to have to drop off, but he's got the operator, so he's not got the tool for the job. Finesse wins the battle in mid, and now Nitro's in an even worse position than he already was. Now looking towards mid, might be able to catch this frag here, but surely it's guaranteed from Victor. It is. Envy picking up the rounds, and oh, these rounds are so close.
So close. Every time I think a team is going to close out, like when we saw Ye lurking the bridge, Steel just happens to take him out in the back. FNS lurking in mid, Hiko catches him from elbow, but FNS repositions. It's like the person that you think is going to win the duel never does. They always get counterplayed by some amazing play from the other team.
Yeah, and I mean, 100 Thieves still with the advantage, but I'm just always afraid for them.
Dan, this is a buy from 100 Thieves with 2 Spectres. Very risky.
Let's see what they can do with it. Heavy A focus coming in again from
You should run.
the likes of Envy. Nitro's been really good against these A hits, but we'll see what he's able to do. He's far away. The lockdown comes through. Viper's Pit as well, so they're really using everything at their disposal, Envy, to guarantee the spike goes down. But at the same time, they've got to worry about this flank. There it is. Asuna is right there, ready, charging forwards. Yay.
Saw Ye.
Force back with the util here. Asuna going close as you expect. Crashes is crazy, going straight forward right into the jewels. And after the dust settles, it's just
one enemy
left on the
remaining.
retake. Scratch Ethan, just Hiko. Coming in from cave now. That Viper's Pit, how does he deal with it? He doesn't have the util to really do that.
I think he saves this off, Dan. Yeah, there's no winning this round for Hiko. He has to tuck tail, save the op. And that's 9 on the board for Envy. And like I said, that was a very, very risky buy late in this game for 100 Thieves. I don't know what they do with this op going into next round, because there's no way they can afford a buy around it.
Yeah, it's just what a great round for Envy to just have those ults at their disposal to kind of really shift the momentum back in their favor. As you say, at least Hiko can save the operator, but the money is certainly not in a good place where 100 Thieves would want it to be. You can see that their money's ruined. So that was the perfect round for Envy to have that ultimate advantage and to set piece off of it.
And I like this decision. I do. So normally Asuna isn't opping on Breeze, but on this type of buy, you want someone with an ability like a Dismiss or a Dash to take it, because you need them to open the round up. So you can see Asuna's playing very aggressive on A, but this is a B play from Envy. We haven't seen this yet.
Yeah, and Envy always seem to have these right guesses, avoiding the stacks, but you can see the response coming through toward mid, because 100 Thieves, they need to get, as you said, they've got to get that early opening. And it might be scrappy set up. Finesse always going to have a lineup. Finesse can't convert, but Victor is there. We get decent trades coming in from 100 Thieves, all things considered, but it is still advantage to Envy. They have that B site. Asuna could have been the moment. Flash comes through, denies Asuna yet again.
Spike planted.
Oh, Ye being in Nest has all the info, Dan. He knows.
Last player standing.
No. And I was about to say the distance advantage there is highly favorable. Ye was able to see Asuna, and Asuna had no idea about it. Now
Yeah, with
Steel
Ye's
is-
positioning and Crashy's positioning, it's quite obvious that Steel is on this flank. And again, we're going to likely see a save coming in from Steel. Try to get something going with the 100 Thieves economy. Oh man, we're going... Oh my god.
Uh-oh. That's annoying. It's good. It's going to run for it. He needs to start swimming, I think. It's like he will be okay. So 10 rounds now for Envy. Like, it really feels like this has turned on its head. Envy really looking great on this second half now, and it's actually pretty awesome to see how even the fragging is across both teams.
Yeah, there was a point in even Haven, Dan, when it was like after the 12-3 half, I looked at the frags across the server, and 100 Thieves actually was very, very close frag-wise, despite being down massively. I was shocked. I didn't really have time to point it out, but we have something similar going on here. Eco's holding the A site. We haven't seen this yet. He's been at B almost every round. There's the Poison Orb on main. How does Envy respond here?
Yeah, Ethan, though, with the Guiding Lights and the Trailblazer, getting information around B elbow as well as mid. Slowing things down a little bit, but yeah, look at how much free ground he has to play with here. This is quite scary.
Here.
Does Asuna overextend here, Dan? He knows Asuna's close door.
Asuna has no flashes as well. So he is...
Oh, no.
That's going to force him back. Will they actually try to spam through the door here? They seem to have some idea about Asuna's position. Oh, Finesse catches Ethan, looking for information, pushing down elbow. I feel like that's a sign of desperation on 100 Thieves' part. Not having info in this mid-round, not feeling comfortable.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything that bold coming out of the initiators on 100 Thieves for a while.
Now looking to bring this into an A split here. Envy. Great defense from Steel, looking for that long-range Vandal spray. It's not easy. Let's get taken down around the hall. Asuna, though, on the defense there. Goes for the heal, is fragging out, and he's doing everything. He's holding them back, Sean.
Oh, he's killing everyone. He's making it so Marv cannot open the door. Asuna, you monster.
10 seconds left.
I can't believe he's done this. He's absolutely denied Marved. Completely denied. What just a beautiful display there from Asuna. That's the mechanics. That's what you're looking for from him. Because again, it looked like Envy had really outmaneuvered, outpositioned. They also had a frag advantage, and yet Asuna's just standing up there, just fragging out.
While he's constantly hitting the door closed. Like, how can you remain focused? I would be laughing so hard. I mean, I couldn't even hit the shots anyway, but he can hit the shots, close the door, not laugh, and do all of it at the same time. Wow. That's wild. That's so wild from Asuna. 100 Thieves really, really needed that too.
Yeah, that's a really, really important round. And we can see both teams still have enough to get full buy-in right now. And more work around the elbow position. Ethan's going to be pushing quite close as he has been, but he'll have more of a challenge this time. He gets out of there. Has been damaged. Oh, what was that from Asuna? I don't think he understands anything about that second kill. What on earth was that?
One enemy remaining.
He's come to life here, Sean. He's just shutting this one down. Envy have been just absolutely ruined. Thanks to Asuna winning these key moments, these key situations, time and again. What an absolute baller Asuna is.
It's so crazy. He wasn't showing up all game, then he had the Reyna ult round, went quiet for a while, and we were wondering, is he going to come back to this game? Because if he doesn't, 100 Thieves looks like they're in trouble. You see Ethan making plays and Asuna not making plays, you can't help but be scared for 100 Thieves. But when they need this kid the most, he comes up big, time and time again, and now we get a 1-1 series. We're going the distance, Dan. Let's go.
Absolutely, yeah. As you said, 1-1, each team winning a map so far in this best of 5 series. We really have excellent Valorant on our hands. I can't wait to see more, but first, we have to take it to a break. We'll be back with the analysts.
Well, it's Marshall and it's tense.
Born, this is where Reynas are bred. One more, yep, now the duelist is starting to come through. right there to help out. Now the swing starts to come through with just trying to provide some additional ankle.
For me, creativity starts with what ifs. Like, what if there's fire? Did that already. What about my look? Meh. That's cool. What if it happens in the rain? Yeah, this is it. Now, create what's true to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we did just watch an amazing map get played out right there on Breeze, but we actually have a very special announcement, and it's about time. It's been a long time in it coming. It's about a year long. All of these processes that we've had, First Strike, Masters, whatever it might be, we actually have an announcement to make. Our last chance qualifier has been announced, and we finally have dates. From October 12th through the 17th, North America's last chance qualifier will give teams one more shot at punching their bag, their ticket to champions, and the event will send 10 teams, 8 from NA, 2 from OCE, to fight for one spot, and I can't wait. Bach, I'm excited, man. It's about time we finally get dates to put together for this event.
Now the question is, who are the teams that are going to be there? As we take a look at the leaderboard, you can see one team has already guaranteed they're going to be at champs. Surprise, surprise, it's Sentinels, as they have easily made their way to champions. But there's a lot of teams who are currently on the bubble. And there's some, it says at the bottom there, pending points from Masters Berlin. So 100 Thieves is pretty far down on that list. But depending on what happens in Berlin, they could easily rise up to the top there.
I mean, you look at 100 Thieves, there's already going to be a huge boost now that they qualified, right? Because already as you made, like, what, 8th place into Masters 2, you're skyrocketing up there. I think the storylines of this race is what happens to the NA teams currently that have qualified. It's going to come down to, like, the TSMs, the Cloud9s, the Rise. What, are they going to be able to qualify to the last chance qualifier? But on top of that, you have 2 teams for the OCE. This is what I like, because OCE was announced later on throughout the year, and they had their own little circuit. And now that you're competing for sending 2 teams for the OCE region to North America to fight against 6 other teams, and only 1 team makes it out. So yes, you have your favorites, you want your NA teams to come out, but is there going to be a region, or a team, sorry, coming out of OCE that could be stronger than Sonics, for example, and then come up and try to take the region?
And here's something that's awesome as well. Depending on what happens in Berlin, we could have multiple teams qualifying for champs, maybe up to 4, I believe. So we could have Sentinels, who's already there, and potentially 3 more, depending on the outcomes of Berlin. We all know what's going to happen in Berlin. NA is going to get top 3. So we're pretty much guaranteed 4 teams at champs at this point.
Yes, but the best story about this all right now, we didn't even talk about it. If you guys follow George from Upcomer, and he talks about all these roster changes, do you guys smell that roster shuffle coming along right now?
Of course.
I mean, we saw what happened with Envy already, but I feel like other teams out there that want to make that last and final push, we're going to see some real super teams come together, and that's when we're going to really see who the best of the best are. You guys think we have a crazy shuffle coming ahead of us?
I mean, we already heard it from Vanity joining Cloud9 most recently, right? So who's going to join version 1? Who's going to try to battle back and make it into the last chance qualifier? Definitely, something's cooking.
Yes, now let's go ahead and break down Breeze right now because we still have a game to cover. So 100 Thieves were able to pull out a win to even things up 1-1 against Envy and Bach. What are a few things that you liked right here?
Well, right off the bat, it started out pretty positive for Envy. We were actually kind of surprised because, again, we've only really seen Envy play this map a small handful of times, twice in the last 60 days, basically throughout the stage of VCT. And one of those times was more recently against TSM. And what happened when they played against TSM? They got bodied super hard. 10-2 first half. They struggled on the defensive side. So at least they turned things around here, Vansili. They definitely had an improvement in that first half, but they didn't repeat the successes from the second half of the game against TSM as they struggled on the attacking side.
So we're going to have to agree with Sean Garris on that playstyle from Envy on that first half when Envy was playing that defense. What I liked, at least from Envy, is the playstyle of taking mid-control versus when they played against Sentinels when Mummy was still in a roster and FNS was playing a Viper. They were doing a lot of mid-crunches and just losing the fights if you're playing passively inside spawn for Sentinels. This time, it was a lot of Victor going towards elbow, you take elbow control, and then you fall back. You play your numbers game, then you turn it open to the site where if 100 Thieves are running into the B site and they come up against FNS, patient play, gets up a couple of kills. If you go up against Marv, the MVP of that round, he's also dropping 100 Thieves like flies. But as Bach mentioned here, it not necessarily fell apart for Envy on the attack. It was just Asuna that was able to dance around a little bit more on the defender side and save a couple of rounds for 100 Thieves for them to actually surpass and win a round with double ops, by the way. They were playing a lot of double ops in there.
And there was a backup as well there with the op. We were talking about this coming into this match to begin with. Nitro as the op. Nitro actually acting as a primary because Asuna is going to be playing Reyna. Not going to be favoring the op like Asuna would if they were playing as Jet. And it worked out really well. Nitro was hitting his stride, hitting a ton of big shots. Impact kills was the name of the game for Nitro.
And at the end of the day, as long as Asuna is on Reyna, it is Asuna supremacy all day, every day. But right there, we have Haven and Breeze out of the lineup. The maps have been played already. As I said before, 1-1 maps apiece for both teams. But now, fellas, we're going to Ascend. We just came back from the biggest map in the lineup, and now we're going to a Gunner's Paradise, the smallest map in the game. Van Silly, you think we have a great game ahead of us?
I do think we're going to have a great game because, again, I feel the KO is going to come back out for Still in this point. Now you're going to fight against Ye. When we watched actually Envy play the last time on Ascent, I did mention that Ye's playing a little bit more passively. They're not battling on the extremities as much. So if the 0 point from Steel could actually take the control of like B main that actually stops Ye in the back of the site, Ye can dash away. So that means they could maybe fight back here 400 Thieves and overtake these sites. But again, I could be proven wrong because sometimes if you're just going to do some positional opping, you don't necessarily need to go for the flashy plays and it's going to be easier here.
Yes, and speaking about flashy plays, now he's talked about 100 Thieves we're going to expect. Now, you're on the side of Envy. We saw a lot of, as Vancey was saying, we want to see if Ye is going to be playing a little bit passive one now, but I remember going around Tree, and whenever he was at the A site, he was off the leash. He was running in, trying to get kills, forcing those fights. What can we expect from Envy in totality as a team?
Well, I mean, yesterday when we watched Ye on this map, he actually struggled to pick things up initially. He was a late starter, bloomed a little bit late in the round, but it was off of some backup from his team. We saw that massive 4K on the B site. Then once he gets that confidence brewing, he'll be able to hit those shots more often. So I do think that Ye will be a factor. It's just a matter of how long is it going to take Ye to get into the game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to lock into Ascent. But before we throw it over to the casters, I just want to say, DDK, your hair looks perfect today. And Sean Garris, I love how you're showing off those arms. Go ahead and have fun on Ascent, all right?
Wow. I'm blushing, Sean. How about you?
I don't like how he messes with us. I don't like he's throwing curveballs at us right before he throws to us, man. I love Ellie.
I mean, obviously, like the buffers person here today on the broadcast is clearly oh, what's his name? I've forgotten now. Asuna. I've just ruined my own little bit. I ruined my own bit. He's the buffest guy on the server right now. This guy is the anime boss, the mob boss. He's just like, you think that you're gonna get into a side, but he's just like, it's gonna stop you dead.
No, the biggest, most deceiving thing I've seen all month was the video of 100 Thieves winning to qualify for Berlin, and Asuna gets up out of his chair and like goes to hug everyone, and he's like, I don't know, a foot taller than everyone on his team. like, wait, isn't he supposed to be like? How old is he? Like 17?
Sean, hold your horses right now. Why are we getting it? We're getting a KO again. Steel's back at it again with the KO, throwing it in on the Sen. He has not had enough.
No troll. No, he's not trolling, Dan. This is how Steel plays the game these days. He loves the KO.
Okay, fill me in.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm sold on it yet. I really don't know if I'm sold on it yet. When we saw 100 Thieves play Ascent before, they squeaked out a win, just like Envy, actually. I think against Xset. I think they both won 13-11 against Xset. Brutal for Xset, but I think we have a really good matchup here. I like Envy's comp more. I would be lying if I said otherwise. I think the Astra that Marv plays on this map is so good. And seeing Victor on the double duelist with Ye, it feels at home for Envy, right? This feels like what they want to do, and Ascent allows them to have this type of comp.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, yeah, it does feel like home type of feeling with their composition. You know, Crashy's on that, on the Sova, you know, just always on that Sova, just so good. Everything's so solid right now for Envy. But 100 Thieves, you know, we're coming off of a win there on Breeze. We're getting into map 3 here. These teams are tied 1 apiece here in this best of 5.
Papa Spiegel nun, Ooh. So Ethan just breaks the turret. Everyone for Envy is right outside B main. They could plow this site.
And that is exactly what's going to happen. They have avoided that initial util. They're waiting for follow-up util. They're going to get the ultimate orb.
Oh, the 0 point. I think it got all 5, Dan.
I think so too, but they got to get the frags here. Steel's actually able to just poke out of that smoke to just peel away one player. Ethan in the boathouse trying to survive here, and he's actually doing a fantastic job. Oh, great follow-up from Ethan. The right click is true here for Ethan, as we'll have a lovely finish to the rounds. I think my mic's going crazy. I'll fix that.
Jesus, I think the kneecaps on those Envy players are going crazy because Ethan just shot him out. Everybody. I feel like he hit Marv in the knees and the hips like a million times. Crashies as well. Great hold on this B side by Steel and Ethan. Just perfect utility usage.
Yeah, so
can't say the same for Envy because they didn't get to use any.
Yeah, like that's the thing. They 100 Thieves managed to just get in there just at the perfect timing to just denying a window for Envy to actually do anything. That's just great stuff. And And it's a start that they definitely need, you know.
I have the spike.
Envy have been so far quite the powerhouse team, despite, you know, losing that second map. Creep up mid.
This is open, actually. No one on 100 Thieves is aware of this push, but you can see now they're converging on this, but it doesn't matter. Yay takes out Asuna.
That is brutal there from Ye with that Marshall. That's 5 versus 4. They've got over a minute to play with as well. Victor clearing out some deeper positions there towards Wine with that the pain shells.
Spike down.
Back in here. Envy, they are definitely causing problems, but you can see 100 Thieves begin to stabilize. Ethan coming out of that A main position, cleaning up, closing down the distance. Good recovery there from 100 Thieves. That could have gotten out of hand, but they managed to maintain their cool.
Yeah, I think when Hiko got taken up by FNS, you really felt like the round was in jeopardy. At that point, it was pretty scary for 100 Thieves, but they stabilize, and now they have to fight off this bonus round. They've been using Steel as this weird like pop flash peek and then 0 point the wall if the hit is in this direction type of player, and I'm curious if that's going to continue. The op. Austin has the op on the bonus.
Yeah, this will be fun. Looking for that mid peak as well. He's going to have quite a few challenges from Tiles. Mid play. Oh, he is spoiled for choice in terms of targets, but Ye takes him down, and they can really spring off of this one. Ye charging up into the market.
There's 2 players on this B site though, Dan.
Yeah, holding onto this B main position is Nitro. So it's not straightforward here for Envy as to how they kind of close this round down. Nitro might even get a decent fight. Trying to toy with things here, trying to create delay. He's still maintaining that control in B main. Oh, Crashies though swinging through Envy. They're getting the kills here. They're winning every battle.
They're all so low though.
Hiko with the ghost. This is the ghost. Oh, the shock dart. Oh, was he running short? I feel like he was running.
maybe a counter straight for a split second. Not sure.
We'll just put it down to a counter straight and move on with our lives. 2-1, or I should say, 1-2. Envy, they've managed to get a round on the board here. That was off the back of what was an aggressive opening for 100 Thieves that kind of blew up.
It definitely did, and you can see what it's done to 100 Thieves' economy. Asuna invested in the op on that bonus. Huge risk, because now the Blade Storm isn't just always on deck. It requires a few more alt orbs to build up, and here he is playing mid with a Spectre.
Yeah, quite aggressive though in mid right now for 100 Thieves. They've got lots of vision.
That's a lineup for the Wine position. Some insight into what Envy thinks is important to clear against 100 Thieves. They think 100 Thieves enjoys playing that spot, so they're going to clear it out. Oh, actually, I think it missed. Nope, that one hit.
Yeah.
He threw a second one.
And we did see in one of the previous rounds, Ethan did get deep in that position. So see if that continues. You can see obviously a different setup here. It's a retake setup on A, whereby 100 Thieves are more focused on controlling, making sure they maintain tree control. But we do get a mid-round rotation from 100 Thieves, or rather from Envy, back to B.
He won this Odin with no recon on deck right now. He has a lot to do, because no rotation. He is all alone, Dan.
All alone at the back of the site. Hiko, what can he do with this? I feel like there's a lot possible. Frags here for Hiko with this Odin. He's going to try to spam his way through, but they're getting really close right now. Throwing in the Uthor. Hiko gets absolutely nothing off of that boathouse position. The dash away. Coming in from Asuna, keeps himself alive in this one, but the retake is going to be difficult.
Next to impossible. I don't know what 100 Thieves does here. The 0 points on Steel, so that could help.
Forward smokes, but this elevated position pick for one. Drop off. There's one. He's just going to stay up there. No argument to have to fall off. Ye's getting out there for some frags as well. Asuna is, of course, always going to be dangerous. Down to 4 HP, though. Has he had enough? He understands that trying to press forward at this point would be suicidal, but he can at least try to force Marv to go down with a ship. Oh, gets the headshot, the dash back out of there. He might survive this somehow. Nope, Marv with the jumping classic, of course, will finish him off.
But look what it did. It was perfect. The death gave him Blade Storm. So I mean, he has pretty much a full buy this round, if I'm being honest. That Blade Storm on Asuna is nasty. But this was just a gamble stack from 100 Thieves gone terribly wrong. Hiko thought that drone would fizzle out before it got to the back of site, and it just didn't. The site just collapsed. Here we have an Eco coming in for 100 Thieves. Asuna, like I said, on the Blade Storm, probably going to try to open things up here at A main.
And there we are. We have that push from Asuna with that Blade Storm that you mentioned. That does deal with the alarm bot, actually, and it's really early, but it might not matter because we have a really fast push for NB. So
And they have two
really care.
shorties back B. They have two shorties.
Uh-oh. We'll see what they can do with it. Yeah, trying to clear space.
Oh, I love this.
Oh my god. The shorties in the back boathouse. The distraction from Ethan as well. Yay. He's going to walk straight into this. Yes, he is. Absolutely. Hiko takes him down. Steel gets one as well. And suddenly, they are left wondering what the hell just happened. Marv, not much left to do. Asuna finishes it off. The Thrifty come through for 100 Thieves.
I am so happy right now that worked out. Oh my god, what a round from 100 Thieves. They have Asuna just dashing up A main with the paranoia coming through the wall. These two are just camping in the back of B with shorties. I have no idea.
That is so funny.
What's even better is I think during the hit, Steel threw a 0 point, so it's not like they could use utility to clear back there. It was just perfect. Everything was perfect. And he's broke.
What a way to come back into it. I mean, Marv has a Vandal, so... But that's it. It's going to be, you know, playing...
He's Blade Storm.
A game of hot potato with that.
Yeah, they got the Blade Storm and one Vandal. That's all they got going for them.
Yeah, and if they can string something together, Victor has a showstopper as well. So there's definitely potential to build massively off of an opening. So despite the lack of weapons...
Oh, they got close on Steel.
Oh, wow. There you go. One more to be found, and Marv will finish it off with the help of that Blade Stormed up. Yay. And it's a 4 versus 2. This is very difficult.
Enemy remaining.
Oh my god, Marv has all the confidence in the world here. Asuna with the operator. Oh my god, Marv gets the ace. Shuts down the round. It was that. What are we even witnessing here?
Wow. I guess you were right when the round started when you said all they have is that Vandal. That's all they even needed, though. What is this? The Astra entering the round with a solo Vandal and aces.
It's just, I just don't understand how. I mean, in a pro match, you know, Marv walks up into defender spawn and gets an ace. That's just what happened. How do you describe a pro match like that? It's just so weird. But it happened, and this is just the level of these two teams. Everybody on either team, they're all so good. Each player.
Filthy. The Omen one-way smoke in B main with the Odin spamming. Envy's just rethinking their lives right now outside B main.
Yeah, they don't have any control at all, Sean, towards A main or mid right now, so they have to start getting some eyes onto mid. They're in tiles.
Yeah.
But Envy have been slowed down, so surely they have to start asking. Oh my goodness! Victor, what a beautiful move. They knew that Hiko was standing there waiting for sound cues, and they punished that so hard. The lockdown comes in as well. And what are they going to... They're going to fake off of this, it looks like. Yay! Picks off Ethan in mid. 100 Thieves still thought that it was going to be a play towards that B site, and now Asuna has to do everything by himself with this operator. He's in so much trouble. There comes the gravity well. Victor makes his way through onto the site now. The control is there for that spike plant.
Ult.
And Envy are ready for every move here. Steel and Asuna remain. And this is going to be very tough. I mean, we've got the ultimate coming out there. This is not a good look at all here for 100 Thieves. They have to turn tail.
No, the early round setup for 100 Thieves looked insane, right? Everything looked like it was going so well. Up until that showstopper coming out of Victor. Satchel's up. The second he hears Hiko in the drone, knows Hiko's so vulnerable in that lane position. Satchel's up, showstoppers him right out of the round. And you see Crashy's actually disrupting mid and Ye picking off someone. All the playmakers came in big here for Envy.
just tactically speaking, the showstopper counterplay, the deal, like, because you know that the server's sitting there on these setups, it's just genius. It's just such genius. I wonder who came up with that one. And
Yeah,
it's that kind of stuff that makes a difference.
Yeah, I love that thought process. They know Hiko loves playing the B side. They know where he drones from, and you're just so vulnerable in that drone state. I mean, he's gotten away with it for so long, and finally, someone like Victor comes along and punishes him. 8 orbs, by the way.
And it's a really weird game too because all the Asuna able to catch the movement there. Victor offered the satchels, trying to make himself. The whole point is that Victor draws fire, and that's a missed shot. Asuna's just too strong, and that might give a really good opportunity. These Thrifties coming through time and again. It's just unreal right now. There's no way to answer for this. Envy, they lose ground somewhere. They know they have to push something else, and in this round, it's just shut down. Every part of the map from 100 Thieves, it's just a total shutdown.
Yeah, how do you come back into this round? There's clearly an opening in this B site, right? Steel is all alone, and there's no rotate. FNS is going to get out.
Still a chance.
This is getting scary.
Yeah, they found some ground here, but it was taken. And this shot from Asuna, he unscopes. That's the kind of thing we're looking for to see a doable round here for Envy. But there's still a lot of obstacles remaining. Still at the back sides, for example, have to press forward. Great stuff. Lethal precision from Steel. He knows he's there now. There goes the dagger straight out, and Steel's going to follow it up with a headshot. 4-4. Nice round from Envy.
Dan, I don't know if you caught that. That wasn't just random chance on Steel's peak. He waited for the guiding light coming from Ethan and Swan. The little micro teamwork coming in from Ethan and Steel right there. That's crazy. That's crazy that it was so well timed like that.
Yeah. 100 Thieves, I think, really awesome, man. I mean, it's really great to see that 100 Thieves are still sort of finding a way to play their style of the game, despite how disruptive Envy are trying to be some of these rounds.
And they must think this B side is weak because they are setting up their default so heavy towards B this game.
And there's a Cosmic Divide going for play on the paint shells as well. Yeah, going straight through the Cosmic Divide, taking risks here. Speaking of which, Steel's also trying to catch players moving forward. Goes down as well. And Hunter's Fury coming in to try to secure this, and Marv is really stuck in a bad place. He'll get finished off. It's a quick finish to that one. Great defense from 100 Thieves.
Wow, they're so fast to rotate. And that's something that you'll realize watching a lot of these top NA teams play is when you have something like an Astral come out, the play isn't to just let the attackers take the site. It seems like the play is to just swarm them. KO flash through it. Sova ult through it. Like, everyone is just making plays. Everyone is fighting it. They're not giving up the B site. And that's just insane teamwork. That's drilled protocols. Everything showing right now for 100 Thieves, and they have a lead again. 5-4, Envy's taking attack.
And you know, you were talking about how the default leans heavily towards that B site, and maybe with this tactical timeout, Envy want to reconsider that. That said, their money is in an awkward place. They do need to half buy here, so they don't have too many rounds to play with. But what kind of adjustments would you want to see out of Envy to sort of swing things in their favor in the early rounds? Because they're getting good mid presence from 100 Thieves, and they're dealing with the B hits.
Yeah, I think, honestly, mid is the play. And we saw it on the Eco. Not having a Sentinel to trip mid, to put an alarm bot mid, to have the turret holding, you know, from boat into mid, that actually really matters when you look at how 100 Thieves rotations transpire on the map. So I want to see Envy use mid more. Maybe Coach Mike's, you know, maybe he's going to tell him to go mid next gun, but this is an Eco.
Yeah, I mean, even on the Eco, for one Vandal, Marved, aced. Maybe he'll do it again. He's got that Vandal in hand again. See that that's going to get pushed back. There goes the flash, though. Ethan is taking the fight straight to Envy, and it's making it look really, really good for this round. These rounds, some of these rounds are very quick.
Yeah. So that was an Eco, but something I can tell you as a CS player and an IGL in the CS scene is when the other team takes attack like that, sometimes it gets in your mind, like, should we just do something really aggressive to just basically flush out any strat that they could have created? Like, they're taking attack timeout. They're thinking of how to counter what we're doing. Let's just pop flash through the cat smoke. We haven't done that yet, and that's super aggressive. And it just worked so well.
Now look at this full gun round. This is Envy's chance to try to have a more solid half here. 2 rounds remaining. Nice catch from Asuna, catching the shoulder of Ye. Victor, on the other hand, able to take down one as well. So, ooh, it's got that A-side control off the back of the pick onto Steel. Really good stuff for Envy. And the spike is making its way on Crashes through Spawn. Crashes is going to go back towards B. They've got ground towards B here, Sean.
The drone again.
No more Sova.
B is lost, Dan. It is 3-on-2, but they have a lot of ground to clear here on the way to this B site, and FNS is in front of that closed door.
Ooh.
Will they expect this?
Spike planted.
Yes, FNS is one off of the lockdown as well. If he can maybe take down one of these back players, that's going to be a problematic. But the catch, there it is. He's got the lockdown now if he needs it, if he wants it. He's going to keep dueling though. He's going to keep going for the fights. And there goes the Blaze Storm. Crashes. Backside.
Nitro's paranoia, Dan. Will he use it here?
He knows how to split them up. Beautiful stuff. Crashes knows what the last player is. Insane clutch from Crashes. You can see his mind at work. Beautiful execution.
Crashes bringing it home. I honestly didn't think it was a very easy 1-on-2 to win for Crashes. Normally this position's very solid, but the Blade Storm coming in, that is like the most insane shotgun in the game at that distance. Combined with the Omen, with smokes and a paranoia. But Crashes just makes it work. He always does this for Envy. They're
So
going to
good.
A now. They're over B. This is A time.
Blaze Storm comes out. Dash across the angle. Going to force out a shot there. So that's a win for Ye early on here. But not having the dash to get into the site. And then string an
What I think
updraft
just
off of.
happened? I think Ye popped the Blaze Storm and dashed to try to bait the 0 point out of Steel, and the rest of his team stayed far up. These are the counter shocks from Nico. He's gonna break the. Oh,
Goodbye. Nothing you can do about that.
Killjoy's everywhere, staying mad.
And Ye's not able to get anything off of the updrafts as well, because they know they don't have to be.
His daggers are gone.
Oh, Victor's in a good position though. He's able to take down one. He will get bet down by Steel. And Steel is looking fantastic there as well. Probably going to get revived at this point. Marv able to do some damage towards Tree, but he has no teammates remaining.
And Hiko res him in time. Oh, this is risky.
Just taken down straight away. There's a paranoia going forwards. There's actually time here for Marv. The spike is down towards A main. There goes Marv. They're going to try to push forwards. The Cosmic Device out as well. Marv needs to hit some incredible shots here now. They're going aggressive against him. They're going to double swing him. Nitro gets the shot that he needs. And that's going to be it. 7-5 first half result for 100 Thieves. Wow, that was a great half of Valorant from both of these teams. And it's great to see 100 Thieves are really rocking it right now, Sean.
That last round was so cool. From the shock darts to counter the Killjoy ult, to Steel popping the KO ult that takes the Blade Storm away from the star player in Ye. Oh my god, it was such a sick round. I can't wait to see next half.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we'll actually see one of these two teams taking the lead here in this series and whether it'll be 100 Thieves. They've got that 7-5 first half. Can they improve on that? We'll find out after the break. 100 Thieves really coming back into this series now. You know, they won the second map. And again, it does look hard here or there against Envy, but Envy got only 5 rounds. And 2 of those rounds, like one was an ace on a Thrifty with a single Vandal. Another was a crazy clutch from Crashies. Envy really fighting hard for these rounds so far. 100 Thieves looking impeccably good on Ascent right now.
Couldn't agree more. But, Dan, Marv has a classic. So they've got that going. Oh, yay. Caught off guard on Cat with that Sheriff. He's known for buying. That's a big find.
That is a big find, and 100 Thieves were trying to make their way towards the A side. You've got Asuna who's making noise towards B. That's going to occupy 2 players. Speaking of Marv, he's down, so he's outside the round. Ethan finding a hole through tree. That insta-flash. And right now, Envy are really struggling. Eco's picked up that Sheriff, and he's going to use it on Victor. And Crashes this all that's left, so this is not worked out at all in Envy's favor.
Revealing area.
Where did that recon go?
I just don't
I've
know.
never seen that before. They broke it. I wanted to see it ping. I'm sad. Pros know too much. I know too little. It's a bad combo.
Yeah, you get a replay.
Why did they break it so fast?
They just know.
Yeah, what?
Through the hole.
It's through. Oh. Sovas are just too nerdy, Dan. It's just, they can't keep getting away with this. 100 Thieves, another pistol. Okay, the buy back from Envy with Yay on the Marshall.
Just the one Marshall, and I've just gone pretty far forward. They got that B lobby control. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do with the Bulldog there, and they can get any more value out of it. They're probably afraid at this point all that mid play that just happened previously. Yeah, getting that early opening, a little bit scary. It's been a lot of time for them to sort of move around, so you can see that, you know, trying to get that information. You know, where have Envy gone? Are they pushing around mid? Are they setting up there? Okay, there's no one in mid. What does that mean?
That's a lot of info. They just found out one is in that connector position. Yeah, got hit with the paranoia. They now know 2 are here. Oh dear.
Good pick. Yeah, it's just this one Marshall, and now it's just only the Marshall, and it's shut down by the Bulldog. Good swing from Nitro. I mean, you can never, like, these rounds are very scary. Every single round is really scary.
Terrifying.
100 Thieves will make it work. 9-5, so looking really good to have a strong finish here on map 3.
What is Envy gonna bring on this first gun here? Let's see. So we have Yay peeking off Cat with a Vandal. Victor right next to him. Crashes in A. So they send all the heavy hitters over to this A site. And that's where the hit's coming, Dan. These 3-star players, they better win their duels.
Yep. Well, there's the Boombot. That's going to get taken down. Victor in a really poor position trying to turn for any flashes. Tries to deal with the Trailblazer. Has the support to get out of there. The battle of utility here. 100 Thieves will gain control of A main, but what are they going to do off of this? Oh, Victor has got the angle. Takes down Asuna through the smoke. Early 5 versus 4 for the MV defense.
Yeah, and that's their space creator too. So how does 100 Thieves enter this site without the dash from Asuna? Just gonna try walk in.
Yeah, they don't have control anywhere else. They've just got Nitro lurking in mid, so they kind of have to push off of the back of this. It will take too long to really reset at this point. Nitro will take down Victor, so that does give some options here for 100 Thieves. Trying to move forward. Suppression there, quite annoying. Nice shots coming through though. Yay takes down Ethan as he tries to move onto the site, but 3 versus 3. They can plant the spike now.
30 seconds left.
Not much to work with though for 100 Thieves. 1 flash on Steel. Curious if they're going to use that to pop flash push anywhere.
Everyone's on the site here. It's a deep site plant. Everybody's playing on the site. That means they won't get isolated by this A main smoke that's been put down. Picking his way forwards now. Nitro in a very good position, 7 HP, but he's got the position, and that's what's important. Marv, can he find the finish? It's actually finesse with the double to take everything away from 100 Thieves. And Envy are going to get the defuse there. Scary situation.
Indeed, indeed. And that's where the KO, I think his value is just a little bit unknown, right? Because Steel throws the 0-point heaven on that retake. It only gets one. It gets F and S in heaven. That makes Nitro know that there has to be two in this smoke. And you can see he's just trailing the smoke with his spray. He's just trying desperately to find Marv because he's so low. But you can see all of the information that Nitro's working with as he's making all these little decisions.
Yeah.
And that's because of the KO.
Yeah, it's such a good info gathering tool. So change of approach here, more of a conventional looking default orientation from 100 Thieves. You get that typical drone over tiles looking to work mid. And again, you see nothing in mid, that gives you a lot of information.
They're playing so far off of A main, both Steel and Asuna. This is a fake where it's definitely going towards A. And look at the Envy rotate. They are falling for this so hard, Dan.
Yeah, the smoke and then the TP back as a fake. Really nice little maneuvers coming in here. And Envy are holding onto the tree position, so they do have retake territory, but in comes 100 Thieves. Spike plant. Clear this tree position, able to get across. And where is the post-plant positioning? They have Nitro in mid on the left as well. Asuna able to pick off Ye there over the corner of the smoke. That's very annoying right now if you're Envy. Oh, the whiff's coming through though. That's a chance for Victor. 4 versus 4. Nitro starts to activate his lurk.
KO negates all abilities on Envy, but it doesn't matter. They're winning every duel.
Nitro's having to speed things up here on the flank. It's up to Crashes and Victor against Nitro. Do they have any sense as to where Nitro could be coming from? Absolutely not. Element Surprise working through, coming off of the defuse there. Nitro with the swing, and he's going to get the win as well. Victor goes down. The Red Ball clutches his.
Wow. 100 Thieves had to work for that round. They were scraping the bottom of the barrel, everything they had. Nitro with this perfectly timed flank. Oh man, I thought the KO ult would just crush this retake. But Envy storms through the doors, gets the 2v1. The rounds are so insane.
Yeah, it's so close. And Nitro is definitely getting worried there in that position too, but just like that lurk, that late lurk timing, it is really hard to be so good as Nitro is at it. But into the next round we go. It is a few sheriffs here for Envy. That's
Two blade storm stand.
Oh, the right click's gonna whip actually. That's the end of Asuna. There's a 1-for-1, but they can't get the gun.
Yeah, it's not a horrible trade for 100 Thieves because you take the showstopper out of the picture. But again, Austin is the space maker on this team, so whenever you see him fall, 100 Thieves hits on the sites look so flat. It's almost like they have no plan on how to enter the sites. They just walk in.
Yeah, and they're a little bit too afraid, especially with this much time that's passed, to like go anywhere, to spread out thin. Yeah. They kind of have to stick together because they don't know where these pistoling players
I feel like we have the Seekers. There it is. There it is. The all A, so all the Seekers go A. 100 Thieves is going to run to B right now.
That's such a kind of good get-out-of-jail-free card. Spraying down the door there, that's not going to slow them down. And EA's going forward. The Blaze Storm trying to find the headshots, gets one on Nitro. And his teammates can't follow up off of the back of that play. Crashy sweeps through the smoke, but he'll be dealt with. And 100 Thieves, they are picking up round after round here. 11-6 now. They're very close to getting a 2-map lead in this best of 5.
Yeah, who would have thought after what we witnessed in that first half, that 10-2 where Envy was just fearless. Every gunfight was going their way. It's just, it looked like it was going to be over in 3. I was getting a little sad. But now 100 Thieves has fought back, and they're so close to match point here.
Yep.
Dying Light tells them no one will be named.
Scout destroyed.
How far they are off of A main.
Yeah, Envy have that deep control. Ye's posted up nicely. Oh, that hurts. This headshot through the wall with that Sheriff. Well, Asuna looking to ask some questions here. Finesse might be a good spot. My goodness, I think that was through the smoke as well. Asuna knows his lineups, but Finesse, they might not spot for this. Finesse could really change everything here. Can he get the double? Ethan has that sixth sense. He knows what's going on. The showstopper's not going to connect for Victor. And that is a sore disappointment for him. And it gets worse. Hiko drops him easily. Now it's looking like it should just be a save at this point. So much value in Ye's hands.
They could potentially still go for this. I think they're having second thoughts. Crashies with the ult, Ye with the off. It'll be a hard retake. Ooh, I think that's gonna tag. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna seal the deal. Okay,
I
so
just want to say, Dan, I am so happy to see 100 Thieves play this. I call it the gloves off style from CS, right? Where you just take the gloves off and you make some ratty play. A ratty play that they just throw a lurk omen smoke in B and they tell Austin to just walk through it. That's not really part of the 100 Thieves playbook. It's a weird, quirky, gimmick, ratty play. They can't rely on that game in, game out, but to see that they have the ability to let Austin do those things means they're a serious contender. That's stuff that Sentinels do really, really well when you watch them. They know when to like switch the pace, when to get loose, and then when to tighten up and do a crazy exec.
Yeah, definitely. And 100 Thieves are eyeing up that 2-1 lead here in this series. And it definitely didn't feel like that was going to be on the cards after the way the first map went. So this is a great turnaround for them, just like you said. And we got the buy from Envy featuring a few Spectres. Oh, man. In fact, 4 Spectres. Desperation here. Going forward, wanting to find that opening pick. Oh, the timing works out. Seal takes down the drone, but goes down. Nitro able to win position on Catwalk, though, by taking down Crashies. A huge win to take down the Sova this early on. And Victor. Oh, he's actually dodged the paranoia, and Hiko had no idea. He thought that was a freebie.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, Envy suddenly found some life here in round 19.
Off the back of what got them here, right? The duelists coming up big. And Envy are definitely going to need those two to step it up if they want to make this comeback happen.
Yeah, for sure. And it's been interesting, though, Sean, because I feel like on the defensive default, it's been 100 Thieves are dealing with it pretty well. They're not really losing any value around A main, which is where, as you said, like the hard hitters are for Envy. So I do wonder, like, you know, is it a matter of time, or do Envy have some solution, some greater solution as to how to deal with 100 Thieves?
I don't know, but I'm so caught off by how passive 100 Thieves is around this A main on most of their key gun rounds, right? It seems like some kind of read to counter Envy, because I've never seen a team play that far off of A main.
Yeah. We're going to have just the pistols out here for 100 Thieves. I say just, it's never really just in Valorant.
No.
Take flight.
Especially in this series so far.
Yes.
Oh, this turn's gonna get 2 tags.
Enemy tag.
Oh, Marky Mark. Some information there for Envy early on here. Really anticipating a bit of force at this point. He's able to take down one, and it's going to be able to do quite a good job, I think, just chewing up these players despite some of the misses there. Line shot coming through from He's going to whiff. Actually, Crashies might be in some trouble there. He's going to get swarmed. Oh, nice shot from Ethan. Backside, Ye is doing great damage though. Such a good support, and he's going to bring out the Blade Storm. He's under a lot of pressure. 2 places to look. Oh, the dash maneuver comes through, and Marved is there to save the day too. That got a little bit scary for a second there.
Very sketchy. Very sketchy. You could feel the pressure on Ye to pop that Blade Storm. Like, I understand. They can't lose any rounds, so you might as well use it if you think you're going to lose the round. And that's exactly what Ye did.
Yeah, he used every tool at his disposal there.
Cosmic Divide and the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury. I think Envy could play off of both sides and retake them. that trio of ults, but the KO ult could just ruin everything, right?
And they've mixed around the defense too. They don't have their typical setup here. With the Astra's away, Killjoy's away.
Killjoy's util all gone.
All gone, and the push is trying to make its way through here, but it is getting stopped for now. But the util is working. Nice shot cross from Hiko to clear the heaven position. Boombot takes down Ethan, actually. Asana's looking for those headshots, and he's not going to be denied. Nitro on that lurk timing. Once again, Asana still just killing everybody on the site, and Crashies is in a 1 versus 3. I don't know how many options Crashies has here. Oh, Crashies! He gets 2 somehow. That's unbelievable. On for the 1 versus 1 at this point. The spike is not planted here for Nitro, and Crashies... I think he understands. He can just stick this all the way. Crashies is going to get the most unbelievable clutch here. Just 1 versus 3. Looking to finish Nitro off. Doesn't even matter. Enemy staying alive.
Oh my goodness. This guy just comes up big time and time again for Envy. The 1-on-3. The 1-on-2 first half.
How does that happen?
How does that happen?
That is so crazy. And just Nitro is just so desperately trying to get there in time. And no hesitation from Crashies as well. He gets the perfect position so he can't get tagged from the side and get taken down by Nitro, and just sticks it the whole way. Crashies in these clutches is just perfect.
Heartbreaking round for 100 Thieves, but they still have 3 more to work with, up 12-9 in this game. They lost a couple big ults there.
Asuna trying to open things up here with this Blade Storm. You can see there was the bait attempts. The drone for Asuna, but didn't work out.
Ooh,
Nice
and they
pick,
got Hiko's Hunter's Fury here.
That's a lockdown gone as well, taking down the Killjoy, but the defense behind it is just so strong. The Hunter's Fury will pick off Ye, and Asuna takes down Marved as well, so there's, again, little to work with here.
What's happening
Asuna's really deep, and Crashies is going to punish. There's the drone left still here. That's actually amazing. He's got the Odin to play off of if he gets a tag on site, but... Give me a deeper tag here. Knows there is a player on site. Nitro's getting spammed here. Are they going to find him in time, though? That's not the case. Nitro stays alive. Victor trying to isolate the 1 versus 1s. It's just 1 player left. Oh, he pulls out the Showstopper. Knows exactly where Nitro is. Nowhere to go. Showstopper's going to land. And that's the round again.
Nitro tried to ult out. So they wasted 3 more ults this round. Oh, my goodness.
Unbelievable. It's just... everything's getting squeezed out for these rounds.
This is insane. This is insane. The heroics from Envy to bring back these rounds.
Oh, we have the Cosmic Divide and the Lockdown still ready and available. And that's so huge. Because they can play safer retake setups on sites. But at the same time, do you mind game that? You know, you as 100 Thieves, you see they have the Lockdown and the Cosmic Divide. These are the retake abilities. You try to stack a site if you're Envy.
Look at this, Dan. I feel like they could. I feel like this is going OT. Look at the ults on 100 Thieves. They've got nothing, and they won't for the rest of this regulation. Wow.
Have to come down to the gunplay then. We've got Ye, speaking of which, in that pizza position. He's going to get spotted by that. Oh, that could prevent a dash away. The knife coming through, but looks like Ye will be able to get to safety. Mid position is... There's a lot of players here in this mid position for 100 Thieves. So tense right now. Oh, yeah, he's going to catch one, but Asuna with the entries is doing a great job here. Ethan also picks off one too, so it's looking very difficult. Crashes on the side by himself. Nothing except the Odin to work with, only picks off one more. But that might be enough. We've got the 2 retake ultimates available, and they have to be used.
Oh, man, no Hunter's Fury from Hiko. No shock darts. They just got to get FNS up into this boathouse position. That's all they have to do.
Looking to go for it here, and these will try to make a counterplay before the ultimates can come in and be activated, and that's exactly what's going to happen. 100 Thieves knew what they had to do, and they did it. 13-10. They're 2-1 up in this series against Envy. What a beautiful game of Ascent we just watched.
That was insane. That was an absolute insane ending. I can't believe that 100 Thieves managed to close it out on that round. Of all the rounds in the game, they close it out on the one where they have no ults. Holy
Unbelievable.
Cow.
Unbelievable. We're going to have to take a moment to catch our breath. We'll take a break. When we come back, it will be the analyst to break that one down for you.
Haven.
I think it's probably Icebox.
Haven? I've always liked it. I always like the 3 bomb site idea.
Breeze, obviously, just because it's new, there's so much potential to kind of craft your own meta and create a style of play.
Haven, I played it the most.
Ascent.
Icebox or Breeze, because I play Reyna.
They're going to swing together. This is just... Here comes the second flash. The parallel is going to follow. Turns around, steals the boombox. 2 players around the corner. Finds the first, grabs the second. Job well done. Let's go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And 100 Thieves, they take the lead. Envy down 1 map now. They got to try to see if they can tie things up to try to take it to an overtime map to get the win. But first things first, I'm going to give a big shout out and much love to Zowie. I've been telling you guys all along that they have had a specific code to where you can actually rent a monitor and actually get $10 off of it But also, Nursery Gamers and Zowie have partnered up to call upon all Valorant players that want to see what the pros see. With the new advanced, up-to-date software on the VCT's chosen monitor, the XL2546K, players now have the ability to save, download, and transfer monitor settings across the globe. Head on over to Nursery Gamers site, where you'll find the settings of the pros and the ability to directly download and try them out firsthand. But first things first, let's go ahead and break down this game. Vansili, here on the set, there was something about Envy's defense that you were talking about. That was right before Ye started to pop off, but there was a lot more to be considered, a lot more to be desired from it earlier on in the half.
It definitely looked like it was the Breeze matchup where, of course, we had some back and forth, some nice little 100 Thieves trying to read how Envy plays and vice versa. We had a very close first half, but when we got on to that second one, it didn't look too good here. I mean, you look at Envy, I did mention it before, they're usually pretty good at playing on the extremities when he had such a passive opper with Mummy when he was still in the lineup. And then you see where when Ye came in, he was able to opt towards mid side, get a little bit more pushes towards the B side, get an off kill and dash away. But in their last previous matches, it's been a little bit more passive. But as you mentioned here, Veli, when they started catching up, we saw Ye pushing up a little bit more towards the A side. We saw also Victor pushing more out towards that B side, and also winning some fights, which allowed some fast rotations for Envy overall, which also surmounted to this beautiful clutch that we just saw here from Victor on that 2 versus 1. So it did work when they started stepping up a little bit more into that side of the defense, rather, for Envy, but overall it was just too little too late.
And unlike what we saw yesterday, take a look at that. Take a look at the frag wins for a second. Envy had 6, 100 Thieves, who struggled yesterday, got 12 frag wins, outpowering them right there. But Bach, another thing about 100 Thieves that we definitely love to see is their creativity. And we saw a lot of that. I know you remember that double shorty play. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, I mean, it was obviously very ratty. It was a bit of a goblin play. You had 2 players actually in the backside of the B site, and then you had Ethan on site who had been playing there throughout the first couple of rounds. He had a great pistol round there, but he gets a 3K. So he kind of baits the team into thinking the site's empty, and then you had 2 players backside just chilling, watching opposite angles with shorties. It ends up being a big thrifty round win. 400 Thieves, it kind of helped kickstart that first half a little bit harder, kind of pushed Envy out a little bit further away.
Well, actually, yeah, it worked out for like a thrifty, but then around after was when Marv pushed down towards mid and got an ace.
An ace, yeah.
So that canceled out right away, which is why it was that back and forth.
And it was Marv kind of doing what we said he might do, like that lurk play. Even though it was 2 players pushing up mid, he had Ye with him. Ye goes up over the wall and dies in spawn with the ult Blade Storm. Marv is the one that does all the dirty work. So Marv actually gets the ace that round. And that was kind of the storyline in general for this map, was individual heroic play. There was a lot of clutch rounds, specifically looking at Crashies yet again. Not surprised. That's what we've praised him for in the past. Being that clutch player, we also saw the one from Victor with the showstopper that literally hits Nitro just before he disappears from the Omen ult. So there was a lot of that throughout the last 10 rounds or so here between Envy and 100 Thieves.
Now, Haven, Breeze, and Ascent have been done and dusted so far. But still, 100 Thieves, one more map to go, fellas. Box, start off with you, going to Icebox, especially knowing what we know from 100 Thieves. Do you think that their history means that they can close things out right here, right now?
I think that Icebox does look a little bit better for 100 Thieves. They feel a little bit more comfortable on the map. One of the things that we talked about coming into this series, and we talked about it yesterday as well, was Hiko playing Viper. And you could see it in that last map. You saw the retake on the A site when, actually it wasn't even a retake, it was a hold. They went for a lockdown to take A. Hiko was already in heaven staring at the wall, knowing that a lockdown was probably coming, and as soon as it's popped, double shock dart, bounces off the wall, over heaven, all the way over spawn, back around, bounces off the ground, 2 in a row, kills the lockdown. You saw FNS just stare at his lockdown like, what am I supposed to do? That's the level of comfortability we're talking about that Hiko has with Sova, and Sova is going to be the agent of choice here again on Icebox for Hiko. So I look at that and I just say, like, that's why we made a point of that. It's not to say that Hiko can't play Viper, but there's just that comfortability that I don't think is quite there yet, and we're going to see that as a problem potentially as we move on to Icebox. They're going to feel really comfortable in the roles that they're playing for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, there's definitely a level of mastery that has to be had. But now, we heard about what 100 Thieves need to do to feel comfortable and win, But when it comes to the side of Envy, we saw a lot of aggressive pushes as well. I mean, I know you remember Ye getting that ace yesterday.
Exactly.
Do you think we're going to see a lot more aggression like that coming from this team? Because I don't think we've seen everything that they have planned yet.
We always talk about this chess match when we're playing Icebox, where if there's a Sage in the lineup, it's very easy. You put the wall up on Sage, then you get the plants. What's going to be very fun about this matchup, though, between 100 Thieves and Envy, is none of these teams now are playing a Sage on this lineup. Even Mike's coming in and he said, look, it's not necessary to have a Sage in your lineup to get easy plants. We could do something different, and we saw that as well from Envy. So I'm looking for this mid-control. How is that going to work out? FNS, we talk about a lot about being a good anchor player. I think he's going to have to be even more important on this defender side to make sure that you don't have that lurk play on mid side from Steel, you don't have that lurk play on mid from Nitro, and then from that information being gathered, how do the fraggers now come in?
Yeah. Now, hopefully FNS can go ahead and finish out some of those kills because his flanks were just remarkable, right? But ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to lock down in that Icebox. I can't wait to see if 100 Thieves can close the door on this series against Envy to make it to the finals for that rematch against Sentinels. We're going to find out now. So let's send this over to Sean and his friend, a.k.a. karaoke star, DDK. Take it away.
How do you know about my karaoke background?
Sounds like they're telling
I was
some
keeping that
stories
close
over
to
there.
my chest. I didn't think anyone knew about that, but
You got the mic, dude. It looks like you're ready to do it right now.
yeah,
actually,
yeah.
with that
That's,
mic.
that's a good point. I am wondering why I'm. Anyway, you know what? Let's move past it. Let's move past it because we have some great Valorant that's coming up. And the question is, is a comeback on the cards? The analysts were saying that they're kind of leaning towards 100 Thieves having the edge on Icebox. I know Asuna, he was just saying in that piece previously, this is one of his favorite maps, and we know how deadly he is right now. So, what do you think, Sean? Where are we at with Icebox?
I'm so curious if 100 Thieves is going to go with the KO on Icebox. We've yet to see the new iteration. They don't. Okay. Steel goes with the Killjoy. This is the exact thing that we've always seen out of 100 Thieves, right? The Asuna 5 million kill game, right? we can't forget about it. We can't forget about it. What I like about 100 Thieves is they try to break the mold on Icebox and not run the Sage. They run the double controller. I don't think Hiko's going to pick the Sage. I think he's going to end up going Sova. That's usually what they do. And they have some very creative ways. Envy is very similar. I actually think Envy might have taken some plays out of 100 Thieves' playbook on this map. When I watched Envy play Sentinels, there's a lot of creative ways that they approach the B site, right? Because you wonder, how can you plant the spike there without the Sage wall? Everyone's just going to spam you through the Viper wall, and they're going to play off the site, and Molly's on the default position. But they use really creative Viper walls, and their angles that they take, they split through the kitchen. I can't wait to see how they approach these splits, because it's super innovative when you think about how the rest of the NA scene is playing.
Yeah, I really like it. I like the thinking behind, okay, everyone's using this wall, there's one high value thing, but if that feels like a gimmick and we're losing a lot of other stuff because we feel like we need that, if we can just solve not needing that, then we've unlocked so much other potential. I really love that methodology for sure. And I mean, there are other points of value for Sage, which is the defaulting, the aggressive ice orb, so a really great way to kind of, in a low cost fashion, shut down some of the defaulting around B long or even towards A or even mid. But as you say, that these teams have worked out so many other possibilities for their lineups. And here we go. Envy, they are 2 maps against 100 Thieves, 1 in this best of 5 series in the lower bracket, and these teams are fighting to play Sentinels in the grand finals. It's a lot on the line here in terms of what's at stake.
It's all out A, Dan. It's all out A. And these 2 duelists, Ye and Victor, they're going to be put to the test real early in this game.
Yeah, Poison Orb sent out immediately here for 100 Thieves, so definitely making their intentions known. We've got the Ice Walls as well, the top of the screen's coming up. Yay! That aggressive position at the top of the screen is going to pick off 2 players. He gets Steel and Asuna. Huge opening kills. And in fact, we don't even have site control. So 100 Thieves lost 2 players and got nothing for it.
No, I have to say, they missed the timing a little bit with the drone there. Hiko's drone did tag Ye, but it was slightly after the 2 frags came in. And now we're in a 3-on-5. 100 Thieves has a lot to do to win this round, but the Viper, Orb, and the Mollies are one way to bring them up. And this plant is a very, very good plant on Icebox.
Yeah, and they taking it disciplines. keeping themselves at the 5-player mark there. Coordinating the retake. Now you've got Finesse on the flank. Swap help as well. Under these stuck defending on the side. They don't have anywhere to go now. Ethan is going to get picked off again. Just no space on the map to use here on the site just to hold against these pushes. Again, MV, you know, they didn't have to, after getting those initial kills, they could give up all of the site because 100 Thieves have to plant as they're on the attack.
Yeah.
So just well done by Envy to play the advantages out properly.
And just the knowledge from FNS as well to know, hey, in this 3-on-5 towards the A site where we took out, you know, the duelist in Asuna, they're probably going to need all 3 to take the site. So the flank will indeed be open. I like that. I don't like the passive style of, you know, just allowing the team to hit the site. You have to remain on top of them in this game. So FNS with a great read right there to flank through. And again, I feel like every map Envy wins this opening pistol.
Revealing area.
And aggression to start things off with. Here, get that aggressive recon dart. That actually wins control of the ultimate orb, but at the same time gives opportunities here for Envy to meet pistols before they can really get through these big choke points. But might backfire here a little bit. Ye's able to convert one with the Sheriff, but Sheriff not really the perfect weapon for a situation like this. We'll have to see what he's able to do though. 100 Thieves will be slowing down somewhat.
Oh.
He's pretty weak, and in fact, 100 Thieves fall back and reset the situation. They've stolen away the Spectre that was on the ground, and they'll try to reset and find more.
Look at this aggression coming out from Envy.
Stuff there from Victor, converting to punish not there in time from Nitro.
One enemy remaining.
Alright, so after all is said and done, it looks like we're going to see Envy mostly stabilized, just one player left to deal with. Actually, I mean, they are causing a lot of problems here because Envy are losing a lot more than they would have wanted. I don't think 100 Thieves invested anything in this round.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, all of these abilities are going to cost money, right? That Molly that Marv just threw, that's going to cost money. All the armor that's lost on the remaining players, the shields, they're going to have to reinvest in those shields next round. So, frags are nice, but they're not everything when it comes to these save rounds.
Yeah, definitely.
Nitro does have to die here, though. And you can see he's looking for someone to take him out, because he's going to only get 1,000 credits if he lives.
And Finesse will get him. And that's actually that's the perfect player to get that kill, because you want to charge up that lockdown. Like ASAP, it's so valuable on the retakes on this map.
Yeah, especially if he gets it before Hiko gets Hunter's Fury.
Yes.
Because, like you said, those retakes on a map like Icebox are brutal when the lockdown is initiated.
Yeah, and they're actually about even on the pizza slices right now. So we'll keep track of that. As
Yeah,
time
we're going
goes
all
on.
out A, Dan.
Looking like it, just scaling there. And we've got a setup here from Envy on the B long position, so they're going to have fast control of that, but it's, as you say, it's just Victor who's on A at the moment, and Victor's going to have to just leave.
This is quite interesting from 100 Thieves, because normally when you watch them play, there's a lot of focus on mid and B.
Yeah.
But this is old school phase style. Take to this midpoint of A lobby, set up with all 5, and there's only a handful of places you can be in this A side at this point.
Well, Ethan's going to get the pick onto Victor, so that's a great start here for 100 Thieves. He's waiting for the perfect moment. Oh, takes down Steel. Big pick to find. That will even up the numbers here. Asuna backside. There's another 1v1 in favor of 100 Thieves. The spike is planted. And they'll be able to fall back a little bit here. They have the snake bites available. There is actually a last snake bite thrown by Nitro, so no longer available. So you want more aggressive control of these positions. Finesse and Ye still alive there for Envy. It's not done just yet, but that's a great peek from Asuna. You'd expect nothing less. Ye is just going to have to save the operator now.
Wow. 100 Thieves is so methodical the way they approach the site. I mean, it looks so basic because they don't get map control, but if you notice, there's the poison orb in mid. That orb blocks vision from B into mid and from boiler into mid. So that means you have to have 2 people watching mid. Every time that poison orb is activated, you'll have to watch both sides of it. Not just one, as well as the 2, because you don't have a Sage. So it's just a mind game here that 100 Thieves is playing. And now that they've finally won the A round, it opens up the rest of the map for them.
And it's what you were saying about mid before as well. It was so typical that you'd have the smoke in mid from Ethan here, for example, and then the alarm bot goes in the smoke, and Steel lurks off of that, and it's just that was just such a standard for so long. So it's quite odd not to see that.
Here's that poison orb for mid again, blocks both angles. FNS is going down the 2.
They're denying Ye. This is obviously a huge part of the game plan, is to make sure that Ye can't get the kind of action that he wants. And he can't. Like, he's not able to get some of these forward kills.
But I like this because even though Ye hasn't had success on A, FNS has pushed down tube with a recon from Crash Cheese. So he knew it was clear. He took the risk to go an extra step. Now, does he catch Steel again? He does.
Good punish comes through, though. Nitro. And the question is it worth it? Finesse was maybe the most valuable player on the team with the lockdown.
And look at Ethan over here. Ethan at this B site is just going to throw everyone for a loop. If he makes contact with the Snowman player... Oh, Marv's... Oh, it's a Marshall. Oh, dear. This could be bad right now.
Yeah, will he take a pot shot? He's not going to. Just such a slow play, slow roll here for 100 Thieves. Those Killjoys down for other side, and there comes the spike plant. The Viper's Pit's in action as well. Trying to get some pot shots to punish the spike planter, but that's not coming through. Crashies will make his way into the Viper's Pit. Nice shot, my goodness. Takes down Ethan. Very surprising early win there in this retake attempt.
Oh, Nitro has so much to do with this pit.
Passing on the flank, he hasn't got a gun out in time. This time that one, and suddenly Hiko and Nitro are in a lot of trouble. Hiko has 2 shock darts available, and those shock darts are starting to be tossed out.
Oh, the Molly.
No! Oh my goodness! Great shot coming through. Hiko gets the shock dart. Kill onto Crashies. The defuse is coming in though, and it looks like there's just enough time here. Marv gets that punish. They swap it over so Marv can get the ult orb. He's gonna lock it in. Good stuff on the retake. Very scary round. These rounds are so slow from 100 Thieves. I feel like you've got to be sweating if you're Envy.
Yeah, because if Nitro got off that Molly, I mean, it's so powerful in the Viper's ult. You cannot stick the spike. Like, you are already nearing 1 HP. That Molly just has to tap you and you're dead half the time. Oh, Food takes him out the second before he's about to shoot it.
That's a 3-1 advantage now for Envy, and the money is still there to have something to work with. You can see we get full buy from 100 Thieves. And it doesn't matter if they have a Sheriff, because they're going to go hard and fast, it looks like, into this A site. With that said, they have Maestro lurking in mid position. Taking down Victor. Big opening kill coming through there. The flashes as well, and they are steamrolling the A site right now. Yay! Oh, he's going to whip that one. Having to try to go for a quick scope, but Asana's in such a great position. And this just truly looks like Envy were caught massively off timing.
Yeah, that's a play and a half from Asana. Just the spam Victor right through the smoke. And then the trust. Ethan just says, YOLO. I'm throwing the paranoia right through you. It's going to get them. It's going to get you. Everyone's going to be blind, but at least the rest of us can progress up and we'll guard you. And you can see Asana, he doesn't panic and back off. He just accepts it, flashes, and keeps pushing. Oh, dear. This is...
Ooh.
What the...
Hello.
What the...
Okay. That's cool, I guess.
That's a Killjoy diff.
Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, the judge diff, though. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It is also nice to see that, 100 Thieves also get to capitalize in this last round off of the change of pace, because they've played such long, drawn-out rounds where that early push doesn't mean anything so often. But this is the first time it does, and it's really great because they have a Spectre, they have a Sheriff. This is, it's just perfect timing to have your opponents in this position where they're not expecting a fast timing because you haven't shown it to them yet. It's just perfect for 100 Thieves.
Dan, that's like you and me. That's us. We're talking. We're penguins.
we're penguins now.
Yeah. Ooh, Ye's playing aggressive. That recon's gonna get him. Waiting by the unit. Nitro spotted the Viper.
Good opening there from Ye. Able to get out of there, of course, with that dash. Support from Mars. Snake will slow things down. Steel can't drop down into the snake bite, so he's stuck out there. Is going to get... Oh my goodness! Ethan, with those mechanics, though.
My wrist hurts, Dan.
Yeah, that's that's a nice flick and a half for Ethan. That's surely the aim lap flick of the day for him. Ethan, though, is going to be able to hold and protect the spike plants.
Wow.
Can't go there.
It's not looking like there's any openings coming in here now from Envy. They've missed the best chance thanks to Ethan's display. Crashies has found a Vandal. Pushing forwards. Oh, it's not going to go to pull the trigger. 100 Thieves will close it down. Do lose 3 players, though. It got a little bit scary. And look at the ultimates here now, Sean. Because of some of these rounds where Envy lose players before they can actually use them, they've got 4 ults in the bag.
This shot from Ethan, I have... What? From Ye's point of view, that just looked ridiculous. And then Nitro turning just in time to catch Victor. Hiko taking out the Killjoy ult with the Sova ult. Wow. The way they had to bring back that 3-on-5. Like, everyone just had to be so on top of their game on 100 Thieves to get back in that round. Killjoy up again, Dan. How do you feel about it?
Ooh, that's a nice toss there from Ye. Throwing that knife right out there.
Baiting the Killjoy turret.
I'm a fan.
Yeah, kind of cool.
Get the
all
push.
These ults.
Shouldn't be long. There's so many ults in this retake, Sean. I'm very afraid right now for 100 Thieves.
You should run.
FNS has a molly on the default plant location. That's Steel's lockdown coming into play. I'm sure. Is Crashies gonna ult this? Surely. Or do they give it up?
I feel like it's smart to give it up. They don't have to challenge it, actually. And we'll get one player actually detained. Marth is going to defend against Asuna, so it's a big win there as well. We'll get the Hunter's Fury coming in after the fags. Beautiful response, but the frags are starting to come the way of 100 Thieves now. Hiko finding those headshots.
That really hurt. Yeah, wow.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Hiko coming alive. The trade's finally through from Crashies. Steel has to plant the spike. He's going running, and there's no audibles. There's no sound cues coming through.
Oh, Crashies has a lot to clear at B. But Steel, I don't know if he's going to be worried that Crashies rotated back to A. No, he has low time.
Steel
absolutely has to run here. Yeah.
It's 4 seconds, so he's got just enough time.
He will get the plant off.
Oh man, a second to spare.
And look, he has his full kit, Dan.
His full kit, but he's got 26 health. Crashies has both shock darts available still. And if Steel stays up here, this is very spammable, this position. He's going across the ropes. Alright, okay. Crashies, as you said, he has everything to clear. He knows nothing about this situation. Alright, goes down. Out goes the recon, trying to get a ping here. Steel will be forced. Surely. Oh, there's the ping that comes through. Beautiful from Crashies. Very unfortunate for Steel, who hadn't thrown the last Nano Swarm. And that's going to be the defuse. So that's going to work out nicely there for Envy. They'll take the lead 4-3 now.
Yeah, that was a rough situation. A lot of people probably wondering like what happened with Steel in that scenario, and I think he just didn't give himself enough time entering the A site, so he planted in the first spot he could, even though he had an extra second. He planted in the first spot he could. Then he realized he couldn't guard the plant from his initial location, and he had no mollies on the bomb. It was a disaster. It was a disaster. So 100 Thieves look to regroup here. Full buy for both teams. Ye is going really aggro.
Yeah, this is what he does in his element. Takes down Steel for 3. And now 100 Thieves playing without the Killjoy. And there's in this usual play that we've seen where they are kind of doing this slow scale on the A site. We're leaving Ethan to be lurking in middle with
deploying drone.
The Omen. There's a deep smoke as well. Back rafters. Hiko with the drone. Drone for drone. Oh, that was close. I saw that connecting in my mind's eye.
Yeah.
Asna,
the Gen player.
oh, just casually across the ropes into a headshot onto Victor. And suddenly he's starting to look a little bit scary, but you can still hear it. Ready to go. Takes down Asna, coming off of the plant. And now that Spike's in that forward position. 100 Thieves are in a lot of trouble right now. It's just Nitro. He's going to have to double up on these players who are ready to go. And there's the jump classic to finish it off from Ye. 5-3.
Ye is an animal. Ye is an absolute animal when he has this operator in hand. I just think he demands so much respect. You can see no one's giving him a fight. I don't think Steel realized exactly what was going on there and that he was open to that pick. Cool. The fact that I think the leer from Asuna went above the railing that Ye was under, if that makes any sense. And
yes,
it caused him to not get blind, and that gave him the frag on Asuna. Just such good positioning and awareness and just aggression.
Yeah, and once again, we have, in terms of the ultimates, it's definitely coming up favorable here for Envy. Showstopper online, as well as the Viper's Pit, and Ye's one from the Bladestorm. And, so it's definitely strong in that sense here. 100 Thieves not really able to work with any, and you've got Ye with a change of position, working tube with the operator, looking to catch perhaps a change of pace. And of course, he can get a pick, he goes deep, and then dash back and away to avoid getting spammed.
I think they're going down.
There it is. Just back to safety. Look at the repositioning. Can't punish that. And Asuna, the entry is gone.
Mark is in an excellent bait setup right now too with FNS. But that frag took oh my goodness, it took FNS off of the B angle.
Just walk straight into it. Steel so savage in this round. Taking names. Two left here. Victor again. He's got that showstopper. That could be an answer for this Viper's Pit. There it goes. Takes down Steel at least. 2 versus 2 now. Victor has the paint shells as well and the drone. This is the perfect answer here for the Viper's Pit. Oh, he would have dodged this. Trying to find the Viper. The dodge is awesome from Nitro to avoid getting tagged. And takes down Crashies, leaving Victor in the 1 versus 2 now as he tries to work his way around the perimeter. Trying to at least find Hiko. Oh, Hiko's making this truly very hard. Victor left with so few options to work with.
Impressive
and
wiring.
All of the, like, both Hiko and Nitro just disappearing at the perfect moments. Victor, that was impossible. That was made impossible to win that round because of 100 Thieves' excellent post-plant play.
How about that movement from Nitro? Just giving himself that tiny gap at the yellow crate. How does he get away from that drone? But that steel frag pushes FNS off of the bait setup with Marved, opens up the B hit completely. Oh, what a time for Steel to come alive in this game.
Yeah.
That's such a big kill.
I actually wonder if Ye was looking at the minimap at that exact moment, because his reactions are usually fast enough, I think, for that kind of a peak. Never know. But this is huge.
The first early B hit. Yeah, the first early B hit here for 100 Thieves. And it's on an eco for Envy.
Yeah, so
there's that weird wall.
Oh, hello. Finesse. That's a gun. They can collect that. And Ye's got the play, so he picked off one as well. What? Ye! Updrafting over the Viper's Pit, finds another one. Suddenly, Asuna's alone against 5 players. 5 players. And the spike did not get planted. If only it had been planted. Small bits and pieces of information for Asuna to work with. He's got to use the element of surprise.
Oh no.
To the best of his ability here. And he's got info on where one player is.
Oh no, this is a nightmare scenario for Asuna.
He's just got to find the right moment here, but it's so hard. He's taking the first opportunity now that he gets for a frag. He's been spotted. But he can use the Viper's Pit to his advantage, but picked out of the sky. Lovely shot by Marved, and that's a very unlikely round for NB.
Yeah, I mean, it really hobbled by from Envy. Just honestly, a couple sheriffs. I think they had a Guardian and the Bladestorm, but FNS just cracked Steel, and he's been getting the better of Steel all map, if I'm being honest. Whew. Yikes. 100 Thieves. And a little bit of a rough spot now, economically speaking. You see Nitro has a Marshall. We have Steel on the Spectre. Hiko on a Ghost. This turned so quick.
Yeah, we've seen so many rounds like this actually in this series. It's been great. And Ye's back at it again with this operator. Out
Oh,
comes...
did he know that satchel
Oh.
lineups?
No
way,
way,
Dan.
it
No
actually
way.
gets there. That is beautiful. Ah, Victor, let's go. And the paranoia comes through. Steel's going to push the issue. Victor will defend. Very unfortunate there for 100 Thieves. Not really ready for the counterplay with the satchels. Hansen in that forward position. He's found a great timing there. Takes down, crashes away from heaven. Good movement, good execution on the gunplay as well. Yeah, he's still trying to work his way around into some angles with this operator. Ethan with those mechanics again. Put it down into a 2 versus 2. The spike is
FNS is in
planted.
a dance.
Last player
This is
standing.
dancing around with Nitro right now on the back lines.
Oh, the timing was actually unbelievably perfect. Ethan's repositioned off of that fact, which might mean that his position's completely unknown here. Smoke goes out, and the first frag's in the trade, though. Finesse is in position in time. Very important, and that's another round in the bag here for Envy.
Oh. I like the creativity, though, from Ethan in that 1-on-2 to smoke the spike, because he knew the second player would be super aware of his position, right? FNS came from the flank, the other guy came from screens, and went along the ropes. So, obviously, Ethan is either snaking through mid, or he's maneuvered past him in the site. But this satchel lineup looks so difficult. Like, hats off to Victor for finding this and nailing it in a very pivotal moment of the match.
Yeah, you'd have to like shoot them or something, but you'd have to like be anticipating it, which is obviously that wasn't the case. And we're looking again at, I would say, you know, an advantage in terms of the ults for Envy here. They've got Hunter's Fury and the lockdown available here, so Marved playing in front of the smoke there, just trying to tease. And you can see that the pace has slowed down from 100 Thieves quite a lot. Well, the TP has the spike as well.
Does Ye realize?
Oh, he's got no idea, actually. I just took that for granted. I thought that Ye would have heard that, but no. And there's that lockdown. Surely there's the Hunter's Fury to counter it. But we have Crashies who has the Hunter's Fury as well.
Oh, did that tag? No, it didn't tag anyone.
Did not. It's close, though.
Very close. So Austin here at yellow, and clearly 100 Thieves about to pounce on this B site. That will reveal FNS if it pings.
If Crashies use the Hunter's Fury to deny the plant, delay the round. Not just yet, but the trade will come through the toxic screen from Asuna. It's just very tentative stuff, even though 100 Thieves have the player advantage. Again, that Hunter's Fury is problematic.
Steal on the lurk, Dan.
How much value is he going to get there? Fantastic. Oh no! Oh no! Steel gets caught by Crashies. Crashies is waiting in that position so he can use the Hunter's Fury from a better spot. And the Hunter's Fury finally comes in and it will finish the round. Victor even pulls out the rocket. Last round, of course. And that's going to be an 8-4 scoreline in favor of Envy.
Wow. I mean, we said it on the other maps, right? We haven't seen a lot of the lurking Steel because he's been on the KO. That was... he looks out of his element. It looks like he's not used to the lurking style now that he's back on this Killjoy. And man, I think 100 Thieves won several of those rounds back. 4-8 going into the next half. Woo! They have a lot of work to do.
Both of these teams are so good, and just as you said, lots of work to do for 100 Thieves, but maybe Envy are going to take us to a 5th map. We'll have to see after the break. Welcome back, everybody. It's 100 Thieves versus Envy here in the lower bracket final to decide who will fight Sentinels in the final tomorrow. And the question now is if Envy can close down this 8-4 advantage in the second half to bring us to a 5th map in this series. It's been really exciting so far, and they've been pretty good in the pistols here, Sean, so they're in a good spot. We have...
Oh, that's the one-way smoke coming into the back of the site, and those paint shells are going to force Nitro out.
And the scale across, Nitro playing around the poison orb to find the pick onto Ye. Good start there coming through from 100 Thieves, but Crashies is going to answer straight back though. Envy fighting really hard for this one, and it's just Eco left now with the classics. Going to run out of bullets. Envy convert the pistol again, and that's a 9-4 advantage going into this second half now.
Yeah, a very similar start for Envy as 100 Thieves, right? They try to go with the 5-man A hit. It just works a lot better for Envy. And I thought when Nitro went through his smoke, opened up the round, fell back into the site, that maybe they could win the trade battles with 3 people on A. But the aimers on Envy they really do reign true. Time and time again, they just win all of these aim duels. And again, they're slamming this A site.
They are definitely slamming it, and it's a retake setup here for 100 Thieves. You know, they are mostly outside of the site here, so they're looking to maybe collapse onto some players who might be isolated outside as well. We will see. Envy making their way across again. It's pretty free. And that's will take down Asuna. This is always good when Asuna's out of the round. Actually punished off of his dash, but looks like the round is going to come to a close here. 100 Thieves picked their moment to fight all at once, and they survived.
I'm just looking at this hit right now from Victor's point of view, Dan, with the Viper one way on the back wall, the Viper's screen, you know, going through screens, and then I'm seeing Victor's paint shell for E-Box and his Boombot, which actually is a perfect lineup to clear all through 410, all through the backside of it too. I mean, you saw it trail him into the site. That is just an insane set of utility by one person.
Yeah, it clears out so much space. That's the 10-4. We've got the first gun hit for 100 Thieves.
Enemy tagged.
And they'll be playing against the bonus here, so a lot of Spectres. And Envy are actually taking control here of B main. In fact, they're really... We've got the counterplay coming through as well. The alarm bot gets taken down by Asuna. I was going to say that B pressure was to cause rotation towards B, but Asuna's seen nothing in mid. Like, no one crossing back over to A.
Yeah.
Spike's by itself here.
What is this? Look at this crazy wall, too, that they have at the B side that goes through Snowman. Nitro's all alone at the A side. He has a one-way orb on 410 and a wall for the retake.
Asuna's so ready to fight. Nitro defends as well. This is just terrifying. Envy, only 2 players left now. And they're going to have to just at least find damage. Again, this is their bonus. And the question is, can they find some kills at least? Make this one hurt. Ooh, the shock darts. But they won't expect Ethan to be there as well. So could have even pulled out the knife probably. But Crashies will go down. Only a single frag. That's a huge win there for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that Crashies just ran up to B, tapped the spike, and then just dipped.
Yeah, it's so interesting too, because 100 Thieves also, we saw sort of they were the first team doing this at the pro level that I saw in pro matches, where, you know, Steel's there with the Odin spamming the plant boxes. It's like very annoying to deal with.
And beyond annoying, Dan, beyond annoying. But here we go back to that 5-person A setup. The Viper wall, as well as you can see Omen lining up with smoke as well. Omen has been throwing one-way smokes at A all game. Look for Ethan to keep doing that right here.
That's taking down Asuna. Good opening there for Envy to try to turn things. Yay. Way across. Oh, finesse. It's very nice, but Ethan's going to answer back better here to keep the round alive for 100 Thieves. He's going to fall back so he can regroup with his teammates and allow for the plant to happen for Envy. They're going to get post-plant positioning too, but you can see Ye's in a forward position. They may want to just fight here.
There's no shot to clear Ye out, right, Dan?
Oh, there's even less than that. Ye gets 2 very easy frags there, for him at least, and he's still alive because his dash refreshed. Ethan's able to take him down, but it's the 1 versus 1, and the spike's not planted. That means that never mind, I was going to say Crashes has to push forward, but he does, and he finds the timing just when Ethan looks away. Crashes has been just flawless. Like, in a lot of these clutches, he is so reliable.
So reliable. All of the Envy players, I feel like, have come up huge in the clutches. Particularly, like you said, Crashies and FNS, I think, is the other one. I mean, everyone from the team is hitting so hard throughout this playoffs.
Look at the ults here as well.
Back to the A side again. Same setup, though, from the Viper, right? The Poison Orb in mid to block all vision, and then the rest go A. Just go A.
Revealing area.
It doesn't feel like there's many ways that... Oh, that's a great opener from Ye. Straight away takes down Ethan. I was going to say, I don't think there's many answers here for the Hunter's Fury and the lockdown right now. There goes that lockdown. Asuna is an answer. He's just going to frag out. Able to dismiss away after that initial kill. Takes down Victor. So that's the raise out of the round. Crashes, importantly, is still alive. Can play that post-part Hunter's Fury if necessary. 3v3 again. This is looking doable for 100 Thieves. The Crashes is in position for the Hunter's Fury now.
Ye is just so good at pushing. Ooh. Oh,
punished.
No.
This is not nearly far ticked enough, I think. Finesse has to get some kind of heroics happening. Seal's going for the full commit, and they don't have line of sight. It's the Hunter's Fury, but it's just pulled out too late. Oh, great punish onto the Ye's dash. That was the moment.
Wow. Dan, they just wasted the Hunter's Fury. And they wasted the Blade Storm and the lockdown in 1 round. If there was ever a time for 100 Thieves to come back into this game, it is right now. That was an insane round for 100 Thieves to win. Hats off to Steel for finding the Killjoy Molly as he went up to the spike, because that is what allowed him to defuse it. Wow, we are in... This is a big round. This is a very big round, and Envy has invested a little bit of money here. They think they can win the round.
Yeah, Marv does actually 1 away from the Viper's Pit too, so if he's able to get that, they might be able to bait ults there from 100 Thieves, but not when Asuna's doing stuff like that. Asuna and Ethan, they're turrets. They are turrets. Moving into a site against them is going to mean casualties for your side.
Ooh, I think Ye caught Ethan going there. I think he knows. This could collapse, Dan.
That's Hiko dead. That's the Hunter's Fury gone.
One enemy
Oh, the timing. Oh, just hopping up as well into the barrel. Oh, Ethan is just nuts. Quad kill coming through from him, and that's a very easy pedestrian round as far as 100 Thieves are concerned.
Yeah, and you could see, he knew Ethan was behind Jen in that scenario. But he works with Hiko to put up the Viper wall, then drop it. The teamwork from 100 Thieves to reposition Ethan right there and get him 3 more. That's just incredible from Ethan.
Yeah, this is getting really problematic now as well, because again, these ults, like, this is what you're talking about before. This is such a huge swing in ult advantages because of 3 getting burned like that. Instant Viper's Pit coming through as well, because, you know, just really start getting the... Yeah, the Guardian's going to work out there for Ye. That's the spike down. That's a huge win. Nitro has to defend this now. There's a gauntlet. So many players coming for him. He's moving forward. He's going to try to find his way out of this. Crashies takes him out. That is the spike recovered. That's a weapon picked up. But can they actually find a way to plant here on this site? That's another story entirely. They will lose Ye, the most forward player. And now they have to abandon this B site. Surely.
The spike left across Asuna, Dan.
Oh, has to cross Asuna. That does not sound good at all. No. Going to take down Finesse, and oh, the spike does manage to slip its way past Asuna.
Asuna's going to beat his way. Beat the Sova to A, Dan. This is it's a race.
It's a race, and Crashies will actually get the spike planted, but there's Hunter's Fury. Oh, actually, it missed the first time. Crashies could probably have stuck that, but here comes Asuna, taken down by Marv. Suddenly, with the Viper's Pit, you're starting to maybe favor Envy here. There's 2 shock darts available. Is Hiko going to find anything with those? They're starting to come out. It's very scary. Where are they going to go? Just barely able to dodge both. Hiko takes down Marved and Crashies. It's a good attempt from Envy, but 100 Thieves, they keep running this one back.
I think Envy is tilted off the face of the earth, Dan. After the buys we saw the last 2 rounds, these hobbled buys with both Sheriffs and a couple Vandals. I mean, 100 Thieves is barely winning the rounds, though. So, I don't know what to think about it. The Killjoy off experiment right now on Steel doesn't seem to be working. He seems to be getting caught off guard. This is... I don't know if I believe in the comeback yet. Dan, do you?
I do believe in it, but whether it will happen, of course, is another question entirely. Because I mean, now we have actually kind of a leveling of the ultimates. You know, Hiko being forced to use the Hunter's Fury there. You know, they lost the Viper's Pit as well towards Speed Long. You know, Asuna, you know, popped his ult as well. So there's a lot that has gone now, and Steel will have that lockdown available pretty soon. But you know, again, in terms of the ults, it starts to swing back into the favor of Envy. But they have taken the tacticals. Like you said, Sean, maybe there's, you know, maybe they have to get their mental in order as well. Maybe that is something that is going to play a part in this story also.
Yeah, it's also, Envy has a lot of options. Like you said, the ults are kind of getting close. So what is the play here? Is Steel going to go for that A orb and get the lockdown with an operator? Is Victor going to go for the B orb or the A orb so he can get a showstopper? I think there's going to be a lot of focus this round on those orbs. And I'm not sure which team is going to win the battle. Because this is a full buy coming in from Envy. And I think their full buys have looked real solid so far this half.
Yeah, especially towards the A site. You know, you talked about the util clears that are happening through Victor's Boombot and Paint Shells, and I'll have to see if that happens again. They're pretty spread out here on the map, but with 100 Thieves though, they're actually looking to commit towards this orb.
Steel got it with the operator in hand. What a mad lad!
He's making it happen. And yeah, there's no punish there as well. And this one way is so frustrating to deal with. It's so valuable.
Yeah, the team gathers, the drone comes out. Now Ethan has to give it up. Look at this retake wall though that Hiko has like that. What is that's why the wall is like that.
Oh.
This is tricky.
That's disgusting stuff right there. Hiko takes down one. He's looking for the second one. The jiggles come through. Finesse with those jiggles. Marved as well. Charming on through that B-long position with the entry. Leaving 100 Thieves with not too much. Oh, the timing from Finesse. He is delivering massively in this round. Asuna will take him down, but the question is, has the damage been done up until this point? As the wall drops, Nitro gets caught out. It's up to Asuna now. We need to see something special here from Asuna as he charges through the site. Takes down one, the dismiss away, resets the position behind Yellow. Looks for the following play. He knows where one of these two is. But also, he has to convince Victor to pull that short showstopper out. That could be a huge win. If he's not going to win this round, he wants to make them waste that precious showstopper. Oh, he's going to get pinged here. Is he going to go for the stick? He's not. Falling back in a way. There's another tag. Looks to try to go for the duel against Crashies, but it's too difficult. Well played by Envy. They hold on to the showstopper and they pick up a very important round.
Wow, that's such a creative little TP play that 100 Thieves did, but all the answers coming in for Envy. The lurk play through the tube. The trade onto Hiko was massive. It was absolutely massive. And I don't think at that point there was no shot 100 Thieves recovered into the round. Ethan falls on top Yellow. The rounds are so close.
Yeah, I'm just so impressed by Finesse as well, delivering the kills he did there. Those were so crazy. Oh, we've got the spiking garage towards B long. And there's a showstopper actually going straight forward into the fight. Oh no! It misses! It misses.
No way.
I can't believe it. The showstopper missed. That was a huge play. That would have taken the lockdown out of the round, Sean.
The B site's open though. This is a free plant.
It is a free plant, but again, is it going to be lockdown for lockdown? Ethan takes down Crashies, and that's a very quick kill there in kitchen. So the delay from Crashies is gone.
How on earth do they win this round with a lockdown? They're never going to get to the spike, Dan.
This is going to take a while.
Lockdown.
There it is. Matter of time here now. Yay. It's It's going to be forced back. They're all going to be forced so far away.
And the Viper Wall. The Viper Wall is there as well.
The Nanostorm actually picks off Steel. We've got the lineups coming through for the Snake Bites as well. That's going to start to cause problems. Here comes Asuna though. Great trades coming through. Very fast indeed. Hiko is just desperate here, but there's no time. And that's going to be it. Envy lock it in. That is a 5th map. We're going all the way here, Sean. Envy have closed down Icebox.
Oh, I'm so excited. We get to see 5 maps here. Envy crawling back into that map. I doubted them. I'm not going to lie. I don't think that their Icebox historically has been that good, but they have made massive strides on the map. Almost took out Sentinels earlier. Here they are taking out 100 Thieves. Oh my gosh, we get the split finale, Dan. Let's go.
Yeah, just such an epic battle between these two teams. Such a great back and forth. The story of both halves was really entertaining. And just the clutches as well, seeing players that maybe you wouldn't expect delivering such key moments. And it just, both of these teams are so good at squeezing out just every last bit of value. There's no round as a given. What a beautiful series we've had so far. And we're going to go with the distance. 1 map is left, but before we get there, it's time to take a break and then throw it over to the analysts.
I was getting into CS. I noticed that people who have anime profile pictures were destroying me. So I was like, let me switch to an anime profile picture. I watched Tokyo Ghoul, and then I watched SAO. And I was like, all right, let's like finally pick a name now to actually get the full power.
CS bot named Steel killed me a lot. I harnessed his powers.
Someone said the word finesse one day in Mumble at the time, if you guys remember what that was. And yeah, I just was like, whoa, that sounds like a cool name.
A name from a character in an anime.
I liked the Mummy movies, and when I was little, I was like, you know what? I feel like I'm that person. I'm a mummy. So I put my name as Mummy, and then when I was playing CS, my friend had an AY at the end of his name, so I just added the AY, and then I've adopted it like that since.
The story behind my handle, my girlfriend, when we get in arguments, would call me a psycho all the time. So one day I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna embrace it.
Zekin is a character in Sword Art Online, and I don't really remember anything about the character other than the fact that I thought their name was cool, so I just stole it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And like we said, we expected this game to go the entire distance. 100 Thieves and Envy, they gave us exactly that. And we're going to break all this down right here on the analyst desk for the VCT NA playoffs. My name is Veli. I'm here with Bach and Vansili. And fellas, let's be completely honest, Bach. Did you think we're going to go all the distance down to the very wire?
I didn't think we were going to go to this fifth map. I honestly thought that we would end the series a lot sooner. But at the same point in time in the pregame, that's one of the things we mentioned. The fifth map, what is it? It's Split. A map that does lean a little bit for Envy, so a little bit scary for 100 Thieves, but let's focus on the map at hand. I mean, a solid performance on Icebox.
Definitely. I mean, if you look at how this match is being played, I did mention it before we got into this map, the focus is on middle, right? You don't have a Sage. You want to try to work off on this middle side. You do have 100 Thieves that had a couple of good rounds where Hiko took middle side and got a couple of kills, still did the same. But you still had FNS at the top of the scoreboard overall for Envy. So yes, maybe the utility got broken down, but where it actually crumbled for 100 Thieves on the mid rounds towards the end, is to try to execute for the post plants. And it was just too strong for Envy as they had, you know, Ye and Victor doing their job on the extremities. But
Yes,
on the attacker side, sorry, Veli, it was all about the explosion from having that Raze and that Jet in the lineup.
Most definitely. And take a look at the final stats right now. Envy edged it out when it came to frag wins, but objectively, both teams did their part. I'm going to be completely honest for a second, Bach. Watching 100 Thieves play here on Icebox without a Sage, it feels a little weird, doesn't it?
It does feel awkward, and we were kind of talking about it, like playing the Sage role kind of sucks. Like, you're basically the team, you know what. You're doing everything for somebody else. You Sage wall mid. All right, we're going to be Sage wall default, Sage wall default, over and over and over again. Heal me, heal me, heal me, where are you? It is a little bit frustrating. And we've seen teams play a Sageless composition and make it work. One of the things I did love, though, we talked about this yesterday, the aim versus brain. Like winning rounds without having to take a gunfight. There was a round in particular, it was Nitro. He goes for the ult on the B site, and he just plays good placement inside the ult. A Sova drone comes through, and he just dodges it. And the second he dodges that drone, he wins the round. It ultimately doesn't work out fully for 100 Thieves, and that's why we go to this map. But you still saw some flashes there, and it was something we talked about, right? Comfortability. I like Nitro on the Viper. I really do feel like it works and makes sense for them.
But I think that ultimately that just comes down to high IQ. I mean, he played off of the audio cues. Now, you know about Nitro in his career, so what type of player was he before, and do you see just glances of that now in him fully getting into this Valorant mindset?
Definitely. In his career as well, not only was like, he's done so many roles actually. Yeah. He's been a selfless player in that previous game. He IGL'd, he opt, he rifled, which is why, as Bach mentioned before, sometimes he could actually be a secondary opper. And to have the game sense to be an IGL, you could do those plays through the Viper's Pit, across through the Owl Drone. But now, map number 5 on Split, I'm still going to have to give the edge, to Envy, because you know, I want Steel to prove me wrong and show how good KO is on this map, so that also I could win the bet versus Mike HD.
Well, when we saw it yesterday, we actually did see some good util use from Steel. I remember starting off in the pistol round, he throws the knife straight up in the sky, it lands for heaven, there's a good execute. We talked about it. Their early round on this map was good. It was the mid round. And it was the reaction from their opposition when they were playing against Sentinels. Sentinels was prepared for it. The question is, will Envy be prepared the same way? One would assume they've watched that match so they know what to expect.
The way that they were prepared again for Envy, or should I say for Sentinels, even for Envy at that point, is eat the 0 point. The knife doesn't do really anything when they're executing to the site. You still have better positioning. When you're trying to execute on the attacker side for 100 Thieves and they're coming out towards the heaven side, boop, boop, boop. Just go from the bottom to the top. You have a better placement. You should win that fight. So they have to add a little bit more strategy, more depth into these executions for 100 Thieves.
Now, a little theory crafting right now before we throw it over to the caster. So we saw 100 Thieves aggressively towards garage and middle. Do you think Envy, they're going to try to counter by throwing maybe an op player mid or something else there to slow down that aggression?
We're talking about 100 Thieves, sorry? Or
we're talking about Envy.
Envy? Yeah, definitely. I think we're looking at Envy with the operator. I mean, Ye, he's probably going to still play that Jet onto this map and is going to do a very good job just positioning himself on different places. I just want to know what we're going to do here for 100 Thieves with the KO and the Viper together, because we also did see how Hiko played it the other day, where he was just moving a little bit lagging behind his teammates. Now you have to be a little bit more concise.
Right, so, Bot, you have something to say?
I was going to say, one thing that we are not really talking about, we haven't seen Envy play this map a whole lot. Just like 100 Thieves. It's been a bit dark. We don't really know what to expect. The last time they played was July 3rd. So it's been a bit of time. That's still stage 3, but things have changed. And a lot of teams have been going with that Astra Raze combo over in B main. We saw a lot of that played out throughout the weekend thus far. Will we see that? Or will we see Marv playing the Omen, a role that he's very comfortable with? We have seen him favoring Astra more and more. I kind of wonder if Envy is going to throw things for a curveball and switch up the agent composition coming into this 5th and final map.
All right, so remember this. For those of you at home, the winner is going to go to the finals to play against the Sentinels. Quick, down the line, I'm going to want predictions. Vansili, you're still rocking with Team Envy, correct?
Of course, of course.
All right, Bach, are you rocking with 100 Thieves, or you jumping on the ship with them?
I'm staying with Envy. I think that Envy takes this map, and if I'm wrong, it's all my fault that they lost.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to lock in. It's going to be 100 Thieves versus Envy. It's all coming down to split. Let's see who comes out on top. Shot and DDK, take it away.
Oh yeah, we got to 5 maps. We finally got to the 5th map, and it's split. I think this is going to be a great decider map, Sean, between these two teams. It has a bit of everything, and I think this map is, honestly, for me, in Valorant history, tends to be one of the most nail-biting maps that you can have in a really intense series. So I'm so excited for this.
Yeah, and we're so deep in these teams' map pool right now. Like, both of these teams play split, but they'll never pick split, right? This is not a comfort pick for either of these teams. I think we saw yesterday when 100 Thieves played Sentinels, Nitro actually on the Astra. It was the only time I had ever seen him play the agent. It was a rough sighting for 100 Thieves as a whole, but I liked their ideas with Steel and the KO, and Steel tried to control mid a lot with Asuna. But can Envy shut down Asuna the way that Sentinels did? Because in that game, oh dear, Shaz and Tense were just all over mid. They were just dominating 100 Thieves in mid. And can Envy, a team that's not comfortable on split, do the same thing? I have no idea. And does Ye even pick Jet?
Yeah.
There's so many questions I have. Envy hasn't even played split since July 3rd against T1, where they lost. They lost, let's see, what was the score? 5-13.
I love the setup here. We're going to get Ye on the Reyna, which I think is great. What's interesting here too as well, Sean, is that there are a lot of unknown factors with regards to Envy, because there's a lot of work they've been doing. Obviously, Ye's come into the lineup very last second, but at the same time as well, I know that, we've got, obviously, like, they've been searching for a coach for a while, and I know Marcus has been putting in an enormous amount of work, and there's a lot of stuff that's likely hidden in the side of Envy. Whether that's stuff, tech for split, I don't know, but I do expect that we're going to see a good version of split here for Envy, despite Ye being newer on the lineup, which this pick here, like not going with Jet, I think I would have preferred to see Jet just because of how ridiculously good he is with it, but at the same time, like, it's, Ye is going to find a way to be impactful here, I'm quite certain.
Yeah, I think the fact that he locked in Reyna means he wants to open up rounds, and he's not sure probably if he can get the dashes to get away. So I like the idea. He's going to come into this real aggressive. But look at the stars coming in from Nitro right off the rip. They're going to try to control B main. The KO, the Asuna, both of them fighting for B main.
Here we go. Looks like 100 Thieves are going to win this battle. And Asuna! No escape for Finesse. However, Envy, at the same time, they've taken control in mid through ropes to A. So
look at this wall Hiko has up at A, man. It blocks the site. They're just nested in here.
Not there with the smokes to break a line of sight from screens, as the push back sight will continue. Ethan, though, is still alive. Finally gets taken down, but it was very labored. Victor's got to do it all now. 2 more players to find here. He's got the spike, and he's got a minute to work with. Okay, Asuna's going to catch him as he falls back around elbow, and that is a wrap. 100 Thieves actually pick up a pistol, which we haven't said too much.
Yeah, we have not said that they've started off with a pistol very often. I love this pistol. The triple aggress towards B main. FNS calls that, so you could see it. Immediately, Envy goes ropes to A, but the Viper wall is up, and these two players are just literally pitching tents, camping behind it. Like, they don't care where you are in the map. They're just not moving from inside that A site, and it allows the rotate to come in. Envy never had time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Definitely.
Cool. Super cool stuff.
The B main control plays, we're going to be talking about that quite a lot here. We'll see, though, this mid-aggression with the pistols, and Asuna is straight in there.
Down mid.
Oh, look at the frag grenade doing some damage.
The gravity well into the frag. Whoa.
Love to see it. Yay. Can't actually get anything there. Gets absolutely run down by Steel and the Spectre. So, okay, 2-0 opening here for 100 Thieves on this 5th map in this lower bracket final. Winner gets to play Sentinels tomorrow. Exciting stuff here. This is the battle of North American Valorant supremacy. That's what this is at the moment.
Ooh. And don't forget, Dan, we are the best region. We won ISOM, so it means a lot these days.
It's so true. And I think, I mean, okay, I'm not gonna derail the cast here. I was about to do it. I'm gonna stop myself. We've got the operator coming out from Asuna, so the B main controls will continue, but the snake bite, that will completely deny the peak.
And this is the Viper setup a lot of these attack Vipers have been using lately. The orb to block vision from backside, the wall to block vision from heaven, as well as the default peak. No info can be retrieved on B side, unless, of course, you're a psychopath like Asuna playing in the middle of the open.
Oh, Crashies will take down one player. That was an info
this
play.
fight, Dan. This fight.
Push mid is happening at the same time. Asuna takes down Ye. Had no idea about that position. So we've got, frags happening all over the place here. Nitro in a very unknown position. Is there a trade?
Spike down mid.
The trade is not happening in time here. Victor's alone. Flash goes out to try to be a fake to give him some space, but Nitro finishes him off. So great stuff here from 100 Thieves. They really feel, well, it really seems like they are very comfortable so far here on Split.
Love how Asuna saw this Viper setup that I'm praising for denial of info and says, nope, I'm going to keep pushing into it. I'll wait for you to drop it, FNS. And thank you. I'll take out your star duelist. Then Nitro locking it down on Astra here from the ramps. Wow, Envy in a hole early. 3-0. This is probably the best start we've seen 100 Thieves have.
Yeah, I totally agree. They've really hit their pace. There's this big mid control as well from 100 Thieves, but it's going to be a big push onto the B site. It's just pistols here, but we'll see what can be done. Hiko really making great use of that poison wall, that one way. Reload comes in. No punish though from Finesse. That's unfortunate.
Spike down.
Doing some good damage, but
enemy
they are getting cleaned up. And unlike, as you said here, Sean, on some of these previous maps, Envy would normally do damage with these units, but they are getting ruined. They're not even getting any frags, which is a problem because that means that 100 Thieves are gaining a much faster ultimate advantage with all the extra kills they're getting.
Yeah, and those are some real powerful ults on the 100 Thieves side. Like there's no Cypher ults there, like there's nothing, there's not Arena ult. We're talking all powerful ults on the 100 Thieves side. It's a really strong comp when it comes to ults. So that's something to look out for because look where they are. They're about one round off from having all of them. Seeker's available for Victor. Could see that this round.
Okay, so we'll get, once again, the round B main, but it's won by Envy this time. A more passive approach to the rounds from 100 Thieves. So Envy have that mid control. B main, or rather B Heaven has been given up as well. Male's been given up. Asuna has his forward position with the operator. This is such an
Look, he's
off-angle.
under the cam. He's under the cam, Dan. The cam holds the close push.
He was spotted though, I think. He was short. No, or was he? Yes. Oh, I don't know if he was. Well, he's certainly spotted now. My goodness. I think Crashies even took a bullet through the wall there. Gets down to 50 health. Asuna able to reposition. Crashies creeping up A main. Ethan is doing damage up in that high position. Crashies has to find a way to punish, but there is no way to do it. The smoke covers line of sight. Protects Ethan. And Envy have come away poorly here, but there is a hope. and it is this play from Finesse. This is the play that could maybe make the difference here and create an opening.
The Asher ult blocks all of them in. Mark behind the Asher ult.
Did not work out. It did not work out at all, and they get crushed again here, Sean. Despite being able to kind of split up the defense and get a spike plant, they still can't find the duels, the battles that they want.
Oh my goodness. I thought Crashies just had a giga brain play. Like, there's the game sense on him to have the cam above and know the possibility that Asuna could be opping around those angles. That is so impressive on like an individual level for Crashies to be aware of that. But you can see, again, the preparation from 100 Thieves on the map shining through. And this is getting kind of dire for Envy here. Ye is going to bust out the Bulldog. He's got the Reyna ult. Oh, man. Are we going to see the Empress Bulldog, Dan?
Okay, well, you can see that 100 Thieves are also keeping things pretty chill at the moment, playing quite passively.
And this is the same style of setup for FNS, except the A site, right? The wall blocks vision of the A site, and the orb blocks vision of ramps. They've now taken control of ramps, but Asuna on the other side takes out the other controller. They have no more controller utility.
And this push is being controlled. Oh, as I say that, though, the two battles happening go the way of Envy. Steel's going to make his way up ropes, and Ye's managed to find himself that Vandal upgrade, so looking quite dangerous. Can't find that first bullet. That was a huge chance. So they might pull out the Blaze Storm. There it is. Oh, the flash timing couldn't have been better. Victor can't find the finishing shots, though. Envy. Trouble here, and Asuna is not going to allow a second chance. How do Envy do this now? Viper's Pit is huge, but 5 HP for FNS. Gets hit by the blade. Crashies able to take down Asuna. At least that's a big win. But it's all up to Crashies now. Has to hit every single shot with this Sheriff. Is going to find those. The Defuser's being stuck here by Steel. He's going to come off of it. Takes down Crashies with the Sheriff of his own. And that's another round in the bag. A quick 6-0. 100 Thieves. They are looking damn good.
Wow. 100 Thieves looks fantastic. And just the little things that Steel does on KO are so impressive because he's put so much thought into the agent creating all these lineups, and we'll see them next half. I've seen his split before, but he pops the ult, and since he can be res-danned, he just is wide swinging with a teammate behind them. Because even if he dies and his teammate trades the kill, he's just going to get res back up. So he chases down Ye in heaven. And I think that was a key turning point in the round.
And got some control here towards the mid position. Viper Wall goes up offensively. That's annoying. Top of the screen Viper's Wall A as well, but it's actually Crashies just charging through on the Cypher. Entry Cypher, let's go. Crashies is going to use all of these smokes. And they've created some presence. They've forced back some players from B Heaven, and they've left Ye deep in ropes, and they're going to rotate to A.
Damn, look how 100 Thieves has rotated, though. They have 3 in the A site. They've rotated off of B Heaven into A. They've read this perfectly. And Steel is waiting for Ye in Vents.
Oh, the timing, though. Yeah. That's so unlucky for Ye. And out go the Seekers to tell Ethan everything. He's just trying to challenge this with the off angle. The peaks are perfect from Ethan. You cannot fault him. Marv's coming through into just a double peak. And that's a 7-0 start now for 100 Thieves. It doesn't look like it's getting better here for Envy. It looks actually like it's getting worse.
Yeah. Wow. 100 Thieves is really, really impressive right now on split with their rotations, their counter utility. There's not many openings for Envy. This isn't about Envy being just absolutely terrible on the map, right? This is Hiko playing B with a one-way smoke and a wall that bleeds into mid. This is an Astra that's all over the map as well with the Nebulas and Ethan popping ults. They're all having so much impact on their agents. 100 Thieves looking comfy on split.
Yeah, and it's with all of that happening as well, stuff that, you know, certain things look so much worse than otherwise they would be, such as like getting timings there. You know, that's just one of those spots where he got timinged. He couldn't have done anything different. But in a moment like this, where you know you need like everything to go your way, you need to be hitting all of the timings, and it's just something that you can't control. So Envy take a tactical timeout to try to find a way to come back into this one. They definitely need a significant change of approach because 100 Thieves aren't even having to do much. They're not having to, for example, win early control in B main or in mid. This tug of war on map control it's not even a factor here. They're just playing passive at this point, rotating well, reading the plays, and executing.
Again, the triple stack A again. Steals 0 points right there. So if he feels this hit coming, he's just going to shut it down. It'll never get to the site with him there. So at least Marv's going back to mid to meet up with FNS. Oh dear.
Nassen's ready for it though. Oh, gets that shot into Crashies. That's beautiful.
And both of those players suppressed. We can see it from Steel's POV. The Sky and Reyna both found out in this area. I think that might entice FNS to lurk this B side a little harder. And there he goes. He's in.
And he's going to have to get good results here now because the pick from Asuna, another pick from Asuna, 3 kills off of the sniper. That's not a good omen. And the spike is lost. So despite Finesse getting forward position here, got to go back for the spike. That's going to spread them out. So Finesse gets his kill towards B. 2 versus 3, and we've got Marv going for the spike. By the time he collects a spike, there'll be about 40-ish seconds remaining in the round, which will probably commit them towards this A site.
Concealment.
It's very interesting that just all the 100 Thieves players have evacuated this A. So look how nervous Marv is that someone's close. There's not a player for miles though on 100 Thieves.
30 seconds left.
I think he just didn't realize that the spike was down, and they are probably assuming that Finesse would just hold forward position in the B site.
Yeah, this is crazy. Look, Ethan's on a rogue mission flanking B. No one's there. Austin's finally making his way back to A.
10 seconds left.
Looks like 100 Thieves is piecing it together, but Envy's going to get this spike down.
Yes, this is the one way they can win this round, Sean, is misread from 100 Thieves. They were completely convinced that it was B. Completely convinced. Ethan there can clear the screen's positions with that flash. Marv and Finesse, they need to find something huge here. They've got to convert this clutch.
One guiding light on Ethan. There it is into the site.
Good first frag. Confident play there from Finesse. Just Ethan in the elbow position. Takes down Marv. Let's not forget, Finesse is very weak, but doesn't matter. Finesse plays forward so he can crossfire with his teammate. That was just beautiful from Finesse, Sean. He played that perfectly, confidently, wasn't afraid to take the fights, even though he had 32 HP, and then made the correct follow-up play position to help his teammate.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, what a round by him, right? Finding Hiko in B like that, in the midst of Austin getting 3 operator picks, and 0 whiffos there for your boy Austin. This guy doesn't miss.
A cheeky little quad kill for Finesse. That's where we're at right now to get the first round on the board for Envy.
That one-way smoke Hiko's been thrown. Oh, it missed? I think it missed, right? Did it get up there?
I don't think it missed. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it landed. But either way, Arsenal's ready to just sit and just tank the damage. And that's why gets the kill onto Finesse. Oh, that's very unfortunate.
Yeah, because this one clouds out. This is very different.
Oh. Okay, well, Ye is able to trade at least onto Hiko. But Ethan's still alive on the side. The Seekers go out. Seekers wrap around the side. Oh, Asuna's working them really hard with that operator. Nice picks from Victor. Huge clutch now is on the cards if he's able to win this 1v2. Spike is going to go down, covered by the Seekers. That gives him the info as well. No Seekers went towards spawn. That tells him a lot.
Dan, look at that combo of utility.
That
the
hurts.
Killjoy Molly and the Gravity Well.
Let's see if he can pull this one off. Repositioning closer to the rafters. They don't know that he's here. There's a chance here now. As he waits for this one, he has to be perfect to spray. The transfer's coming through, but Steel's quicker to it. And that's going to be 100 Thieves again, denying rounds from Envy. That was a good play.
That was a great reposition by Victor. And he sees both gun barrels right above his head. That's such a difficult frag to get in these FPS games. The one straight above your head.
Yes, yes.
It's a very hard kill to get for Victor. Wow. He's so close to getting his ult again, though. I think he's at 3 orbs right now. Crazy shots from Asuna.
So confident. And also all the repositions around this B site is so deadly between Ethan and Asuna, the Seekers going out. It's looking like such a difficult map of Valorant so far for Envy.
Oh my goodness, look, Dan, again, 4 people on the site Envy is planning on going to right now. They're always guessing the right site. Remember we were saying the opposite for Envy?
Yes. On Haven, yes.
Yeah.
And it is just was 3 sheriffs, a phantom, and a ghost. That's what Envy's working with. Marv's found forward position. He might catch. Okay, Ethan, a quick little check there. It's going to keep himself safe with the flash. Is stuck here by Hell. He has support in Steel, and Asuna also with the operator. I don't think that Envy wants to challenge this. Oh! I don't think he stopped at all there, Victor. Very, very nice shot. And the Vipers. Exactly. Okay, doesn't matter. Steel shuts it down. There's a chance here, though, if they can take down Nitro, but he's backside. He's taking down Ye.
One enemy remaining.
And the spray's going to just finish off the very weak remaining players. Ashes with the ghost. We actually got some damage on Asa does not care. It's a repeat for days.
The confidence on this kid right now. Asuna's just obliterating this Envy lineup. And for the first time in this entire series, he's not dealing with Ye on a jet op himself. And I think it's just causing him to take over this game. There's just no one to keep him in check, and he knows it. He's just continuously aggressing in until he gets the frags. And again, he's in the right spot again. He's going to take the fight to market from in mid by that box, and Ye's going to have to make him miss.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. In terms of a power dynamic, I'd rather be Asuna and the... Oh! As I say that, Ye swings! He was baiting it all along. I was convinced that Ye was not going to come out the better there, but he has made it work, and he's created an opening.
Vanessa's lurked in B, Dan. Look what he's done with this.
Deep control.
I've got your trail.
Cosmic Divide is available, though, for Nitro. Ethan able to take down Marv. This is a big win, but Ye's all the way through to spawn, but that gets taken down by the stairs. Doesn't leave much here. This post plant for Envy.
Regrowth gets FNS a little bit of health, but this is still, like you said, with that Asher wall, this site becomes so hard to hold.
Oh, nice actually. Flash there, and would have take down Hiko at least. Crashies has the lineup around spawn, and the conversion comes through from Ethan eventually, but it's a 1 versus 1 after all is said and done, and it's Victor's as he takes out Ethan, and that's another round for Envy.
Last round.
Still much needed round.
Chance. Get
There's a
extra
chance.
Round. Do you feel like there should be a lot more hope on the defense? Like, I mean, it feels like they just haven't found. It seems like their playbook is too shallow, and their initial like default and the way that they were approaching hasn't worked out, and they don't have a backup.
Yeah, I am also feeling that same way, but things get a lot easier when you have a Cypher on defense, when you have the Asher on defense, when you have the Viper on defense. So if Envy can get themselves this 3rd round, that would be huge.
Yeah, and that flash did not do anything to Steal.
How does he get out?
I don't know, but we'll have to see if they can find a way to recover here. Ye able with that high ground position, able to just drop down Steal. Very good from Ye on the entry here in this round. Surgical stuff. And it actually looks like I mean, we haven't said this almost at all, that there's an advantage here for Envy. In fact, Asuna's just carelessly running through the wall there, doesn't care about anything. And Ye's going to pick up his quad kill. So there it is, there's that 3rd round. So we have something. There's something on the board at least here, Sean.
We got something to work with. Man. I think Ye has come to life in this game. The last 2 rounds took out Asuna after we called him out. So they're going to need a lot more of that, though, this defensive half. I think we're going to have to see him playing aggressive mid, exactly like what we saw out of Asuna. And then we're going to have lockdowns on both sides with Cypher and Viper. So a comeback is possible, but we have a long road ahead of us.
Yeah, looks like 100 Thieves are definitely the better split team right now, but Envy, they can pull together with that grit and determination. Who knows how far they can go? We'll have to find out after this break. It is time to find out which of these two teams between Envy and 100 Thieves will be making their way to the finals against Sentinels for the Battle of North American Valorant Supremacy, as we've been calling it. And I think it's fair. These three teams are extremely strong, and 100 Thieves, they're frothing at the mouth, Sean, because they want revenge against Sentinels, and for Envy, they want to prove that they are that good.
Indeed. And this 0 point that Steel has lined up, this is what I was referring to last half. I don't even think this is breakable. We'll have to see. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that suppresses heaven. There's no sky flashes available. And Victor falls.
What a great setup there. That's a beautiful thing to see. It's great to see the idea. It's even better to see the idea actually working. And Steel's going to wrap around B Heaven and pick off Finesse. So they're just sniping off these Envy defenders so far. Envy need a pistol win here. I think it's fair to say. And
that's the B main plan. Oh, the smoke or molly on Hiko. Asuna adding into it. It's a 2-on-4.
What a flick there. And able to get the heal off of that as well. And, I mean, we know how good Marv is with the classic. 2 versus 3. Ethan's fairly low.
Hiko does the one-way orb.
Flash will give away the position for Ethan. Hiko stuck behind in B main. Nitro at distance. That's not going to work out. Has to swap out for the Ghost. And that gives them time to actually deal with Hiko. 3 HP and 9 respectively for the 2 remaining players. Nitro at 34 himself. Everybody's so low right now. And that spike is starting to tick very, very quickly. Nitro with the jiggle. It's going to get taken down. Is there enough time here for Ye? There is not. We'll have to try to escape with the Ghost. That's the best that he can do. And that's the Red Bull clutch for 100 Thieves.
Wow. Wow. I can't believe those 2 players from Envy managed to bring it back that round. Marv and Ye with some insane heroics. That was a 2-on-5. 100 Thieves should be sweating after that round. They need to close out this game before these aimers on Envy come back into play.
Yeah, absolutely.
My goodness.
And what a great setup too. Just like we can see that you were talking about getting deep into these teams' map pools. Well, we're really seeing how that's paying off for 100 Thieves at this point. Having more answers, more tactical plays at their disposal.
The counter buy coming in from Envy, Dan. They're shoving. They're going all in right here. Ooh.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. They're so far behind. They need to get back immediately. It's a more close range map as well.
Ooh, the cam inside ropes, but Steel is snuck by. That's actually a TSM feature, and when that cam sees anyone, there's usually a collapse mid. It's actually a B play, and 100 Thieves has the sight, man.
Yeah, they've got a really quick entry in here. Looking pretty good. Finesse able to take down Asuna. That's a big win. Victor wrapping around the side here. That wall is preventing them from being able to get some of these kills. Ethan will get traded out here as the play comes towards the backside, but 100 Thieves are more than ready for that one. 11 rounds now. And that's the Envy force getting blown up. So that's a huge problem because now their next full buy will be against match and series point, finals point.
The sky flashes. Yeah, the sky flashes coming through that fight for Wall from both teams. It was so random, I feel like. But Asuna's smokes saved the day. They saved the day. They stopped Victor from just slaughtering the whole team when he came through the wall.
Yeah, definitely.
Here we go. We're gonna, like you said, another buy. Envy's just gonna have to keep buying. They have no choice at this point.
Double Judge, definitely nothing to shake a stick at. Very good on this map. Probably the best map for a Judge. A lot of good, great spots for it. And 100 Thieves quickly taking some mid control. Steel in ropes. Split off. Push for the B side behind those Seekers. Finesse with that Judge in that close range position. We force back behind the Viper screen and for a moment, looking for a chance to go in, but just the cursory spray from Ethan's going to deal with Finesse.
Oh, did Steel not see the second? He didn't.
There's a flash from Victor. Getting out of there, and it's just looking so difficult here for Envy. Everything that 100 Thieves is doing just seems stronger. That said, because of the gunplay, we know how good some of these players are. Ye is going to make his way forward. He goes looking for the next. There's no punish, though, from Ye just yet. It's Nitro. The nice peek, and that's going to be it. Match and finals point here for 100 Thieves.
Match point.
Wow, you can feel it now. That 100 Thieves is finally in this super comfy driver position in this series. I don't think so. They won the first or they won the second and third map. Yeah, so they're gonna. This is such an upset victory in my eyes. That 100 Thieves is on the verge of taking Envy out and going to grand finals with Sentinels. This is such an insane play by them, using the KO. Only team I think in the playoffs to do it.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Oh, Marv, though, able to defend against Asna's dash up draft play. So actually, Envy finding some life here on this defense after all. And none of this brute force push is, I was about to say, is really working, at least not on the initial take. The second wave, though, does clear up the site. Nitro and what's left, but a triple peak coming through from Envy very quickly. And there wasn't the position to even get the spike planted, so... Well, I mean, the road has to start somewhere. And I guess it's starting, but how far will they get?
How far will they get on the road? And I mean, what are they in? Are they walking down this road or in a car? Like
maybe that bullet train there.
It's not looking like a road I want to be on right now if I'm Envy.
Yeah, it's looking rough. I mean, we've got the sheriffs out as well, and like if you're in 100 Thieves' position, like you're going to be inspired to just take crazy peaks and like just one of these openings. One of these like opening sheriff headshots, if it goes the way of 100 Thieves, obviously is going to be very problematic. But you can see Envy playing pretty passive here to reduce the chance that 100 Thieves can get openings like that. But we have the Blade Storm baiting for Asuna to get his way across the angle. And there it is, the updraft dash, the right click misses. That's a big moment here for Envy. The worst is over, the spike is down.
One enemy remaining.
Just a case of cleaning up the rest now. Seekers were used as well. They do have a lot of ults, I have to say. Envy do have a really big ults. A lot of ults to use in this situation, but Nitro picking up the Vandal. Okay, it was looking like it was a foregone conclusion, but Nitro suddenly flipped the script on Envy here. To get his way across again. The spike is down under the rafters.
Wow, he used the recall to almost bait FNS into overpeaking right there.
30 seconds
and
left.
Now he's flanking. They're both going to be screens, Dan. He can do this.
One enemy remaining.
There goes the smoke. There's Finesse out of the round as well. Nitro, surely he's not going to kick Envy out of this finals in this manner. He waits, and he's going to be forced to plant the spike here. I think that's a good play here from Marv, but Marv does not have any HP at all, so this is going to swing the advantage into the favor of Nitro. Marv trying to gain position whilst the plant goes down. Nitro didn't have vision, and it's a forward angle from Marv, and he's going to nail the headshot straight away. Oh, I mean, that would not be the way to go out of this final, Sean. What an epic play from Nitro.
That NT's all around right there for Nitro. That was incredible thinking by him. The way he used all those nebulas. Oh my goodness. I didn't think he was that good on Astra. That was very, very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, and Marv, making the perfect plays here on 20 HP. He knows that he has to win the first bullet there. He gets the advantage to be able to shoot the first bullet first. But if he whiffs that first bullet, doesn't get the headshot, he's probably dying. So,
I don't want to cut you off here, but you mentioned all these ults. Steel can take them all away from you right now. Here it is.
Okay, well here we'll have to see what Crashies can do just with the gun in hand. He's going to get wrapped on. Able to take down Asuna at range with the Spectre. That's actually a pretty good result. Better than expected. Nitro takes down Ye. Big find from him. Viper's pit goes down as well. This is going to be really annoying for Envy now at this point as they try to make their way forward. Seeker's out there as well. That's going to delay things, and looks like Ethan wants to make an aggressive play with this. He's going to work his way towards spawn. Gets behind one player. No. It's absolutely crazy in the Viper's pit right now. Finesse and Marv, all that is left here of Envy. all that remains. Marv now, the chances rest on his shoulders in the 1 versus 3. This is getting eaten away by the Viper's Pit, and Hika's going to finish him off, and that's it. 100 Thieves are better than Envy today. It took 5 maps, but we got there, and 100 Thieves will be playing Sentinels in the finals.
Yeah, hats off to Envy. They made a run through the lower bracket to get to this point in the tournament. They're going to Berlin, so their spot's already secured, as is 100 Thieves, as is Sentinels. Oh my god, I think we're all winners today. I'm so happy we got a 5-map series. Congratulations to 100 Thieves for making the grand finals against Sentinels. Can't wait to see that tomorrow.
Definitely, and especially at this level, super deserved result, of course. Given the fact that you go towards the 5 maps, again, you were talking about it, we're getting really deep into the map pools of these teams, and Envy have done an amazing job with what they have, considering all of the changes to the lineup of late. They're doing a fantastic amount of work with that, and that's exciting for their future once they get to kind of revisit some of the weaknesses that they spotted across their map pool and tactically and otherwise. And, for 100 Thieves here, they get rewarded for the fact that they've been hard at work as well. So again, as you say, everyone's a winner here, Sean. And with that said,
who the biggest winner is? Wait, Dan. The biggest winner is Van Silly, because he is a KO believer. He's our big winner of the day.
And you know what? We can put the spotlight right on him. It's time to throw it over to the analysts.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest winners next to Van Silly is definitely going to be 100 Thieves as they pull out with the big win.
Oh yeah, KO stocks, great stocks in Europe, Envy stocks, everything's up. Buy right now at Van Silly.
Yes, and there we go. We're going to break things down right here on the analyst desk. I'm Belly. Of course, that's Van Silly. And right here we have Mr. Baldman himself. We got Bach. But Bach, talking about this matchup, we went the distance. Sean was excited. You were ecstatic. What did you like about this matchup, this showcase of all of these talents on both of these rosters?
I do like that we did see a change-up of the agent composition from Envy. Actually, a pretty interesting one as well. Crashies went from Sky to Cypher. You've got Victor going from Raze to Sky. You've got Ye coming in, obviously replacing Mummy, but Mummy would play Jet on this map, decides to play Reyna, and then you have Marv going from Omen to Astra, which was the one piece that we were actually curious on, was Marv playing Astra. It doesn't really work out too well for them. 100 Thieves did seem to play so much better than they did against Sentinels. I love what we saw from 100 Thieves as well. We were talking about it coming into this map. The early round was there against Sentinels, but Sentinels just kind of beat them with the guns, so it didn't really matter. Here it seemed like 100 Thieves was able to go with their game plan a little bit more, but you did still see pretty heavy individual performance, Van Silly.
Yeah, there was definitely some question marks going into Envy, into this line. Not basically on performance, but how this was going to gel in a new composition. Mark, you mentioned it, even Sean mentioned it. We haven't seen this lineup play since like early of July.
Yeah.
And now that you have this Reyna coming in, that was my question mark. How is that going to mesh in going against 100 Thieves? It was good that you might have Viper Walls and Nebulas to try to get into the site, but you don't have like a Raze or a Jet to like create space to get into the site. So you really have to move in as a unit. And to look just like face-to-face on paper being like, a fun admirer of KO is that if Steel is going to launch that 0 point into the site, yes, you could have angles to fight against your opponents, but then also as a Reyna, you don't have that much left. If you're actually suppressed to get a kill, the orb is actually going to disappear by the time you're not suppressed anymore, so you can't get away from your kit. So it's a nice little counter at the end of what you have from having a KO versus a Reyna here.
And taking a look at the MVP, the guy that we said we wanted to see on Astra, it was none other than Nitro, popping off with a 2.5 KDA, and of course, Big Boy pulled up with the 21 kills. But Van Silly, you and I was talking about it, and I think this is really important. Envy, they're no longer in the tournament. It's now Sentinels and 100 Thieves, right? Now, the thing is with Envy, this is a newer roster. Crashy said, yeah, we had less than a week of practice.
Yep.
This was essentially a high-level scrimmage for this roster, testing out this lineup on that map. Do you think that they might rock with this in the future, or they're going to continue to change things up when it comes to Berlin? I think it works out in their advantage either way.
Yeah. I think for all of these teams as well, I think there's going to be a few layers. Like I said, these last 3 matches going into Sunday at the same time, it's okay, we are trying something new. We're testing it out. We're testing it the best in North America already. And if it doesn't work now, there's still some like ace under the sleeve to prepare against the European teams, the Korean teams, the LatAm teams, Brazilians, etc., i.e. the world. So I think there is going to be like some work in the lab for sure. Yes. And we're going to see some small changes. I'm assuming, like you said, maybe some more Astra coming out from 100 Thieves and 7 Omen.
Maybe. Now, talking about small changes, let's talk about big plays. Mark, you went crazy when you saw Asuna pop off on a pistol round in the second half. Can you walk us through that a little bit?
I mean, the pistol round there in the second half of that map, what made it actually really interesting to me was the same setup that we saw from them in their match against Sentinels.
Yeah.
But it seemed like it worked out so much better for them. And I think a large part of that was how they established mid control.
Yeah.
If you actually watch, they go for that 0 point. They throw the knife up into heaven. It's the same setup, except this time I think Sky was heaven. It's Victor. He eats that knife, so he has to fall back. They actually gain control of heaven. There's a Viper wall up in heaven as well. So they actually gained control of mid, and then they went for a cheeky play. They peeked out in from B main. They got a free kill, and then they fall back. The thing is, they have now free control of B if they want it. There's only one player there that they really have to fight. They actually could have gone through stairs into spawn and wrapped A. They had so much flexibility in that play because of how they easily gobbled up control of mid. I don't know if it was the knife or the aggressive play out in B. I think it was kind of a little bit of both. Column A, column B.
Yeah, I gotta say it's probably Asuna too.
Yeah.
Because sometimes that's a surprise peek. He went through a toxic screen to get that peek and is able to dash away. Right against Sentinels. Maybe it might work, maybe it might not work, right? So you had to be on point with the shots, and at least Asuna was there for that series, too.
I mostly believe that it was a delayed knife along with Asuna getting in there for the kill. Now, when Asuna comes in immediately for that engagement, you're expecting an all-out push, but Asuna was able to secure the kill, go back in the garage while the misdirection happened, and we saw the mid-control for the flawless execute. But, Bach, we actually have a Credit Karma Instant Karma clip, and you know all about it.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the instant karma clip, we're going to be going back a little bit. It's actually going to be from a prior map, way back early in the series. This is over on the A site. Look at all this utility that comes out. So you have the dog that goes in first, the Trailblazer. Then you have the Pulse come down on the site, and you've got a Nano Swarm. All of that utility dumped on that default spot to flush out those players, and they just fly into the site. It's really good team play coming out from NV. Was what helped secure that first map for them in the series. But this was just solid execute. Great way to get onto the site.
Yep.
Teamwork makes the dream work. So, Van Silly, I heard your thoughts about Envy. Bach, any last words you want to say about Envy? As they're now eliminated from the event, and we won't see them until they represent us overseas in Berlin.
I mean, honestly, you got to be impressed with what they did. Considering that they made the switch to bring Ye in, everyone's going to be like, oh, El Diablo, he's great. Yeah, but the team dynamic shifts. You lost Mummy, who's been on the roster since day one.
Very
so
valuable.
now everything changes, and you got to kind of juggle roles around a little bit. You're getting accustomed to how things work. The timing's not quite there. Apparently, Ye is even sick. The last 2 days, he's been feeling a little under the weather. How is that impacting his performance? Clearly didn't seem to matter there. He was the top performer for the team. But regardless, the fact that they were able to get to this point and get over that hurdle that we talked about all weekend long with a roster that's only been together practicing for like 7 days, that's pretty impressive.
No,
I'm going to have to say it. Like, yeah, there's a lot of talk about El Diablo. Ye was popping off as Jet, definitely. But I feel like some of the MVP most of the time was definitely Marv. I mean, Marv coming in, we know him as the Omen when he was on FaZe. He's part of that Smeeg team doing his thing. He comes here as an Astra, and he's a game changer. How do you feel about the Astra play on this MB roster?
Yeah, I think not only the Astra play, the Omen play, like everything that he does, I think Viper too, if I'm not mistaken. Like, if there's so much matches that we've been watching for me to remember how Marv has been playing. And I think that he plays that Viper on Breeze, right, earlier on today. So I think it's been a great addition to the team, at least for Envy. We needed somebody that was more consistent into an agent that could be a controller and also a clutch maker, or give the possibility even for someone like Crashy, to get these clutches. So Marv, I think, has been a great addition to this team. And with 6 days of practice, I know we're going with that storyline too. It could even become a meme on Twitter at that
point.
But it's real. So 6 days of practice overall with like Ye and Marv going to this. How does it mission? They now qualify for Berlin. They have an extra, 2-3 weeks before they make it now to Berlin. So we'll see what happens then. Now,
what we'll see at that point, too, is honeymoon phase. We hear that term all the time. Is this just the honeymoon period? We've got this new player in the roster. Is it maybe going to change as things develop? But I do got to give a shout-out, to the other side. Asuna and Ethan, the 1-2 punch. They both finished towards the top of the scoreboard across the entire series. Ethan really seems to be coming into his own, playing as the Sky, the setup man, but also the follow-up for Asuna. That combo is incredibly scary, could be very powerful when they inevitably place in the top 3 against European teams.
Well, speaking of Asuna, we actually have him ready for the Verizon post-game interview. So, whenever you're ready to pull up that just dangerous Reyna on the screen. Asuna, first off, hey, we didn't get to talk when you qualified, but I want to say congratulations nonetheless. But first things first, Vancilia had a really big question. He wanted to ask about the triple initiator comms for no Sentinels. What's really the mindset and the philosophy about that?
We mainly wanted to open up Steel a lot more because we felt like he was one of our most aggressive players, and he was forced to be held back in a way by his turret and his alarm bot because of the radius. And we wanted to create a lot more reactive plays, diversity. And with KO coming in, we didn't want to mess up like with Astra we did before. So we just wanted to give him a shot, and we loved him at the start and still do, obviously. And we'll see where we go with our comms from here and leading into Berlin. But that was like the main thought. And then I believe we moved Sage to Sky on Ethan on some maps, where like Ascent, for example. We just thought Sky was really strong after the update with the flashes and stuff. And at first Ethan didn't like it, but after a while he just enjoyed the agent, and he's pretty good on the agent, and especially setting me up with this Jet Sky combo, and it really elevated our gameplay, I'd say.
I'm gonna be honest. Speaking about Ethan, I think he is just absolutely disgusting. But Asuna, you have been, you know what? I remember First Strike when I covered you guys with, the crew on the desk, right? And I remember Hiko had your back, and he's like, "Listen, Asuna's the real deal. You guys need to watch out for him." And I've always felt like you've always been up there at the top. And recently, you've been putting on a clinic. Has there been anything about your gameplay or play style, or even the team's play style, that you think has helped you get to this point to be even more deadly? Because I'm thinking about that Icebox game right now.
Yeah, I think I'm just getting a lot more comfortable with the roles that we're giving me, and it's taken me a while to get used to going into this like single duelist composition. Um, I've definitely just improved as a player, I believe, but also like my teammates stepped up a lot, and now with like this triple initiator, even though we're running one duelist, it feels like extremely easy to entry a site when we have like KO ult. They don't even have abilities. Like it's really simple. And then Sky, Flash, Dog, and then he can heal me after it. The Sky ult feels like whenever I'm entering a site, I know where the opponent is, and my teammates are like helping me out a lot in that way. And I think that's why I'm like performing a lot better.
Now, one last question. All right, I said earlier in the show, and I was talking to the boys earlier in the green room. I said, hey, I really think Nitro on Astra is going to be phenomenal. If he really just grinds her out, it's going to be a game changer for 100 Thieves. Lately, we've seen a lot of that, especially in recent matches. What is his thoughts on Astra? Because it's totally different than Omen, man. It's totally different than Counter-Strike. Is he having a fun time getting used to her, or little bumps there in the learning curve?
Well, he played Astra a lot when after we lost to Iceland, or after we got eliminated in the Iceland qualifier. So we were practicing a lot. He was playing it, and he enjoyed it a lot. And he was like getting used to the abilities. We were comboing stuff when I was playing Raze. Obviously, this is like behind the scenes, and it doesn't really matter now. But we were putting in a lot of work with Astra, and then the nerfs happened, and we thought, all right, let's move Nick back to Omen, because we thought that Astra wouldn't be as popular, but now we see that like. But overall, I think Nitro is really enjoying Astra, and you saw him playing in a split. I thought he was pretty good, and he plays fantastic. And I don't really know how big of a difference it is now because he's been playing Valorant for a while, so I don't think any of the CS to Valorant stuff is still lingering. He's like fully accustomed to the game, so I don't think that's really a problem. Like playing this RTS game in the sky, and it's really good for him because his comms are fantastic, and he's able to just like, I'm throwing down a suck right here, I'm smoking this, I'm stunning that, and it's really good whenever you have a person like him on Astra when he's like also thinking of like strats and stuff. Like he's trying to find like creative ways to use the wall. Like that was like one of the parts where we were struggling with a lot, and he like helped out our retakes a lot when he brings stuff to theory and practice. So yeah.
All right, now I'm just gonna leave this last segment up to you, man. Show the fans out there some love. I'm not gonna lie, all of us on the desk even, we were rocking hard for you guys to make it as a top 3 to go to Berlin, and you guys are here. It's good to see you back on top. Anything you want to say to get us all ready for what you're about to do overseas?
I'm hoping that the top 3 is just all NA, no European
Hell yeah.
teams.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That's my goal. Because if one NA team wins, all Envy, us, and Sentinels will qualify to champions, and I think that would be like the best chance we got. I want the grand finals to just be NA. That's my
Last
goal,
question.
at least.
Does Europe stand any chance against this?
From what I was watching, no, but I don't know if they can improve.
Damn right.
I was watching some of the games earlier this morning. It looked rough, but I mean, we'll see. Because I feel like there are definitely like Ascend is good, but I don't know like how it is. For all I know, they could be way better than us. But once I get there, I'll see. Scour the scene. But yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you so much, Austin. And by the way, man, keep popping off. You've been incredible lately. We all believe in Austin's supremacy. Hope you have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow for the finals, all right?
Thank you. We will try to put up more rounds.
You take it easy, man.
Bye.
All right, fellas. Wow, I'm not going to front. Austin gave us a lot of information right there, talking about the triple initiator that you were questioning, and also the practice with Astra, them going back to a comfort pick and Omen, and then switching back as Astra becomes more of a meta here in North America.
Yeah, it just shows how much time they put into the lab to really try to figure out what comp is going to be the most comfortable for them. Sometimes you don't have enough time to practice, right? We talk about sometimes how the schedule is so hectic for some teams that qualify, moving into the next open qualifier. Sometimes it's only 2 weeks. Take it, for example, how Sentinels have to go through the gauntlet every single time. I know there's a lot more time these days for 100 Thieves, so I'm glad they're pulling it back on top. So I got to say, welcome back, 100 Thieves.
Yes. Now, also, while we're on you, Van Silly, we also have an aim lab flick of the day. You know all about it.
Oh, yeah, it's going to have to be. I mean, if we're going to talk about 100 Thieves, we're going to have to talk about Ethan at this point, too, right? When he had that 2K on to Ascent in the pistol. Yeah, look like there was a couple of body shots, but just look at it. It's aim lab, grip lock. There's going to be a couple of dots that popping up on these chests, and then he gets a right click on the one jumping down into the site to capitalize on a third kill. So you got to get some support there, some help from that Silva dart, but in the end, that right click right in the face. That's my aim lab for the day.
What's incredible, again, we were talking about it, Ethan, Asuna, everyone wants to praise Asuna, but Ethan takes a less than desirable role, sometimes playing as Guy, even often going to Omen for like those weird fringe maps. He actually ends up finishing just above Asuna across the entirety of the map. By a little bit more kills, but 1 ACS above. Like, they were literally toe-to-toe, hand-in-hand, just marching forward for 100 Thieves to find the victory. I think he's just as important as Asuna is, and you heard it as well in the interview. He said, I feel comfortable. Finally, like, I know where these guys are going to be. I know where the players are at. We got the intel. I got the flashes. I got the heal. It's all coming together.
And talking about coming together, the finals came together, and we're finally going to get it again. Sentinels versus 100 Thieves in the rematch of what we saw in the winter bracket finals. And I'll let you know now, I can't wait. I feel like 100 Thieves are coming in with a chip on their shoulder because these two teams, they do not want to lose against each other, Van Silly.
I think in the past you talked about like this rivalry between TSM and Sentinels, and then suddenly you have 100 Thieves that won first strike, and it's okay, we have a new storyline now between 100 Thieves
the two
and then
champions
Sentinels.
of NA.
Exactly, and then now Sentinels, or should I say 100 Thieves and TSM kind of like disappeared in all of 2021, and now they're back. They're it's the third time they face against each other now between 100 Thieves and Sentinels in the last month.
Yeah.
So it shows now that this rivalry is brewing up again, and I love to see this.
And this time around, it's for a whole lot of money. These teams are playing not just for bragging rights, but to also get that cash, and we're going to see who the best in NA is going to be. Listen, things are going to heat up tomorrow, so make sure you tune in. Don't forget. But to close out this desk, any final thoughts so far? We came into this thing with 8 teams, fellas, and now we just have 2.
That's it. 2, it's going to be one interesting matchup for the grand finals tomorrow. But I think there's one more important note, too, that I think, Mark, you could bring it up.
Yeah, so for those of you that have been watching at home, we've got a great production crew that's been putting on VCT since day 1 here at Nerd Street. And we've got 2 observers that have been a big piece of that. One of them, it's their birthday. Happy birthday, Yeti. He's been our in-game director and third-person observer since basically the start of VCT. So hats off to you. Great work, as always, throughout the week. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your birthday at HBD. We won't sing to you on camera, I promise.
We're not going to sing,
like that.
no.
Yeah.
Not happening.
I don't want to make people jealous of my singing, you know? And also, I don't want to get the MC8. That's the other thing.
Because your voice is so good, it's like song accurate.
They'll recognize it right away.
Instantly.
Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, that's about it for the day. We're going to shut down the desk. But remember, tomorrow, you want to catch us at twitch.tv/NerdStreet for the finals. It's going to be the 2 champions that we have only known in NA. Sentinels from Masters 1 to Masters Reykjavik, and also the first strike champions, 100 Thieves. I can't wait. We'll take you guys out tomorrow. We're about to have a lot of fun. So I wish all of you a good night, and we'll see you more for some Valorant action.
I woke up in a fortress of distortion. I'm at war with my emotions.
Courage starts with a risk. Break free from expectations. Defy boundaries and anything in your way. Dare to defy. Calvin Klein Defy, the new men's fragrance.